It all started at night in a luxurious castle. The heroine was sitting on the bed talking to her boyfriend, who was leaning over her. The young man took the girl by the chin and spoke words about his feelings. That manifested during eye contact with the heroine. Lynette was a little surprised by the young man's behavior and understood that the hero was not himself. Oscar confirmed the main character's words, but also said that it was the girl who was driving him crazy, which surprised Lynette. After all, the heroine went to her husband because she was told about the boy's high temperature. But now the girl looks embarrassed at Oscar's face. The young man held the heroine by the chin and said that every movement of Lynette excites him, which the girl never stopped being surprised about because she believed she hadn't done anything to attract so much attention from the boy. After laughing and blaming the illness for everything, the protagonist, however, pushed her husband aside. However, Oscar took the girl's hand and began to say that he was sick every time he looked at her. And taking Lynette's hand, the boy kissed her, talking about his delirium and that the girl was right. After all, Oscar realized that the heroine really did nothing to make the young man react this way in her presence. But still, the young man could not hide the fact that he was crazy about Lynette. At these words, the girl immediately panicked, because if he didn't stop, her plan would have ended. Before entering this world, the main character was a doctor and worked in a rural hospital, where he paid little money. Lynette received many praises and pleased her patients, so the girl felt she was making a difference by caring for those who had nothing left. So the heroine, in response to all the words of gratitude, always said that she simply liked her job. But that life didn't last long, and Lynette's father, an alcoholic and gambling addict, ran away, leaving her with a huge debt, and the hospital went bankrupt, and the girl had to work for 4 terrible years on the ambulance to pay everything back. One day, the heroine was outraged because the chief doctor told her to throw the woman out of the room because she didn't have enough money, and proceed with the operation of an influential and rich patient. But Lynette had run out of strength to fight and endure that treatment between penniless patients, and she made it clear to the man that she could no longer work like that. As a result, the heroine left overcome with emotion, which surprised the doctor, who demanded the girl return. But it was all in vain. Lynette walked down the street and cried because she realized she depended on money, and because of that she had to give up her dream. But still, the girl was glad to have left, even though she now has absolutely no idea what to do. While the heroine thought she only had enough money for this month's rent, she didn't notice the bus that wasn't going to stop, and a collision occurred. The girl was thrown upwards by the impact, and she herself thought about the cause of her possible death. After all, Lynette did not want to die so suddenly, even in such circumstances, causing tears to spring from her eyes. Morning came, and the servants woke the heroine, but the girl immediately began to worry about the bitterness in her mouth. The maid, noticing Lynette's strange behavior, asked her worriedly if she was all right. But the girl clutched her throat because it was very hot, and there was simply no way to speak, because the pain was overwhelming her. While the maid was worried, the main character thought she had died, and tried to figure out what this place was. The girl clutched her face and wondered where she was, because it wasn't a hospital room, but a luxurious bedroom. So the girl threw off the sheet she was under, sat up, and looked at herself in the mirror. In the mirror, the heroine saw a beautiful blonde with astonishingly colored eyes, and dressed luxuriously. And the maid got so scared that she started crying, because she thought something had happened to Lynette. The main character asked the maid what her name was, which surprised her greatly, and confused. But still, in a trembling voice, the girl uttered her mistress's name and waited to see what would happen next. Lynette, having heard what she wanted, couldn't understand why this name sounded so familiar. But the girl remembered that she had seen the name in a novel she had read before, To Escape the Cruel Reality. This book was about a meaningless love story between the main characters. There was also a secondary character, the main character's brother, who was unrequitedly in love with the heroine. The young man watched the hero's relationship from the side and remained like a shadow, without interfering in the relationship. But still, the brother was not alone. His wife was a real villain. The girl herself was full of jealousy, which is why she received such a title. The heroine was angry that her husband didn't notice her, and finally lost consciousness after drinking tea to which she herself had added poison. And all this was just to get her husband's attention and receive at least a little love from him. But in the end, the villainess is expelled, and that is all that is known for now. And now Lynette is in her body. The protagonist herself was suffering absolutely everything, and the maid's reaction stressed her out. So the girl couldn't relax. Looking around, Lynette immediately realized that she was at the moment when the novel's heroine drank poison. And this meant that the girl would most likely repeat the fate described in the book, and soon she would be expelled. At that moment, the maid was worriedly asking how Lynette was feeling and if she should call a doctor. But the heroine herself was trying to remember her name. After thinking, the girl realized that the maid's name was Jane and told her that everything was fine. Jane was very happy that everything was all right with Lynette, but the heroine herself understood that only this servant treated the villainess kindly. After a while, Lynette was already dressed luxuriously and thought that Oscar didn't like her because he loved someone else while being married. So the girl got angry because now everything feels different, especially when that person is your husband. Lynette interrupted Jane, saying that the Count had finished his business and would come to see her now. But the main character was indignant about the fact that while she was unconscious, Oscar had something to do and didn't even worry about her. Lynette was also tormented by the idea that this would be the last meeting with the Count, since she would be expelled immediately, but she was still happy to see the young man's appearance. After all, Oscar is a handsome man in the whole world, and he was so in demand that he could charm anyone in the city. And while the girl was thinking about all this, the boy was already slowly walking towards the door where she was waiting for him. Captivating lips, a sharp nose, a beautiful face that was called God's creation. The Count immediately called the heroine as soon as he entered the room to let her know of his arrival. Lynette didn't have time to say Oscar's full name because when she saw his appearance, she instantly froze and couldn't even breathe. But the young man continued and said that he rushed over as soon as he heard that the girl had woken up. Jane, seeing this, panicked and stammered. She started calling the main character. After all, Lynette suddenly started bleeding from the nose, and the maid was worried that the girl was sick. Therefore, in a panic, Jane offered a napkin to the heroine and asked about her condition to know whether to call a doctor. But Lynette replied that everything was fine, and taking a napkin, began to wipe her nose, thinking that the bleeding had already stopped. The main character's words did not calm Jane down, and she began to cry because she realized that her mistress was too weak from poisonous herbs. At that moment, Oscar silently and emotionlessly observed what was happening. But still, the Count approached his wife and told her that the girl was clearly still not well, which surprised the heroine. The boy continued and said that everything inside him seemed to break when he heard that the girl had lost consciousness. After these words, Oscar clutched his chest and added that no one could understand the pain he experienced every moment while his wife was ill. After hearing the Count's experiences, the girls were shocked. But while Jane admired their relationship, the main character remained thoughtful. After all, it seemed strange to Lynette, so she tried to recall the relationship of the original characters. In the book, Oscar always insists that he will never love his wife, but in front of others, they must portray affectionate spouses. And the girl said that she did not need the Count's love, and that she was simply using him. So this arrangement suited her. Therefore, even now, Oscar acted for the audience, saying that he was moved and wanted to hug Lynette, but he wasn't sure if the girl's fragile body could withstand it. The protagonist herself, having understood everything, tried to think of something so that in the end she wouldn't be expelled. Jane was crying at that moment and believed that Lynette and Oscar were wonderful spouses, and the girl realized that her maid was very naive. But in the end, the girl asked the servant to leave her and the Count alone to talk. Jane agreed without hesitation and said that she should have done this sooner, but she didn't think of it. Therefore, having said this, the maid headed towards the exit and began to actively usher everyone away so that no one would interfere with the main characters. Oscar immediately became serious and assumed that Lynette had something to say, since she asked everyone present to leave. And even though the heroine still considered the young man very handsome, she tensed up seeing his true character. But still, none of this affected Lynette, and she informed the Count that they should get a divorce. And as an explanation, the girl said that she could no longer live with someone like him. Oscar looked seriously at his wife and tried to find words, as this was unexpected for him. Without understanding, the Count grabbed her head and asked if the girl was going to violate the royal decree. After all, the young man swore allegiance under the sun and remains under its rays, so he owes his duty. And Lynette must also understand this. The heroine was indignant about this, as she remembered that the king's order said nothing about maintaining a happy married life until death. The Count did not know how to respond to this, and Lynette immediately realized that she was right, and that the promise only referred to the wedding. That is why the heroine decided to say that the reason for the divorce was her, because the young man clearly did not want to leave behind someone he did not love. Oscar looked at the floor and tried to think about everything the girl was saying so he could make a decision and, at least, respond to something. As a result, the Count indignantly reminded Lynette that she had just woken up, and that divorce was not a decision to be made hastily. And turning away, the young man said they would discuss all this tomorrow at breakfast and then closed the door. Lynette was not entirely happy with this outcome because it was like a mediation period for a divorce. But still, the protagonist was happy to be able to buy time. The next morning arrived, and this meant that the same conversation would soon take place. Jane immediately entered the room with a question about how yesterday's conversation with the Count went, but she was surprised by the girl's condition. Lynette was very tense, and the maid worriedly inquired about the topic of yesterday's conversation with the Count, and said that she had brought a dress for breakfast. The heroine, getting out of bed, tried to recall what the king's order was, since it was presented as a fact in the original. And while Jane kept looking at the girl worriedly, Lynette herself was still recalling how everything happened. The book takes place in a fictional kingdom called Matin. However, the father, the head of the Calypso family, was a war hero from the enemy kingdom. And when war broke out between the two states, the Count betrayed the enemy kingdom and joined the kingdom of Matin. Thanks to this, Matin managed to win the war and unite the two territories into one. And the Count became a prince. But since everyone was confused by the fact that the Count was from an enemy kingdom, they offered him to create ties with the Roger family. And that is precisely how the marriage between Oscar and his wife was concluded, to eliminate unrest. But the young man did not trust the girl because she had to marry the daughter of a traitor. Having thought about all this, the heroine suggested that divorce would be to the detriment of the Roger family, because in the original she was easily expelled, but now the Count has doubts. At that moment, the maid had finished dressing Lynette and was delighted with the girl's beauty. Jane said that the heroine looks great and that the color of the dress matches her fair skin well. After smoothing her hair, the girl agreed with the servant and went to breakfast. A few minutes later, the main character was already in front of the Count, but could not relax about the conversation. Oscar, sitting at the table, greeted Lynette with a smile and told her that he had already been waiting for the girl. The heroine immediately apologized for the delay, but in her thoughts, she noticed that the Count's acting had improved. The Count did not hesitate, and looking at the servants, he said to bring out the dishes, to which the man immediately bowed in respect. While the servants stood by the wall, one of them pushed a cart with prepared food. The boy who brought the food was very pale and drenched in his own sweat, and with trembling hands tried to serve the dish. However, the young man was too exhausted, and unable to bear it, dropped the plate on the floor. And from the terrible state, the servant collapsed after the food, numb with pain in his body. A second later, the guy started foaming at the mouth, and his body began to tremble convulsively, which made everyone around him rush to the rescue. Lynette began to analyze the situation as a doctor to find out who exactly the young men were. And quickly getting up from the table, the heroine rushed to help, and she herself already understood that this was an epileptic seizure. All the servants, scared by Lynette's dress, shouted that they would help the boy themselves. But the heroine ignored them, because a person's life is more important. That's why the girl was very alarmed, because she is a doctor and is obliged to help people under any circumstances. Oscar watched indifferently from the side, reflecting on everything that was happening. While all the servants also watched silently, the heroine shouted for help to put the guy on his side. Then, pointing to the broken dishes, the girl said that they should be removed immediately, to which everyone reacted immediately. At that moment, the guy, who was lying down due to an attack, began to move his arms and legs and accidentally hit Lynette. Jane, seeing this, was too worried about her mistress and almost cried with emotion. The heroine herself didn't care about this blow. The only thing that mattered to her was the servant's condition, who needed urgent help. But the young man was already lying in a calmer state, and Lynette noticed that his breathing had stabilized. Jane immediately noticed that the heroine's dress was very dirty and said that the girl should change clothes. One of the servants said that they would make the man pay for the dress as soon as he regained consciousness. The heroine was not happy with what was happening, although she understood the reason for such confusion, because in the novel the girl was a villainess. As soon as Lynette got up and looked at the same servant who had spoken about the damage. The young man got scared. And frowning, the heroine asked if the boy really thought that some dress was more important than the patient. The young man immediately became confused and, starting to stutter, didn't know what to answer. As a result, removing part of her dress, Lynette said that she was completely fine and that they should return to the room. But looking at her husband, the girl noticed that Oscar's face hadn't changed at all, despite so much confusion. And going to the exit, the heroine still turned around and said that the boy would have to have breakfast alone. Therefore, as the girl was leaving, a servant approached the Count and told him that new dishes would be served to him immediately. After a while, when Lynette was already dressed in another dress, Jane brought breakfast to the heroine. Although the maid was worried about Lynette's condition, the girl was fine, and she understood that it was not the first time. Suddenly, one of the servants approached Jane and whispered something to her. The girl immediately approached the main character and told her that the boy who received first aid was asking for a meeting. Although the heroine nodded, she herself tried to understand the purpose of the visit, and she assumed that he wanted to thank her. But everything was different. The servant barely entered, fell to his knees, and asked for forgiveness for an unforgivable mistake. With tears in his eyes, the boy begged her to forgive him and told her this would never happen again. Lynette watched in shock from the barrier, while the young man continued shouting about his guilt, and the fact that no matter how much he prayed, he could not amend his guilt. Medicine is not developed at this time, and people consider it a curse, and they cannot afford the treatment. The heroine, with a serious face, demanded that the boy get up and told him that it was not his fault. The servant couldn't believe what he heard, which left him speechless. Lynette asked Jane for paper and a pen while she talked about the promise the boy had to keep. Having written down the daily routine and the correct meals, the heroine sat next to the boy, and handing him a piece of paper, she asked if he could handle it. Although the servant took the paper, he said that due to his work, he couldn't sleep more than 6 hours a day. But Lynette replied that if the boy didn't follow the order, she would fire him, to which the servant immediately nodded. The heroine prescribed the boy a low-carb, high-fat diet without drugs, which is the only thing she can do. As soon as the girl got up, she asked how long the young man had been working in the kitchen, to which the servant replied that it was only 1 year. Looking at Jane, the heroine said she urgently needed to talk to Oscar, to which the maid nodded. Standing in front of the Count in his office, the couple looked at each other, awaiting a conversation. Oscar was surprised by the girl's sudden appearance and thought the conversation would be about divorce. The heroine asked the young man to give the servant who had epilepsy another job. The Count joked about this, talking about working outside the mansion walls, although he himself thought the girl was simply making herself a good housekeeper. But Lynette immediately offered options like a library and a laundry room, where there aren't many people or dangerous objects. Leaning back in his chair, the protagonist was surprised by his wife's request. After all, the young man didn't think the servants would bother Lynette, which angered the heroine. Although the boy looked quite serious, the heroine was sure that the Count was simply testing her patience. The girl realized that it was better to look at the boy's chest than his beautiful but deceptive face. At the same time, the Count asked how the heroine knew about this disease and how he could trust her. But the heroine's breasts didn't calm him either, which made her bite her lip in disgust. The girl began to curse, because people like Oscar cannot understand those who are seriously ill, and ask for help. Suddenly, the girl had a flashback, and a scene from a past life appeared in her head where she was asked for help. But she couldn't answer, and although the heroine's life will not change if she saves one, she cannot simply sit back and observe the suffering of the one she can help. Slapping the table where the Count was sitting with her hands, Lynette repeated that the guy could not understand this suffering. Oscar had no words, so he silently looked at his wife. The girl blushed a little and thought that perhaps she had said too much, and most likely the boy would not understand her. But the main character still said that she would move the servants elsewhere. After these words, Lynette thanked the young man and immediately turned around and started to leave. As soon as the heroine left, Oscar asked his servant who knew that Lynette had lost consciousness due to poison. The guy listed everyone who knew about this. He even said that Oscar's brother couldn't know anything about the situation. The Count replied that in that case he should stop talking about it, which surprised Robert. Oscar, with a serious face and an unfriendly tone, said that the servant should not force him to repeat it, since the responsibility would fall on Robert. The boy bowed in respect, accepting the order in the same way. But still, Robert could not understand why the Count changed his mind about kicking the girl out after the poisoning incident. Oscar sat down and thought that his opinion about his wife was wrong. Recalling the girl's face and smile, the boy understood that he wanted to know what was going through his wife's mind. At that moment, Lynette reached her room and collapsed on the bed from exhaustion, since it took him a long time to explain everything. And the girl realized that the Count might suspect something if she didn't behave as usual. But still, getting out of bed, the heroine decided that she should stop thinking about all this and decide what to do next. After all, to live well after a divorce, one needs to know the situation outside the mansion. And while the girl was thinking about going out, she saw a small door at the back of the closet. The heroine did not know whether to look at what was inside, but finally made up her mind. Upon opening the door, Lynette realized that the room looked quite spacious, so she decided to go in there. The girl was very surprised by the scale of the room and realized that it was a secret room. Seeing a large number of books around her, the girl assumed that the novel's heroine loved to read. But the content of the book was unexpected, because inside there were several medical tips and first aid instructions. Lynette continued to flip through the pages in shock and realized that everything looked like notes from a doctor or pharmacist. Taking the next book, the girl didn't understand why the villainess did this, because something like that wasn't mentioned in the original. But suddenly, a corner of a piece of paper appeared between the pages, which surprised Lynette. There was a photograph of a little girl, whom the novel's heroine called her beloved Lily. At that very second, Jane entered the room, and the girl immediately began to panic. And leaving the secret place, the maid reported that Prince Calypso had arrived, and the girl tried to remember who he was in the novel. Lynette panicked a little and asked if her father had arrived to ensure her thoughts. Jane paid attention only to the heroine's messy hair and started asking what happened. And while the maid smoothed the heroine's hair, the girl thought that if she wasn't expelled, there would be less condemnation from others, and even after the divorce, she would still be the prince's daughter. And Calypso loved his daughter and became gravely ill when he heard about her wedding. And Lynette hoped for an affectionate father who admired and loved his child. That is, that person will not allow his daughter's reputation to be ruined, and therefore, at this moment, he has strong support for the heroine. The prince greeted Lynette with a smile and very kindly asked her to come, because he was waiting for her. The girl immediately spoke of her surprise at her father's arrival, to which the man replied that he didn't need to notify him to see his beloved daughter. Upon hearing this, the heroine realized that her expectations were justified, and that the prince truly loved his daughter very much. The man turned to the servant and, thanking him, told him he could leave. Lynette began to speak more freely with the prince, because she believed they had a good relationship. But the man immediately changed his face and asked the heroine how she dared to behave like that in the current situation. The girl was very frightened by this response and caused a misunderstanding, so she asked again, to which the prince replied that the aristocrats said that Lynette and Oscar did not have the best relationship. Next, the man asked why it was so difficult for the heroine to try, at least a little, to preserve what he had done for her. And after hearing all this, Lynette realized that she was wrong, and that her father was a real monster. The man's gaze became angrier, while the girl simply stood there in silence. So the prince began to demand an answer. But this scared the heroine even more. She couldn't say anything, and Calypso began to become more aggressive. Therefore, after a second, the man hit the girl and asked if she needed him to raise his hand again. After these words, Lynette immediately realized that in the novel, the prince constantly hit the heroine. The girl instantly remembered her father from a previous life, and did not understand why she had the same one in this life. But even though Lynette did not want to cause a scene, she had already prepared her fist to return the blow. After all, the heroine will definitely be able to achieve what is most precious, and she will be able to cope with everything, even if it scares her. But suddenly, someone entered the room and interrupted the conflict, thus saving Lynette from being hit. It was Oscar who entered to greet the prince, as Calypso's arrival was unexpected for him too. Seeing the Count, the man immediately pretended to caress Lynette's cheek and worry about her condition. The girl herself frowned at this and thought that aristocrats here were selected based on their acting skills. Oscar at that moment decided to inquire about the prince's affairs, to which he replied that everything was fine, but that he had received unpleasant news. Next, the man, based on rumors, suggested that the Count was not interested in having a relationship with his wife. Oscar asked for clarification, because he knows everything many times better than anyone else. And this reason for the visit seemed strange to him. But this angered the prince, because this is related to his daughter and he cannot stay away. To this, the count suggested that Calypso also eat well and sleep in a comfortable bed. And for Lynette, these words evoked shameful memories. But the man didn't understand what Oscar was talking about or what he was leading to, so he decided to ask again. And remembering what the heroine said before, the young man explained that aristocrats who grew up without worries are very interested in the lives of other people. The prince laughed at this and said that Oscar doesn't change and remains an excellent count. The young man thanked the man for his praise and asked him to continue notifying him before a visit. Since such unexpected visits are a bit embarrassing, Calypso immediately apologized and explained his visit by saying that he was very worried about his daughter. Upon hearing this, Oscar assumed that he was interfering and said that he would leave Lynette alone with her father. And the count wished the girl a good time, to which she immediately panicked, because the prince wanted to hit her, and the heroine thought that Oscar had come to save her, and not just to express his displeasure about the unexpected visit. Therefore, when the young man had almost left, Lynette realized that she could not stay alone with her father, and she called the count. Oscar was extremely surprised by how the heroine called him, so when he turned around, the boy was very alarmed. Lynette immediately explained that her father hadn't visited them in a long time, and that therefore they should have a drink together. The heroine noticed that Oscar seemed to have hit him, but still, the girl should not give up. Therefore, Lynette began to fantasize about falling to the floor as one of the options. But instead of falling, her thoughts created a dance. Oscar, taking his hand off the doorknob, asked if he could definitely join. The girl immediately said she agreed, because they were spouses. But in reality, the girl felt enormous relief. As a result, the young man said that if he didn't interfere, he would be happy to keep her company. But her father suddenly announced his departure. Although the girl wanted this way out, she turned on the performance and began to talk about how long it had been since they last saw each other, and that it was a pity the man was leaving. The count wished the prince a good trip, who, however, did not linger and was about to leave. Therefore, turning around, the heroine's father headed for the exit, but still continued to look very suspiciously. The heroine understood that in the original, there was not a word about physical abuse, which created difficulties, and the girl was indignant that everyone, when they are reborn, retains the memory of the hero himself. And Lynette was very unlucky. Suddenly, the girl's thoughts were interrupted by Oscar, who leaned over the heroine and told her that they needed to talk. The girl was extremely dismayed by what was happening, as she did not expect any action from the count. And the couple started a dialogue about divorce, which Lynette had already mentioned before. Oscar said that the prince was right about the rumors among the aristocrats. Once the boy heard about this, the rumors spread hugely, from which the heroine concluded that the count was lying about hearing them for the first time. And if he ignores it, then there will be no problem. However, if he takes only the relationship between the spouses, then the divorce can be arranged. But the marriage itself is a royal decree, and such a relationship is much harder to terminate, as the prince proved by arriving in such a hurry. The main character continued his speech with a rather serious face, saying that marriage is not just about the spouses themselves. The boy also clarified that he has a goal that requires this marriage, and a divorce will ruin everything. After all, it turned out that the count was promised a princely title for his marriage to the heroine, and Oscar's father told the young man about it, ordering him to keep everything a secret. Therefore, I would not like a man to change his mind because of a divorce. And upon hearing all this, Lynette was surprised by Oscar's lust for power. The heroine asked if this meant that the boy wanted to save the marriage, to which the count nodded his head. The boy also clarified that they should change their relationship, and more precisely, it is Lynette who should change. The protagonist clarified that the girl should stop behaving like a person eager to be expelled. And Lynette remembered that when she read the novel, she also thought the same of the heroine, but she behaved this way not only because she was angry, but because she wanted to escape. The girl asked why the count thought so, but he said he was convinced of it when the heroine started talking about divorce. Lynette understood that her father was not on her side, and she knew nothing about the world. So, although it was a pity, the count was right. As a result, the heroine admitted her guilt, but added that she simply did not want to live with a husband who did not care about his wife, to which Oscar simply sat in silence and looked at the girl. But Lynette still offered to divorce, after the boy officially became a prince. The young man agreed, but said there was something else to consider, to which the heroine asked. Not only the girl needs to change, but also the count, because as the wife herself complains, both need to improve. Although the heroine did not understand what exactly Oscar wanted from her, the young man smiled and confused the girl a little. Sitting in a model pose, the count continued by saying that Lyneth would enjoy attention she hadn't received before. The girl was very embarrassed, and at the same time, did not understand what was going on in the boy's head at that moment. Clenching her fists out of discomfort, the heroine agreed, but demanded monetary compensation. And to the count's question about the desired amount, the girl showed 10 fingers, saying she wanted 1,000,000, according to this world's currency. But after these words, the heroine began to think that, by the standards of her past life, this was 10 million, and if she hadn't gone too far with the amount. The main character looked at the girl while she thought about her plan, and the fact that in the new world there was nothing without money. And Oscar's reaction was ambiguous, as he said he was always mistaken about the heroine, and that's why he attracted the girl's attention. The boy laughed and said the girl was quite cunning, although before he thought Lyneth lived thoughtlessly. And in the end, the count agreed to compensation, but the girl said that then it was necessary to sign a contract. A little surprised, the boy asked if it was really necessary to draw up a document, to which the girl replied that the contract turned out to be necessary, and even the marriage vows turned out to be a deceit. To which Oscar fell silent, having created a contract in which everything was described in detail, both about compensation and about divorce. It was easier for the couple. Sitting with a pen, the young man asked if the heroine was happy now, and taking the contract in his hands. The heroine nodded relievedly and said that it was enough now. As soon as Lynette left, the count took the document and began to think about the divorce contract. The heroine walked happily down the hall and examined the contract, thinking about the land and house she could buy in the future. But as the girl read the document, she accidentally cut herself on the paper, which made her tremble immediately. Having examined her finger, the heroine immediately realized that this cut would obviously bother her. Lynette entered the room with a smile, thinking Jane was waiting for her there, and she called her. But looking around, the girl noticed the room was empty, which meant the maid had gone somewhere. Suddenly, the heroine was surprised because she noticed changes in the room. Looking closer, Lynette noticed a bouquet of beautiful flowers in a vase that appeared out of nowhere. And while the girl was in her thoughts, Jane returned to the room. The heroine immediately decided that she needed to hide the contract so that no one would see it, and she put it under the sheet. Then, turning to the maid, Lynette told her that she had just arrived and asked where the bouquet came from. Jane said the flowers were brought by the young man, whose life she saved as thanks. The heroine was a little annoyed, because this bouquet was just a way of saying thanks, and she thought Oscar had tried. After all, the girl hadn't received flowers for a long time for no reason, and she really wanted the usual sign of attention. After all, even back then in the hospital, it was like a sign of gratitude from the boy whose grandmother Lynette had saved. But despite everything, the girl remembered all those moments with unease and warmth in her soul. Hugging the bouquet, having thought about everything, Lynette told Jane to go rest and that, if necessary, the heroine would call her. Then the girl looked at her hand with a scratch, which was gone and the finger was intact. The main character was very shocked by this, as the wound couldn't heal that fast, which struck Lynette as strange. At that moment, the count met the mysterious Sylvia on the street and told the girl she was late. To this, Sylvia immediately apologized, explaining her lateness by saying that things took longer than planned. Oscar accepted the apology and told the girl to start. Sylvia, beginning the story, said that before meeting Lynette, the prince met one of the aristocrats, and the young man immediately understood where she knew everything from. The girl also talked about the bouquet brought to the heroine, and the fact that she never left the room after the meeting with Calypso. To these words, Oscar thought and asked what she had been doing in that case. Lynette all this time, and Sylvia replied that the main character was reading a book and fell asleep sitting. So now she is sleeping. The count said nothing, and then asked why an aristocrat's daughter could need money. Sylvia explained that for those who have everything, there will never be enough, and perhaps such people think that the more, the better. But the young man didn't believe it was about simple greed and clarified his question, saying that the girl who wanted a divorce was asking for 1,000,000 as compensation. And the count did not like the answer, because Sylvia said that his wife considered her husband not particularly smart, and that no one would be fooled by such a thing. Unable to bear it, Oscar said that he was the one who would fall for the trap, and the girl immediately began to actively apologize. But after exhaling, the young man said that the night training started tomorrow, so he would spend most of his time there again. Therefore, the Count asked Sylvia to watch out for uninvited guests visiting the mansion. And as soon as Oscar gave the order, he turned towards Lynette's window thinking about what thoughts were going through the girl's head. One day, the protagonist spent her meal in the luxurious courtyard of the mansion. It was at that moment that the girl felt that she was living an aristocratic life. As a result, this angered the heroine because that life was the most boring and as uninteresting as possible, which Lynette did not like at all. And while Jane tried to guess what exactly her mistress didn't like, the girl didn't understand why nothing was happening in this novel. Furthermore, due to the bridge reconstruction, Lynette was locked in this house for a week. After telling the maid that everything was delicious, the heroine continued to think that she had already read all the medical records, and even began to miss the emergency room. The girl even began to consider hotel food good, if taken in moderation, but she missed something simpler. But Lynette's thoughts were interrupted by Jane, informing her that the bridge restoration had been completed, and that today the young prince and Lady Marie were returning. The protagonist immediately smiled at the news that the bridge had been repaired, and that she could finally go to the city. The maid, seeing the girl's happy face, assumed that she really missed her family, and that's why she was so happy. In fact, Lynette was happy about the opening of the bridge, but she was a little worried about Marie's arrival, since she is, after all, the main character of the novel. But still, the girl told Jane that she would be very happy to see her family, and added that she should go rest while she took a walk. Getting up from the table, the heroine thought that she and the Count now had to pretend to be a happy marriage. But still, the girl was bothered by the fact that the young prince and Marie would start suspecting something if their relationship improved. Because in the original, the young man really didn't like Lynette. Despite this, the girl was glad that at least Marie would be happy if they got along. But even Marie from the novel didn't seem like a good person to Lynette, because unpleasant phrases were sometimes heard from her. Marie always said that the novel's heroine was not a faithful wife, and asked Oscar to be kinder to her so that she would change. And while the girl was talking about everything she thought, the gardener noticed her. The man did not overlook Lynette's presence and immediately approached her to greet her. The heroine greeted him kindly and realized that this older servant of the mansion resembled her grandfather. But the girl's cheerful look disappeared almost immediately as soon as she looked a little lower. The man's hands were covered in blisters, and the heroine didn't understand if it was atopy or sun allergy. Therefore, Lynette asked to have her grandfather's hand examined, to which he said that it didn't hurt, and that he was already used to it, as he spent a lot of time in the sun. The girl concluded that not only men have this problem, and asked why he couldn't wear something to hide his palms. And the gardener explained that then his hands would sweat, and this would complicate the work. And since the prince and his wife would arrive soon, he wanted them to be greeted by a beautiful and well-kept garden. Lynette was annoyed by these words, as she realized that aristocrats do not help those who are so loyal to them. That's why the heroine felt ashamed to complain about the boring life of an aristocrat. The girl said that the prince and his wife would be very happy, because surely they had never seen such a well-kept garden anywhere else. To which the man expressed his words of gratitude, and after wishing the gardener a good day, the heroine realized that everything was the same as in the case of the young epileptic. There are many people in this world who cannot receive proper treatment, and thinking about this, the protagonist decided to see what she could do. At that moment, Oscar was sitting at his workplace, and the servant told him that the prince would arrive soon, and his wife, but the young man was only interested in Lynette's presence. The servant replied that the heroine, after a day of walking, went to her room, to which the Count said he wanted to go down to see her. Robert agreed with Oscar's wishes, but was surprised by so much concern for Lynette, because this had never happened before. The Count put on his casual suit and got ready to go to his wife. Walking down the hall, the young man thought that this was his first normal meeting after the start of the chivalrous exercises, and he assumed that the heroine found it difficult to sit in a mansion all day. Upon reaching the desired door, the main character knocked and said it was him, but he noticed that the door was ajar. Oscar thought the girl hadn't gotten ready yet and decided to enter to see if he was right. or not, and was very surprised. Lynette was no less surprised because she was sitting on a pile of umbrellas. Turning her gaze to the Count, the heroine asked if it was necessary to go downstairs yet. Oscar felt a little embarrassed again that the girl called him darling. But after a pause, he asked what had happened here. At that very moment Jane entered, and, a little surprised by the Count's arrival, greeted the young man. But upon seeing Lynette, the girl immediately turned to her, indignant at the fact that everything was scattered. In response, the heroine said that she wanted to check if there were any broken umbrellas, to which the maid warned that everyone would arrive soon. And turning to the Count, Jane said that they would dress quickly and be ready very soon. As a result, the young man was kicked out, and the maid continued to scold Lynette for not asking her to tidy everything up. Already walking down the hall, Oscar asked what the girl had just been doing, to which the protagonist replied that she just wanted to see what kind of umbrellas she had. But Oscar was a little surprised that the girl examined every umbrella, since, although he knew that Lynette loved luxury, but not that much. In the past, the Count told the novel's heroine that among the aristocrats, there was a rumor that the girl had been seen in the company of some man. Therefore, Oscar explained that they were subject to a contract, so he didn't need the truth. But as the wife of a Count, the girl had to maintain decency. In response, the heroine said that she does not receive proper treatment, so she should not behave properly. The girl explained that the Count allocates little money for her maintenance, and she could only buy a couple of dresses. Robert thought that the money allocated by the Lord could not run out so quickly, but Oscar was not ashamed of anything and agreed to give more. But the Count warned the heroine to be careful in the future, because Marie could not suppress rumors forever. But the girl reminded him that there is always a chance to drive her away, and told the young man to think carefully. Recalling all this, Oscar understood why he then thought that Lynette wanted to go into exile. And after being poisoned, he thought that the heroine really wanted to leave the mansion. But at some point, her behavior changed, and from an indifferent wife, the girl began to turn into a loving wife. And continuing to walk, the girl asked if there were lighter umbrellas than the ones she had, to which the Count agreed. Hearing the heroine's response, Oscar realized that apparently Lynette just wanted a new umbrella. And now there was a misunderstanding. The Count said that the parents knew the girl was sick, and that the young man would answer all her questions. So the boy asked the heroine to simply remain silent. Lynette realized that Oscar would fix everything himself, and asked if the parents knew who was responsible for what happened. But the Count replied that it didn't matter who was to blame, and that there was no point in making a scene, to which the protagonist was a little surprised, since she never thought the title was so important to the Count. Oscar said that the girl didn't know much about him, and also didn't suspect that Lynette was so eager for money, until she asked for compensation for the divorce. And extending his hand, the Count said that it was time to start the performance of their happy marriage. Lynette agreed, and shaking his hand in response, the heroine again called the young man darling. This time, Oscar couldn't stand it, and asked the girl why she called him that, to which she replied that it was just an expression of love, although in reality it was hard for her to pronounce the European name. After that, already walking downstairs, the heroine asked if this nickname bothered the Count. But the young man replied that he didn't care what the girl called him, although he himself blushed a little. The parents were already waiting for the couple on the street, asking Oscar how he was. The Count replied that everything was fine with him, and in response asked how the couple's trip went. And as the young prince and Marie approached the background, the man talked about how everything went perfectly for them. Marie couldn't stand it and started waving her hand and asking from afar about Oscar's life. And having asked in response, the Count received an answer not from the girl, but from her husband, who said that as long as Marie was with him, everything would be fine for her. But Oscar didn't like this and expressed his displeasure because he didn't ask the prince, and he didn't want to hear his answer. After these words, Marie approached the young man and told him that everything had gone well, but that it was a pity the Count wasn't with them. Lynette stood aside and thought why Marie received so much attention that she had never received, because Oscar promised to change his attitude. The main character forgot for a second that in the original these three were very close, so the girl decided it was better for her to stay away. But suddenly, the princess asked about Lynette's condition, as they had received news that the heroine was not feeling well. Oscar immediately replied that the girl was simply poisoned by spoiled food, and after a couple of days of rest, she felt better. Lynette decided to apologize for worrying her, but her parents were glad that everything was fine now. After these words, Marie also became concerned and began to pity the heroine, asking her once again how she felt, to which Lynette repeated the Count's words. Oscar continued and talked about how scared he was, and only calmed down when the heroine finally woke up. Anne talked. To keep the conversation going, Lynette said that she returned to normal only thanks to the fact that the Count was constantly nearby. Marie, upon hearing that everyone was fine, suggested that the four of them talk over a cup of tea, since she was very interested in how the guys lived all this time. The parents supported this idea and, wishing them a good rest, went to rest. At that moment, Lynette thought that everyone perceived her as a villainess, and in order not to ruin everyone's fun, the girl decided to sit quietly. The protagonist thought, but life decided otherwise, and a second later she and the Count were already lying on the floor. A couple of minutes earlier, during a discussion about the tea party, Marie had said that Lynette didn't have to attend if she didn't want to, and she still didn't feel well. But the Count denied it and said that the main character had already fully recovered and was fine. Marie explained that she feared the girl's condition would worsen. At that moment, Lynette was thinking that although she felt fine, she didn't want to bother them, and besides, there were still pending matters. Therefore, the heroine decided to leave, and wishing the guys a good time. The girl headed to her room, but having only managed to take one step, Lynette stepped on the hem of her dress, and she began to fall. And trying to save her situation, the girl grabbed Oscar in the hope of staying upright. But nothing happened, and the main character fell to the floor along with the Count. And realizing this, Marie and the young prince immediately became worried. Lynette immediately got up from Oscar and sat next to him. She began to calm everyone, saying that everything was fine and that she was okay, but she herself felt very uncomfortable. At that very moment, the Count turned to his wife and asked why she hadn't told him that she was still feeling so unwell. And lifting Lynette from the floor, Oscar told Marie that it was better to postpone the tea party, because now he needed to take care of the heroine. On the way to the room, the girl tried to explain to him that it was all an accident, and that she didn't do it on purpose, so he shouldn't go with her. The Count replied displeasedly to this, saying he couldn't avoid going because they had a contract. The heroine immediately realized that the young man was angry because he couldn't go for tea as he was seeing his family for the first time in so long. But despite the feeling of shame, Lynette did not consider herself guilty and was indignant because she did not fall on purpose. At that moment, the young prince and his wife were having tea alone on their balcony. Marie kept worrying about Lynette because it seemed to her that the girl wasn't entirely healthy. While reading the book, the young man said there were rumors that the heroine herself drank poison, so there is no need to worry so much. But the girl continued to defend Lynette, suggesting she had no malicious intentions, and that Oscar needed to take better care of her. After these words, Marie asked her husband if he remembered that the Count had always been very kind to all family members. And although Oscar was younger, he still cared a lot about his older brother, and their parents were very happy about this, because there are very few such children. But the young man responded very coldly to this whole story, and the girl was surprised. Having guessed the reason, Marie burst out laughing and asked if the boy was jealous, to which he seriously replied negatively. Then the heroine said that it seemed to her that Oscar started treating Lynette well, and the young man confirmed it, as the atmosphere was completely different, so he supposed something happened between the couple while they were away. Marie was happy to hear this, and said that she would also start trying to become friends with Lynette. Because they were family, the protagonist was very happy the next morning, because she was finally preparing to go to the city. It was these three who had plans, so the girl left quickly in the morning, and now she can have a good time walking around the city with Jane. Already sitting in the carriage, the maid was interested in the first place they would go, and Lynette said without hesitation that they were going to the bank, because even though she was an aristocrat, she should have money saved up. And if there were a couple of million, she would divorce immediately. There was only 1,000 current coins in the vault. The heroine was surprised because the amount was not small, but still not enough to move out. So she decided to continue living with Oscar. But Lynette believed something was wrong because she received a lot of money for her maintenance. But there were not so many dresses and jewelry, so she didn't understand where the novel's heroine was spending the money. Upon leaving the bank, the girl invited Jane to walk around the city, to which she happily agreed. It was very hot outside, and everyone around was hiding from the sun under special umbrellas. And Lynette was no exception, but drawing her attention to her maid, the girl asked why she wasn't using an umbrella. After all, there is no law that prohibits a servant from using an umbrella when accompanying her. So the heroine told Jane to accompany her underneath. But the maid refused, explaining that people would look sideways because it wasn't decent. Lynette didn't argue further and simply brought her umbrella closer to Jane. And turning to the maid, the girl asked if she felt better in the shade, but Jane simply remained silent out of awkwardness. Lynette also added that if anyone commented to the servant, she should tell her, and she would fight with them. That's why the heroine suggested that from now on they walk together under one umbrella, because otherwise, Jane's incredible skin would deteriorate. The brunette felt very embarrassed and said that one shouldn't call her skin beautiful, because she was just a servant. Lynette got very angry at these words, because she didn't want the girl to belittle herself like that. And so as not to say too much, and to show the girl that she deserved the best, the heroine took Jane to a jewelry store. Following Lynette, the maid timidly wondered why they had come to this particular place. At the entrance, the girls were greeted by a salesman, and the heroine said she wanted to buy a gift for the child next to her. Jane was surprised by these words and began to panic, saying she didn't need anything. But Lynette explained that she just wanted to please the girl, as it clearly wasn't easy to take care of her. Unlike other maids, who come from aristocratic families and seek opportunities to rise by working for higher-ranking nobles, Jane was an ordinary orphan who grew up in a village, and if Lynette had died after taking poison, no one would have forgiven the maid for this. That's why the protagonist considered Jane's job difficult, even though she couldn't say it. And after having bought a brooch for the girl, Lynette handed it over with the word that Jane should wear it on special days. But the maid was surprised, and upon seeing this, the heroine remembered that the girl had no family or friends, and she had few special days. So Lynette corrected herself and said to wear the brooch on days they went out together, or when something happy happened. Jane was very happy and, clutching the gift to her chest, thanked the heroine. Upon leaving the jewelry store, Lynette said she now needed to go look for umbrellas, which surprised Jane, because the heroine already had many. But already in the shop, the girl replied that all her umbrellas were heavy and she needed something lighter. Feeling the next umbrella, Lynette chose the one in her hands, and the saleswoman approved her choice, saying that this umbrella was for noble daughters of aristocrats. The heroine felt even more drawn by these words, so she asked to have 5 of these umbrellas packed for her. But Lynette didn't stop there, and continued to hand the woman things she liked for her to put in the bag. Jane stepped aside and looked surprised, asking the heroine why she needed all this. After going through the necessary shops, Lynette exhaled with satisfaction and said that the shopping was over. But Jane asked if the heroine would go to the perfumery again, because she does it every week. Lynette was surprised by these words, because she didn't think the novel's heroine enjoyed collecting perfumes. But so as not to look strange, the girl agreed, and Jane said she would wait for her in the carriage. The main character immediately inquired about the reason why the girl wasn't coming with her, to which she replied that it had always been this way. Lynette pretended she had simply forgotten and, heading towards the shop, said she would be back soon. But in fact, the girl didn't understand why the novel's heroine didn't take Jane with her, and she thought they weren't selling exactly what they claimed. Upon entering the perfumery, Lynette looked around and realized that it looked completely normal. A young man immediately approached the girl and greeted her kindly. The young man bowed and said he had been waiting for Lynette because she had promised to come last week. The heroine explained that due to the bridge reconstruction, she couldn't leave the mansion, and she was thinking about how lucky she was to see the guy's name on his badge. Luther understood everything and said that the heroine's perfume was ready and called her. But the girl was a little nervous, as it seemed to her that they were selling more than just perfume. The young man led Lynette to take her order to a dark basement, lighting the way with a candle. Having gone all the way down, Luther opened one of the doors and told the heroine to enter. Upon seeing the contents of the room, the girl looked in shock and thought that poison was stored there. Upon entering, the young man placed on the table everything that Lynette had ordered several weeks ago. The heroine was very surprised by the number of bottles and kept thinking that it was all poison. But Luther began to explain that one remedy relieved pain and reduced fever. The other was a sleeping pill. And after these words, Lynette realized that the novel's heroine was secretly taking medication. But still, the girl was bothered by the fact that at this time, all medications should also exist in one form or another, so she told the young man that he could find the same thing in the hospital. The young man looked at this inquisitively and considered these words nonsense. And after a second pause, Luther explained that these are medicines that are almost impossible to obtain, and that the heroine should know this better than anyone. And given Lynette's reaction, the young man supposed the girl was not satisfied with the price. So he clarified, but the heroine just looked at him in disbelief. Therefore, without waiting for an answer, Luther said he would sell the heroine a set of medicines for 150, and not 200 like everyone else. Next, the young man added that the owner had difficulty obtaining these goods for Lynette, so there would be no more discounts. The girl immediately realized that the novel's heroine spent a lot of money on medicine and, therefore, she had almost no savings. But now Lynette wondered who the owner was, who had difficulty obtaining all these funds. After thinking about this, the girl asked Luther for a list of everything she had bought before, and flipping through the book, Lynette observed that all purchase amounts started from 5,000, and the transactions themselves began after the wedding. But it seemed interesting to the heroine that there were no bottles in the secret room. Having finished with the lists, the girl asked Luther if they had a cure for hives. The young man immediately smiled and said that the necessary medicine was in stock, and that for Lynette, he would reduce the price from 100 to 70. But placing her hand on the table, the heroine confidently replied that today she would buy everything at full price. And the girl also added that Luther should note the regular price in the book. Tell the owner the reduced price and keep the difference. The young man was a little frightened by this proposal and immediately tried to refuse. But Lynette interrupted the young man and continued by saying that in exchange for the difference in sales, she would tell him his owner's name. Luther panicked and explained that he could not communicate anything, and moreover, the owner did not hold meetings with anyone. The heroine realized that the young man was not going to give up, so she said with regret that now she would have to look for another supplier. And at Luther's indignation, Lynette replied that she could not continue working with someone whose name she did not know. But upon leaving, the protagonist thought and waited until the end for the manipulation to work, and the young man agreed. And when the girl was almost at the door, Luther stopped her and told her he would tell her everything, and Lynette immediately exhaled. The heroine immediately ran to the counter, but before speaking, the boy asked not to tell anyone about this. Upon hearing the agreement, Luther leaned toward the girl and told her, "The owner is Prince Christopher." After these words, Lynette thought about what role the prince played in the novel, because she hadn't heard of him in the original. Coming out of her thoughts, the protagonist told the young man not to worry, since she was simply interested in who she was dealing with, and asked him to pack her medicines. Having finished with the perfume, the girls returned to the mansion with many purchases. While changing, Lynette told Jane that she would be in her room and asked the maid to bring her lunch to her room. The heroine also warned that she was tired and wanted to rest quietly, so no one should approach her. Jane took everything into account and said that since they had sorted everything out, she would go. Lynette was left alone and looking at her purchases. She was glad that no one would bother her, and she could get to work. But the girl had a strange feeling and the sense that she had forgotten something. A little later, the Count returned home with his brother and his wife, who were commenting on the previous encounter. But Oscar was a little worried at that moment because Lynette should have already left for the meeting. After all, a few hours earlier, the young man had told the heroine that she had promised him they would play like loving spouses, to which the girl shyly agreed. The Count explained that today was an important meeting, and if Lynette did not show up, rumors would arise again. But the girl planned to look for materials for the umbrellas, as it would be difficult to find time later. Therefore, the heroine told Oscar that she also had a meeting planned, and invited the boy to meet him upon his return. The young man asked again, and the girl explained to him that everyone would think he couldn't accompany her due to urgent matters. But in the end, she missed her husband very much, so she couldn't wait any longer. Oscar liked this option, so he said he would return in the evening and they would see each other then. Therefore, the Count was now worried because the girl was still not there, but he assumed she was tired of waiting and fell asleep. And Marie, noticing the worries, asked what had happened, to which Oscar said about Lynette's absence, and the young prince, these words were very surprising, because he had never realized that he was so eager to see her. Marie immediately reprimanded her husband because she considered it rude on his part, and Oscar thought about it and realized that he almost never talked about Lynette and was often alone at parties where they were invited as a couple. And after this, it is not surprising that those around them do not see the couple as loving spouses. And the Count wanted to change that impression with today's meeting. So now, to slightly improve the situation, Oscar replied to his brother, telling him that he was always thinking of the heroine, to which the boys looked inquisitively. The Count explained that Lynette never left his thoughts, but after she was poisoned, the young man realized something. The young man realized that if he didn't say anything out loud, then nothing would make sense. The boys didn't say a word and just listened in silence. And Marie thought deeply, turning over everything that had been said in her head. But Oscar didn't stop there and added, suggesting that Lynette thought the same, because the girl really asked the young man to come early today. The Count's speech was interrupted by Robert, who hastily came down the stairs and greeted the young man. Approaching his master, the servant, a little worried, whispered an urgent piece of news in his ear. After hearing what he heard, Oscar was very shocked and for the first few seconds could not say anything. But then he turned to the boys and told them he had an urgent matter, so there was no need to wait for him. Marie, seeing the Count's face, looked at him in incomprehension and could not say anything. Oscar Roger, the second son of the princely family, for the sake of marriage, whom the girls were willing to stand in line for. The leader of the First Night Corps of the Royal Palace, a universally respected war hero, fled in shame today. The Count sat down and was indignant, not understanding why Lynette didn't ask anyone to enter her room, to which Robert replied that he did not know the details and that Jane received such an order. Upon hearing this, Oscar told the servant to go rest, while he remained seated, and he tried to understand the reason for the heroine's behavior. The young man realized that it was unlikely the girl had forgotten the promise, and he supposed that was Lynette's next plan, so he decided to wait. But the next day, Jane did not allow anyone to see the girl, saying she was not feeling well. A day later, the heroine, according to the servant, went out for a walk and the room was empty. New reasons kept appearing, and there was no news of Lynette, so the young man continued to train actively in the Corps of Knights. The two knights stepped aside and discussed today's training, praising each other for their good work. But the boys also mentioned their captain's assertiveness, because he was stronger than usual. And the boys realized that this had started recently, suggesting something had happened to Oscar. At that moment, the Count knocked another enemy to the floor, who was already very exhausted. So Oscar stopped the fight, admitting his defeat. The young man was also already soaked in sweat, and looking at the boy, praised his fight, and told him to rest. The other knights, looking at their exhausted friend, called the Count very harsh. Oscar, at that moment, was sitting on the bench thinking that Lynette should have cooperated with him, at least in exchange for compensation. But after a second, the young man realized that it was not typical of him to think about such things, so he assumed he wasn't training enough, and because of this, unnecessary thoughts appeared in his head. So, after a couple of minutes, the Count returned to the training ground and ordered everyone to return to their positions. As a result, Oscar trained to exhaustion and realized that his thoughts were becoming a bit clearer. But despite the good result of the Count's training, many nights suffered. While heading to rest, the young man heard that someone was addressing his lover, and that address was used only for one person in this house. And it was Lynette who placed an umbrella on the gardener's head and asked him not to take it off while he was outside. But the man didn't understand what all this was for and simply looked inquisitively at the heroine. So, asking for his opinion, the girl explained to him that it was a way to protect himself from the sun. And upon realizing it, the gardener thanked the heroine and told her it was indeed very convenient. Lynette simply repeated the headwear her grandmother wore while working in the field, and this was the best solution to avoid getting sunburned. And now, making sure the man was comfortable, the heroine was very happy to have done at least something for the one who worked so hard for the good of the house. After these words, the girl handed him a bag that contained several more umbrellas and asked the gardener to give them to the others as a temporary measure so that his condition would not worsen. Looking at the maid's sweet smile, Lynette's heart warmed, and if the allergy medicine hadn't been so expensive, she would have bought it for everyone. But now there is only the opportunity to help one, so the heroine stopped the man and told him she had medicine for him. The gardener asked again, a little scared, because he saw someone behind Lynette. It was Oscar, who remained silent and watched what was happening. The girl turned around and immediately asked the Count what he was doing here. But he replied seriously that they needed to talk and told the heroine to follow him. After these words, before leaving, Lynette explained to the man that he should rub the medicine on the inflamed areas. And looking at Oscar, The girl supposed he was angry with her, but she didn't understand why. Stepping aside, the Count said there was no one around and that Lynette could speak now. But the protagonist was confused because she still didn't understand what was happening. So the young man asked again, hoping to get an explanation. Oscar exhaled deeply and, placing his hand on the girl's shoulder, asked her what she had in mind. But Lynette again didn't understand anything and got scared, asking for clarification, to which the Count replied that the heroine had been avoiding him for several days and did not attend the meeting despite her promise. After these words, the girl realized that she had forgotten the promise, but she didn't know what to do now. After all, last night Lynette was sorting all the materials for making an umbrella, and she was very happy that everything turned out as she wanted, even though it required a lot of effort. After all, now an elderly gardener will be able to work without worrying about hives. Although Lynette still believed something was wrong with this mansion, because the whole house was under the control of Princess Roger. But recent events, including incidents with the cook and the gardener, have been treated with too much indifference, as if everything was run by someone inexperienced. Therefore, the heroine assumed that Marie had been entrusted with the role of mistress, since the princess treated the girl very well. Marie Gerald was the only daughter of the prince, and a serene future awaited her in which there would be no room for suffering. But one day the prince did not return from the war, and the princess, who suffered from a serious illness, could not survive the loss. Therefore, 10-year-old Marie was left completely alone, and her relatives quickly dismantled all her property. But the Roger couple came to the girl's aid, and they called her to their home. After all, the couple was close to Prince Gerald, and they accepted Marie as their own daughter. Continuing to ponder the plot, Lynette remembered that after that, Marie Lady Roger fell in love, and her sympathy turned into a relationship. And now the girl is the closest person to the princess. But the heroine cannot stand on the sidelines, and since Oscar wants to take the heir's place while the contract is valid, she must help him, and due to these thoughts, Lynette forgot something really important, and the Count at that moment looked as if he was about to throw the girl out right now. Therefore, the heroine began to say that she thought a lot and decided that, as the young man's wife, she should prove that she was worthy of the position of mistress of the mansion to be able to help him. And continuing, the girl explained that this is why she had been making hats for the servants all these days. Lynette also added that she was very sorry for breaking her promise, but not seeing any reaction from the Count. The heroine began to ask him if he should already be angry. Oscar accepted the apologies and remembered that today is the day of fulfilling marital duty. Lynette understood nothing, but agreed with her so that there would be no suspicion. Upon entering his room, the girl, shouting indignantly, asked a question about the fulfillment of her marital duty, to which Jane explained that once a month, on a specific day, she and the Count must fulfill their marital duty. The heroine immediately replied that she would remember everything, although inside Lynette was scared because she still didn't understand what awaited her. After all, it was written in the novel that the girl and Oscar did nothing special that day, but Lynette suggested that today everything could be different. Jane called the heroine to the dressing room to tidy up, but the girl already understood that she was trying in vain. But the maid, on top of everything, brought gifts that were delivered by the older hostess. And the first gift was the scent of geranium, which Count Oscar loves. Then came the medicines that the princess found with great difficulty, and which help couples find a child. The gifts also included cosmetics to refresh your face and look even better. But Lynette, seeing the magnitude of the preparations, felt like she was preparing for a wedding. At that moment, Marie and the princess were walking in the courtyard and talking about the girl's new friend, whom she had already invited to the mansion. Marie was glad that the woman approved of her choice, because Lynette hadn't been feeling very well, and besides, she was busy all the time. The princess was a little surprised by these words, but confirmed that the heroine is always busy. The girl thought about it and suggested that Lynette might be unpleasant, that she is now responsible for the house, because before they didn't have the best relationship. To which the woman explained that all people make mistakes, but Marie can still change the heroine's mind. And continuing, the princess said that it was necessary to show Lynette that the girl was a worthy housewife, and that she would not be angry with her anymore. While Marie thanked the woman for her advice, the princess herself got up and looked surprised at the gardener approaching. So the woman immediately asked the man where this strange hat came from. The servant immediately said that Lynette gave it to him with the word that the hat would protect his skin from the sun. Marie thought it was funny, but now she understood why the heroine was in her room all the time. The man said he could take off the headwear if the older lady was against it. But the princess asked him not to take anything off and considered it a wonderful decision, because before she had no idea that Lynette cared so much about the servants. Having received permission to wear the hat, the gardener thanked the princess and said goodbye with a bow. But Marie was very annoyed by this, because she realized that she, as the mistress, was too indifferent to everything. At that moment, Oscar was already sitting with a glass of wine, waiting for his wife. Lynette entered the room, began to cover up a little from the awkwardness, and headed towards the count. And standing in front of the young man, the heroine tried to figure out what to do now, because she hadn't even brought a book. But Oscar, breaking the silence, told the girl she could relax and not worry about anything. After these words, Lynette asked for a glass of wine, hoping to fall asleep after drinking. And be calmer. The count was surprised by such a request and asked again, saying that the girl had not drunk before, so he didn't understand where such a desire came from, to which the protagonist became a little indignant and asked why he couldn't change his mind. Oscar did not continue this topic and filled Lynette's glass with what she asked for. The main character drank the entire contents in one gulp and was very surprised by the taste. After all, the girl tasted that wine for the first time and liked it very much. And before, she didn't think that beer and soju were so different from expensive alcohol. The young man said that this is a high-quality wine, made according to a special recipe from his family, and that they even trade with the royal court. And after these words, the heroine asked him to serve her more, to which the count hesitantly agreed. Therefore, very soon Lynette got drunk, and Oscar sat down dissatisfied and thought it was time for the girl to leave. But suddenly, the heroine asked the count if he regretted this marriage, because it was unwanted. Oscar tensed at the question and glanced at the girl, reflecting on the answer. And coughing, the boy slightly diverted his attention and said there was no point in regretting it. The heroine started lightly hitting the boy on the chest and told him it was very difficult to get in touch with her husband. The girl cursed and tried to explain to him that when Oscar feels bad or sad, he should definitely talk about it and not keep it to himself. The boy took all the words very badly and thought that the heroine was suffering so much in her marriage that she could no longer endure the suffering. But suddenly a memory flashed through the boy's head, where Marie talked about kindness towards Lynette, and that she needed her. And after that, the young man got the idea that the heroine was right, and that it was very difficult for Lynette to come from far away and meet new people. Therefore, the count asked the heroine what she thought about the marriage. But Lynette hugged her husband and told him that she didn't know if the novel's heroine regretted the marriage. To this, Oscar said that the heroine should go to bed, as she had already started referring to herself in the third person. But Lynette rested her head on her husband's shoulder and began to say that she would be happier if she had more money. Memories of a past life where she could help her grandmother arose in the girl's thoughts, and her grandson, and the girl promised herself that she would not let anyone leave without doing something for them first. But although the heroine made this promise, unfortunately, she could not fulfill it with her grandfather. Oscar asked what Lynette meant, while the girl looked at her husband in disbelief. But the heroine immediately frowned and said that people like Oscar never understand anything. But the count thought about the girl's words and tried to understand how Lynette could need money when the prince never saved for the children. Suddenly, the heroine grabbed Oscar by the shoulders and told him to bring his face closer, while at the same time pulling the boy towards her. Having reached the desired distance, Lynette quietly asked if her husband had ever kissed her. Oscar blushed and, looking the heroine in the eyes, felt very awkward, so he couldn't answer the question. The spouse's lips almost touched, but Oscar was so worried that the boy still couldn't find a place for himself. And closing his eyes, the count continued to blush even more. But at one point, Oscar opened one eye because he could no longer endure this waiting. It turned out that Lynette fell asleep right on her husband's chest, which greatly surprised him. The heroine slept soundly, while Oscar tried to figure out how the girl could fall asleep so quickly, because it was impossible to wake her up. Sighing deeply, the young man realized that there would be no kiss and decided to go to bed too. As a result, the couple slept in the common room until morning. Lynette woke up with a headache and tried to remember the whole previous night. Suddenly, the girl sat up sharply and remembered her marital duty. Seeing the heroine, Oscar handed her a glass of water and told her that this was the first thing she should do now. After thanking the girl, she immediately started drinking in one gulp, since she had a hangover and her throat was very dry. When suddenly, the boy asked her to promise him something, to which Lyneth immediately responded, and the Count asked the girl to drink alcohol only when he was near her. The girl immediately became confused and understood nothing, because she didn't think she had done anything strange yesterday. During breakfast, the whole family sat at the table and discussed the invitation from another prince. Upon hearing the surname, Lyneth immediately remembered that it was the surname of the perfumery owner. It turned out to be an invitation to a birthday party and Marie's mother. And Oscar regretted that the birthday girl was still sick. The girl's illness was the same as that of the prince's late wife, so he transferred control of the territory to his son. Suddenly, David said that the prince's son had recently returned to the kingdom. Lynette immediately remembered that they had previously told her in the shop that the prince was abroad. Marie said she had prepared a gift, but unfortunately, another family invited her to stay at the mansion. And after these words, Oscar said that his brother would have to go alone, which didn't even surprise David. But the boy still expressed his displeasure, because everyone knows that Oscar doesn't like Max. But out of respect, he has to go. The Count immediately glared at his brother angrily, while Lynette looked at her husband in surprise, and felt all the hatred just from the look. But the heroine, putting her spoon on the table, proposed the option that she and her husband would go to the celebration anyway. Having said that, the girl explained that it was for the good of the Roger family, and therefore they would accompany each other as spouses. Oscar looked at his wife with disgust, because he didn't want to go at all. Marie replied to this with a smile, and told the girl to take the gift and give it to the prince in her name. Jane worked on the heroine's dress, and as the couple walked down the hall, there was absolute silence. But Oscar still warned the heroine not to approach Max during the celebration. The girl looked at the Count incomprehensibly and asked the reason. The boy immediately frowned and said that it was enough to see the prince to understand that he was using people for his own benefit. But Lynette laughed at this, because she considered those words to be of concern, and she herself thought that something had happened between the Count and Max. Faced with such a reaction and question, Oscar tensed up and felt very awkward. But breathing deeply, the young man confirmed his excitement, which surprised the girl. And the Count explained his concerns by saying that it would be the first time the couple would be together at an event. So he didn't know what Lynette might do. After these words, the heroine realized that it wasn't about worrying for her, but that the boy would have to solve the problems if something happened. Therefore, Lynette immediately said she would manage well in the role of a wife, and that there was nothing to worry about. But the young man was still very alarmed, both by the upcoming event and by the heroine herself. So he continued walking in silence. Marie sat down in her room and asked her personal maid if she had given the gift to Lynette, to which the maid nodded and said that the heroine conveyed her thanks. Marie smiled upon hearing this and supposed the princess would be delighted with the gift. However, the smile was not kind at all, and the gift was a trap for Lynette. One day, the servant noticed that Oscar was very tense, and this was immediately noticeable by his appearance. Therefore, without a doubt, Robert realized that the Count had recently had a series of unpleasant events, and more specifically, whenever something like the incident of a few days ago happens. Then the boys returned to the mansion by boat with all their strength. But while the Count was actively discussing something with the others, Lynette was reading a book, and she didn't even try to continue the conversation. And realizing they had reached the destination, the heroine was surprised how quickly time passed, thinking that she had been reading. Therefore, the girl decided to get out first, so as not to interfere with the pleasant family conversation, and the Count asked her to be careful. But despite the young man's warning, Lynette placed her foot beyond the desired platform, and a second later the girl was already flying down screaming, and Oscar only managed to say his wife's name. The Count became very worried, because the heroine kept sinking to the bottom, and did not surface, so, without hesitation, the young man jumped into the water after her to help the girl surface. Lynette herself also understood that she was not in the best position now and needed to float, but the dress was too heavy and was pulling her down. After a while, Oscar appeared with the main character, who had already lost consciousness, which complicated the young man's task. Robert immediately came over to help the couple onto the bridge and asked about their condition, to which the Count replied that he was completely fine, but Lynette's condition was in doubt because the girl had swallowed water. And after these words, the protagonist clung to Oscar, which greatly surprised the young man. The girl suddenly raised her head, and looking at her husband fearfully, Lynette said that being in the water she had already said goodbye to life. The Count himself was very afraid for the heroine's life, so, trying to overcome the shock, the young man could not answer anything. But this was only one case, because there was also an order to eliminate the case of the poison. And Robert was also tense because of the frequent conversations with Lynette, as he was sure that something had happened back then. And at the moment of the servant's thoughts, Oscar suddenly called the young man, which made him flinch. The Count said he was heading to the training ground, and Robert again asked why he was surprised how late it was. But the young man only looked back sternly and said there was no difference, and that you could wield the sword at any time. Robert, realizing that the main character was angry, bowed, and went to prepare his training suit. Left alone, the Count plunged back into his thoughts, trying to figure everything out. After all, Oscar only has a business relationship with Lynette, and he thought that her concern was solely due to interest in his plans. But remembering, at least, the moments of the kiss and the rescue from the water, the young man delved even deeper into his thoughts. So, while preparing for training, the Count hoped that this way he could clear unnecessary things from his head. The day of the birthday celebration, to which Lynette and Oscar were invited, arrived, and they had already arrived at the mansion. Looking around, the heroine was surprised by the number of flowers, because literally the entire garden was planted with them. And the Count said that this family started growing plants of various types a long time ago, and he heard that some seeds were even sent to the royal palace. Lynette immediately realized that all this was to facilitate obtaining the necessary herbs, because she could hide behind the fact that it was necessary to travel abroad in search of new specimens for the garden. And as soon as the main characters reached the gate, the butler immediately bowed and invited them inside. Once inside the mansion, the girl was paralyzed by pleasant shock from the beauty and the luxury, and although everything was just beginning, there were already quite a few people, although the main ones were not there yet. Therefore, Lynette was already the center of attention and the main topic of discussion. And noticing a large number of stares directed at herself, the girl supposed it was because of the rumors about a bad relationship with the Count. Therefore, the heroine could not stand it and told Oscar, to which he replied that he knew everything. And then the young man asked Lynette to be patient, because the prince would arrive soon, and the older princess, and it would be possible to give her the gift. Hearing this, the protagonist became interested in what happened to the princess, so she immediately asked Oscar about it. After all, the scale is too large just to celebrate a girl's birthday. But in fact, this contains the meaning of gratitude for the fact that the prince's daughter lived one more year. The young man said that from the outside, the princess showed no signs of illness. But since childhood, she often lost consciousness. And 4 years ago, the girl fell ill right during her birthday, so the celebration had to be postponed. The main character immediately began to think about what was said and tried to understand exactly what the princess was sick with. But the Count distracted Lynette by telling her that they would just greet the prince and return to the mansion. After these words, the girl hugged Oscar's hand, at whom he looked confused and surprised. And noticing the young man's reaction, Lynette turned her gaze towards him and reminded him that they were playing the part of a couple. To support this act, Oscar grabbed the girl by the waist and pulled her closer to him. Lynette did not expect such actions from the Count and was a little confused. And the young man himself, although he was embarrassed, still asked her if she was doing everything right. The girl could not find words to answer this, but still realized that Oscar's acting skills had improved. But at that moment, the couple was called, and the heroine immediately turned around with a smile. As it turned out, a girl approached the couple and greeted them, surprised by the joint arrival of the couple. However, the girl's gaze focused intensely on Lynette, as she wanted to talk to her. Oscar greeted Olivia, while Lynette only thought about the surname, which was quite revealing. Olivia said she was very eager to see the heroine, and that the other countesses also wanted to talk to the girl. And after asking the Count to take Lynette away, Olivia closely observed the couple. The protagonist was surprised to have to be alone and felt awkward. And Oscar nodded and told his wife to go talk to the ladies. But Lynette immediately remembered the Count's words, who said not to take a single step. But she still agreed. And as soon as the girls approached the others, Olivia told everyone to greet the heroine. The girls immediately asked if Marie would be at the party, and added that they hadn't seen her in a long time. Lynette replied that she was delighted to meet her, and warned that Marie was busy at another event. To which the Countess was annoyed and began to say that she wanted to ask a question about the house. But she supposed the heroine knew nothing. However, the blonde stood beside her with a sarcastic smile and said that a girl who loves luxury can also be a good wife. Therefore, Lynette knows and can handle everything. Olivia continued the sarcastic speech of her friends, saying that even though the heroine is from another kingdom, it is still necessary to be able to distinguish and accept the culture. Lynette felt very awkward and realized that these words were clearly not a compliment. Olivia also asked how things were going with Oscar, as rumors speak of bad relations between the spouses. Lynette immediately said that everything was fine, but nevertheless, the girl could not remember that this had been announced in some way. Olivia laughed at this and said she had heard something completely different before. They say that the relationship between the spouses is not going well, and the heroine suffered so much from the lack of love that she hurt herself. But Lynette was surprised by these words. Suddenly, the girl remembered where that feeling of déjà vu came from. Previously, the main character felt the same derogatory tone and the same look from other doctors. The doctors ridiculed Lynette and her abilities, which made her feel bad. But she endured it. It was because of these taunts, mockery, and sarcasm that the girl missed so many opportunities and connections. The déjà vu provided a reason for the manifestation of emotions, and Lynette, looking at the girls, felt like she was starting to get angry. And pondering the Countess's words, it became clear that for the first time they were talking about ignorance in cleaning matters. The second girl was no better, and pointed out to Lynette that she was vain and greedy. Olivia even pointed out to Lynette that she was not one of them, but a foreigner. But the girl managed to control herself, even though all this was terribly unpleasant to her. Taking a deep breath, Lynette reminded herself that she had promised to live this life as she pleased. And smiling, the protagonist immediately said that she was so well that her body needed rest. The countesses were immediately surprised and looked at Lynette in shock. One of the friends tried to get out of the awkward situation and said that, according to rumors, Oscar does not like Lynette accompanying him at these kinds of events. The girl wanted to be offended by the fact that the heroine had too many connections with men. But even here, the girl managed to defend herself, saying that this is why she didn't want to come, because Oscar was too jealous. And in those moments, the boy strongly hugs his wife, not even letting her out of bed, which is why the heroine's body couldn't take it. The countesses were very surprised by the excessive frankness, which confused them a little. Lynette asked to keep everything a secret, as her husband can sometimes be very protective. Therefore, if Oscar finds out what the girls said earlier about the heroine, he will not let it go. The countesses immediately became tense and tried to justify themselves somehow and find an explanation for their words, to which Lynette added that Oscar would not be himself if someone just looked at her. But if the young man found out about this conversation, everything would be much worse. The girls had already imagined all the Count's anger, so they realized that disagreeing would be suicide for them. Lynette asked if these words were a misunderstanding, to which the countesses immediately agreed and said they were happy for the couple. Oscar, looking a little tense from the side, thought about the girls' topic of conversation. Suddenly, Edward, the guard commander, approached the Count and asked who the young man was looking for. At the same moment, another boy approached the boys and said in surprise that Oscar's arrival was very strange. It was clear from the heroes' faces that these words sounded stupid, and Edward reprimanded them. But the boy didn't see the problem and continued saying that everyone knows about the rivalry between Oscar and the prince. Suddenly, the young man fell silent and anxiously looked at the Counts. Oscar's gaze was filled with hatred and anger, which boded no good. And hitting the guy with his shoulder, the Count headed in another direction. But still, the young man stopped for a second, said they would be allowed to say goodbye, and left. At that moment, Edward, looking at the boy, asked why he started talking about the prince. After all, the relationship between the prince and Oscar can hardly be called competitive. The two showed excellent academic results and in everything else, which made them compete in every way. The school years were filled with a strange tension between the boys, since at that time, the boys chose a topic for their thesis on the art of the sword. But the teacher advised them not to, and Max said he would change the topic, and added that he could cope with any. But these were empty words, because then the teacher put his own work in front of Oscar. And Max cursed because the topic was the same. The teacher was talking about someone needing to take something else, as mentioned before. Max didn't see the difference because he believed his work was better, but the woman asked him what he meant. The boy became indignant about this and repeated his words, belittling Oscar's work. And later, when the boys were walking home, Oscar wanted to talk to Max and told him about it. However, the boy was bitter and refused, saying there was nothing to talk about. But Oscar shouted that competition is competition, but Max crossed every possible line. Although the young man wanted to continue, his friend interrupted him and asked what kind of competition he was talking about. Since Max never considered Oscar his competitor, it is impossible to consider as a competitor someone who constantly hides behind his brother's back. In the end, the boy told Oscar not to communicate with him anymore and that he had to leave. Oscar at that moment felt all the hatred and disappointment, so he remained silent. But a second later, the young man attacked Max by grabbing him by the neck. He shouted at the hero to let him go, but the guy was too hostile. Looking at his former competitor and current enemy, Oscar restrained himself so as not to beat the guy. After that incident, the relationship between Max and Oscar was worse than ever, and they couldn't know anything about each other. Suddenly, the doors opened, and with it attracted the attention of all the guests. It turned out that this was the same prince who was previously Oscar's competitor. Heading in the right direction, the boy greeted the girls where Lynette was. And then, the young man handed the handkerchief to the main character, which greatly surprised the heroine. Max, handing over the handkerchief, said that the girl had dropped it, although Lynette herself did not remember exactly where. However, after looking a little closer, the main character saw that there was something on the scarf. It was a note inviting her to go out onto the balcony. The heroine was surprised that it was an invitation to a meeting, and most importantly, that Lynette did not remember this scene being in the original story. While everyone was discussing that the prince himself picked up the girl's handkerchief, Oscar was watching from the side. Max continued to smile sweetly at Lynette, and the count in the context of the boy was like a black cloud. And the young man realized that he urgently needed to come up with a plan to keep the main character away from Max. But looking in the direction where his wife had just been, the guy saw emptiness. This surprised the count, which made him immediately start looking around. At that moment, Max was standing on the balcony, holding a glass of sweet red wine. And expensive. The girl, opening the balcony door, replied to the boy that she was very happy to meet Lynette. The young man immediately said that it was not a secret meeting, and that there was no point in worrying the heroine. Max knew that the heroine wanted to meet him, since Luther gave him everything. The girl was indignant because the salesman told the prince everything, while the young man himself asked what was interesting for the heroine. At that moment, Lynette, looking at the people in the hallway, began to express what she wanted. However, when she saw people, the heroine realized that all eyes were directed only at her. And Max, and having changed her mind about discussing something on the balcony, the girl said that it was necessary to discuss it in a more hidden place. Max was immediately surprised, so he started to silently look at the heroine and think about everything that was happening. But in the end, the young man reacted normally and said that the girl was completely right. Since at a birthday party, only good things should be talked about. And bowing to Lynette, Max said he would invite the heroine to the estate, where they would discuss everything. After thanking Max, the girl turned towards the door and did not notice Oscar. But she only had to turn her head slightly towards the door, and Lynette saw her displeased husband. Oscar immediately said that if Max has something to say, he should tell him, not the girl. And the Count Stern gazed towards Max spoke of a total lack of trust in him. The protagonist felt anxious because she understood that the outcome might not be the best. And Max was extremely surprised by what was happening and by Oscar's strong temper. The blonde said, with a smile, that he just needed to discuss something with the girl. Then, turning to the heroine, the young man asked her to confirm his words. At that moment, Lynette felt awkward because she didn't understand what he wanted to hear from her. But Oscar interrupted the conversation and said it didn't matter, that they should leave. Next, the young man added that they would talk at home, and the heroine immediately realized that she needed to justify herself somehow. After all, Lynette doesn't want her husband to know about herbs, so she tried to find words on the spot. Suddenly, the birthday girl came out and immediately drew everyone's attention. Princess Lucia wore a luxurious dress that suited her perfectly. All the guests immediately started congratulating the girl and wishing her a happy birthday. The elder prince thanked everyone for joining the celebration and wished them a good time. Everyone danced in pairs to the rhythm of beautiful music playing throughout the hall. Lynette suggested Oscar leave, as it seemed to her that the young man wanted to leave the event as quickly as possible. But the boy refused, which surprised the girl. Extending his hand to the heroine, the Count said it was necessary to show a loving couple, and he asked her if she danced well. Lynette was surprised and asked again, although at that moment she herself thought she didn't know how to dance at all. But taking his wife by the waist, the young man said to simply repeat after him. While dancing, the heroine realized that the Count was behaving strangely. Oscar felt very awkward every time he tried to act the lover, but now, when the young man looks at his wife, it is clear that something has changed. The Count seems to feel something for the main character. Breaking the silence, Oscar started to tell the girl something, to which the heroine began to look at the boy expectantly. In the end, it turned out that the young man simply wanted to say that Lynette needed to hire a dance teacher, since she was bad at it. Suddenly, a scream was heard throughout the hall, which drew the attention of the spouses. Max hugged his sister and shouted in panic for the girl to wake up. Lucia felt very bad, which made her sweat a lot and made it terribly difficult for her to breathe. The prince, empathizing with his sister, asks if the girl is okay. Lucia replied that everything was fine, but from the princess's appearance, it was clear she was only getting worse. Lynette, seeing this, realized she couldn't just stand there and watch. Therefore, having warned the Count, the main character went to the girl to provide assistance. Lynette immediately started looking for something that looked like a paper bag. And then the girl draws his attention to the gift wrapping, which would be perfect. Having taken what she needed, the heroine approached the princess and asked the prince to step away, because he was preventing her from breathing. Max didn't understand what Lynette was going to do, and in shock, ignored her requests. At that moment, the main character started removing the wrapping and continued asking Max to let the girl go. But the prince was interested in something else and started getting indignant that Lynette was taking his sister's gifts. To this, the heroine asked Max to start trusting her because she can help. The prince, with a little tension, still allowed the girl to approach his sister. Thanking the young man, Lynette sat next to the princess and handed her the package. And then the main character told the girl to breathe slowly and deeply. The rest of the guests remained in shock and watched silently, so as not to disturb what was happening. While the princess was catching her breath, Lynette, analyzing possible options, tried to figure out what exactly the girl was sick with. After all, at first glance, Lucia seems completely healthy, and without an examination, it is very difficult to determine the cause. Noticing the improvement, Lynette took out the bag and asked the birthday girl how she felt, to which she replied that everything was fine. Max, worried, immediately sat closer and started asking questions to make sure everything was really okay. And while the young man was lifting his sister, Lynette said that it was necessary to take the girl to bed and remove her corset as it affected her breathing problems. After these words, the heroine exhaled, but after a second, she felt awkward realizing that everyone had been watching them this whole time. Oscar became worried and, turning to his wife, asked about her condition. Assuming that the Count was very afraid of them because of this situation, Lynette awkwardly apologized. But Oscar, despite his excitement, told the heroine that thanks to her, the princess regained consciousness, so there was no need to apologize. Max confirms these words and says that now he will have to say goodbye. But next time, he will definitely thank Lynette. The protagonist herself was a little annoyed by the expression on Oscar's face, because it was exactly the same as before on the balcony. The girl also turned to Max and explained that she simply did what she had to do. And in Lynette's thoughts, she understood that this was ordinary first aid and not treatment. The prince kept silent about this, but before leaving, he added that he would talk to the other guests later. At that moment, Lucia also thanked her savior, and she and Max left the celebration. After what happened, people realized that the princess was not getting better, and they began to feel pity for the girl among themselves. But the guests were also interested to know where Lynette could have acquired such medical skills. After all, everyone thought it was surprising that the main character was able to bring Lucia to her senses in such a short time. At that moment, Lynette stood up and understood that there was nothing wrong with being praised. But still, the girl did not like it when it was done too openly. But then Oscar interrupted the heroine's thoughts and said that it was time to leave, which Lynette was very happy about. Therefore, the couple immediately left for home by carriage. While the couple was driving, Oscar noticed that today for the first time he witnessed the heroine's talent. Lynette started to deny it, saying that this was not really a talent and that she sometimes just helped the sick. And to the Count's question about whether the girl did all this alone, the main character said that she saw how the maids did it. Oscar continued and asked Lynette to be careful, because even during the incident with the servant, the young man noticed that the heroine was behaving recklessly. But the girl expressed her displeasure with these words, since she believes that when a person needs urgent help, then there can be no question of etiquette. To which the Count explained that he understands that the heroine's intentions are noble, but if something happens to a mansion servant, everyone will attribute it to an accident. And if the princess's condition had worsened in front of everyone, then it is unknown what would have happened to Lynette at that moment. And therefore, you need to be more careful. The heroine was very surprised by what was said, as she did not imagine that this could happen. But the girl also understood that Oscar did not know her medical knowledge, and did not understand that people rarely die from hyperventilation. And suddenly, Lynette had the idea that the Count was really worried about her. Therefore, with a little teasing, the protagonist immediately asked about this to find out if her conjectures were correct. Oscar was very embarrassed and said that he was very afraid that something would happen to the girl. Lynette did not expect such an answer and, blushing, turned to the window and said with difficulty that she would be more careful. After these words, an awkward silence fell in the carriage, and the spouses stopped looking at each other. Lynette thought Oscar was insensitive and cold, but she increasingly realized that he was not a bad person at all. Suddenly, the carriage stops very abruptly, and the Count only manages to shout his wife's name. And in an attempt to grab the heroine, Oscar holds the girl and immediately asks if she is injured. But at that moment, Lynette was trying to understand what had happened and did not answer the young man. The servant immediately came over to the couple and apologized for the inconvenience. And the man also explained that the carriage ran over something and leaned over, and the coachman hit his head. Hearing this, Lynette immediately stood up and did not understand why today was such a bad day. Before leaving, the heroine told Oscar that now no one was looking at her, and there would be no rumors, which means she could help. Therefore, despite the Count's indignation, the girl went to the coachman. But still, turning around, Lynette asked forgiveness for not keeping her promise. The girl immediately started helping the coachman, while Oscar stood aside and watched. Having listed the symptoms, the heroine understood the severity of the wound and said that the problem was bleeding. Therefore, Lynette asked the coachman to count from 1 to 300, while the girl herself stopped his bleeding. The man started crying and apologizing, but the heroine warned that she would press the wound, and she might hurt him. And when they asked for forgiveness, Lynette got angry, because the man, despite the risk to his life, still apologizes, so the girl started swearing. But the heroine's thoughts were filled with the fact that she needed to sew up the man's wound, which made her frown and try to figure out how to do it. Starting to press the wound, the girl thought they could bring her boxes with sewing tools, although this would attract unnecessary attention. Suddenly, Lynette received an electric shock, which scared her and left the coachman confused. The heroine couldn't understand what happened, but looking at her hand, she noticed nothing special. The girl understood that the sensation reminded her of a severe burn, as if she had put her hand over an open fire. Oscar, seeing what was happening, started asking what was wrong, but the main character said everything was fine. Lynette told the coachman to keep counting, to which the man agreed and continued. Noticing that the blood began to stop, the girl calmed down because the man was no longer in danger. Exhaling a sigh of relief, the heroine realized that she could no longer do anything more. And Oscar said that since the carriage was broken, they would have to ride horses, to which the servant nodded. After these words, the Count immediately turned towards Lynette, whom she looked at in surprise in his direction. The guy, extending his hand to his wife, continued and said he would take her. Although the heroine agreed, she was still surprised that the young man called her his wife. The Count immediately explained that since she calls him darling, he will call her his wife, which caused an awkward silence between the couple. Having mounted the horse, the girl felt anxious, as it was the first time for her. Oscar noticed and said that since the girl was scared, he would go behind. And having mounted his horse behind the heroine as promised, the Count took the reins. The girl felt a little awkward and anxious because she was afraid to ride for the first time. And it was enough for the couple to leave when Lynette started to panic. Usually, horseback riding is romantic, but now the girl is trying not to faint from fear. After a while, he and his wife arrived home. However, when Oscar turned to Lynette, he only heard a sleepy agreement. It turned out that the girl had fallen asleep, and the young man did not want to wake her up now. As they were riding towards the mansion, the couple ran into Marie, who looked at them surprised. The girl was surprised to see Lynette in Oscar's arms and covered in blood. Marie started questioning the boy about what happened, but Oscar immediately said that it was not Lynette's blood. The girl started going over the options of what happened, and one of them was the words that the princess lost consciousness. But Lynette began to wake up from other people's conversations. And so, Oscar said he would tell everything later because he was tired. These words surprised and embarrassed Marie, so she apologized. Then, the girl put on a sweet face and said she was glad to see the couple since she was also returning to the palace. The sweet face started to pressure Oscar, so he sighed deeply and realized there was no other choice. So the boy couldn't stand it and talked about the situation with the coachman and the fact that Lynette helped him. Then the young man left immediately and told Marie not to worry, to which the girl wished him a good rest. The heroine herself was angry and did not understand such coldness from Oscar because they are family. Lynette woke up at night and couldn't immediately understand where she was. Assuming her husband brought her here, the heroine looked at her clothes and realized they had been changed. Embarrassed, the girl thought her husband was doing all this. But suddenly, Jane entered the room and immediately reacted with a smile to the fact that her mistress had woken up. The maid said she was very scared for the girl when she saw the blood, so she put a nightgown on her. And the heroine was annoyed by this, because she realized that it was her servant who was doing all this, and not Oscar. Seeing Lynette's upset face, Jane thought the girl was upset about the ruined dress, so she said she would quickly remove all the stains. Then, after putting the protagonist to bed and covering her, Jane told the lady to rest. In response, the Countess asked the girl to also go rest, and she herself thought that Jane had gone through a lot of hardship. And it wasn't easy for her, and as soon as Lynette was alone, she immediately wanted to sleep, since many things had accumulated before. The girl began to think about the young princess's illness, and the fact that the elder princess had the same symptoms. Assuming everything was hereditary, the heroine began to think about the man's condition. In that accident, the girl immediately remembered the moment when a flame seemed to ignite in her palm, which then scared her. Lynette also began to think about what the novel's heroine was doing in the original, which made the story so different from what is happening now. Oscar did not sleep, and being in his office, he heard the doctor's results regarding the coachman. The Count immediately asked what happened to the man's wounds, to which the doctor said that, judging by the blood, the wound should be huge, but it wasn't. As well as scratches, the man was completely intact. Oscar was shocked by the doctor's question, who asked if the coachman was really injured. Having said that no injuries were identified, the Count asked again. Suddenly, the young man made a mistake, but the doctor immediately replied that they examined him several times, and they found no damage. As a result, the Count said that the guy was free, and he himself tried to understand what was happening. The young man also added that the doctor should not tell anyone about this, to which the man bowed and said goodbye. Oscar immediately turned to Robert, who was standing next to him, to give him an order. The Count wanted to send an urgent letter, so the servant had to take it to the recipient. In the morning, there was the usual breakfast, where the whole family gathered. Oscar talked about what happened at the banquet, after which he apologized for not reporting it sooner. Lynette ate and thought that it was obvious that the Count was still in love with Marie, and the girl realized that after the divorce, Oscar would most likely immediately go to Marie, as was the case in the original story. Therefore, knowing Oscar, Lynette realized she could already start worrying about the young man regarding leaving for another one. The princess communicated the situation to everyone with the help of the young princess, after which she spoke of the invitation for tea. As a token of gratitude, the heroine was surprised by this invitation, which made her ask again if she had really heard her. The girl immediately said she didn't do this to thank anyone, which confused the princess a little about what Lynette was referring to. The woman immediately said that this act would make her family famous. Then, continuing her speech, the princess said she was proud that Lynette was a member of her family. And while the main character was surprised by these words, Marie felt irritated by this. But suddenly, the girl asked if Lynette had given her the gift, to which the heroine immediately nodded. Once, Marie and the princess constantly exchanged gifts, but after an illness, the tradition was broken. The heroine said she didn't see the gift being opened, so she asked if she could know the birthday girl's impressions, to which Marie immediately agreed. Oscar immediately warned that he could not accompany his wife due to personal matters, so he invited Lynette to go with Marie. The heroine refused and said she would go herself, as it was a normal visit, but in reality, the girl felt uncomfortable. Then, the main character immediately asked if the man had been helped yesterday, to which Oscar drew attention, and the young man said that thanks to Lynette, the coachman was much better, which made the heroine exhale a sigh of relief, although she herself thought she had only stopped the bleeding. The princess proudly said that this was not the first time the girl had saved people's lives, which made Marie unhappy again. The countess devalued her action, to which Oscar remained silent, but it was clear from his face that he suspected something. While in the carriage with Jane, the maid immediately smiled and praised her mistress, to which Lynette simply listened. Seeing the hairpin in the maid's pocket, Lynette asked why the girl was wearing it. The girl immediately said she put it on when she was alone because she wasn't sure it suited her, but she still said she really liked the gift. Lynette smiled and was happy to please the girl. Suddenly, Jane said that many people started respecting her as Lynette's personal maid. The main character immediately asked if this was important to the girl, since she had been in service for a long time. Jane immediately said she was very happy to serve Lynette, but that the girl had admired knights before. And the day the girl gave the hairpin to the maid, this was perceived as an oath of loyalty. This is precisely what caused so much joy that it might seem strange to everyone. It was the first time Lynette heard such sincerity from the maid, which surprised her greatly. The girl immediately said there was nothing strange here, and that's why she wanted them to pretend to be knights. But if the count found out, it would be quite bad for everyone, which is why Lynette suggested keeping it a secret. Since Jane is a countess's knight, the hairpin will be proof of it, so the maid immediately became embarrassed. When asked what kind of knight she was, the heroine awkwardly talked about the laundry knight. While the girls traveled towards the kingdom, Oscar was in the building where the fights took place. In the end, it turned out that the young man sent a letter to his friend. Having offered to talk in the building, Edward immediately agreed and said he had found out what he could. Upon entering the room, the boys commented that the guards had become quieter than ever. Edward pointed out that this silence was due to the prince's betrayal, but Oscar told the young man to watch his language. Since it was about the count's father-in-law, the boy explained that they were together and really didn't say anything to provoke such a sharp reaction. Then Edward asked about the life of a married man, and the count replied that everything was wonderful, and Lynette didn't let him get bored, when suddenly the boy noticed for the first time the expression of happiness on Oscar's face, which made him ask if he really liked Lynette, to which he became embarrassed. But in the end, Oscar changed the subject and said it was better to talk about a topic that really interested him. Upon entering the office, Edward began to talk about how things were several decades ago, and now there are almost no materials. And since there is no precise information, there are also no witnesses that Oscar himself knows. It was enough to mention the Mayo clan, and the count immediately remembered everything. These are people who were suddenly exterminated many years ago, and the previous king even announced rewards for their heads. In the end, it turned out that the clan possessed healing powers, but now there are only rumors about them. And this saddens Edward, because they could have cured anything and resurrected many people. While the man was sitting, he said that the king clearly had his own reasons for destroying them. And this is exactly what Oscar wants to know. Because if these people are good, he sees no point in killing them. But Edward said to shut up, since he had heard this information and could not get away with a just punishment. It is said that the Mayo clan was the most destructive force in the war, and it was they who decided the outcome of any battle. And if you imagine, yesterday's corpses are again in formation, which is quite a creepy sight. In the end, they decided to kill those who would not end the war. But Oscar did not understand how they could kill them if they had instant healing magic. Edward said that's the point, that someone discovered the secret and how to kill them. Twirling his finger near his neck, the young man said that the main weak point was water. And Edward added that Oscar should think about it himself, because there is no more effective way than water. People survived even by drinking poison or losing a limb, but they could hardly survive by jumping into the water with a stone around their neck. However, Oscar called the knight not only to ask for this information, but also further interested his interlocutor. Next, the hero said that the king was increasingly visiting the army headquarters in secret, and if a healing mage is found within the country, they will be informed immediately. The boy heard this information for the first time, and did not expect that someone would think that survivors of the Mayo clan still existed. The knight immediately smiled, because this way they could contribute to a great cause. But Oscar did not like this joke, and David did not understand the young man's displeasure, but asked him if the Count found someone from the clan. Let him share it with him. After all, a knight prefers to be promoted, even at that price. And while the protagonist was thinking about everything, his friend also added, speaking about the prince's place, and that someone should take this title. But Oscar said that no one should know about this conversation, and if asked, they should lie and say they talked about the training program for soldiers. David immediately agreed and told the Count to greet his wife, to which the main character reacted with irritation. And then Oscar got up and left, and the young man looked at him in disbelief as he clearly did not expect such a reaction. At that moment, Lunette, looking around, realized that the owners of this house had a flower business. After all, the girl was sitting in the living room, which was completely full of flowers. And looking at Max, she had a feeling that he himself resembled one of the flowers in the room. Lynette was surprised by the arrival of the young man and said that she had come at the princess's invitation. But Max agreed and said that he wrote the letter so that Oscar would not worry. The heroine asked again and was surprised by the young man's self-confidence. But Max suggested returning to the previous conversation, which was brazenly interrupted. Lynette immediately remembered the moment when Oscar arrived and interrupted the conversation. And looking at the boy, the girl realized that Max was tormented by the fact that the conversation was interrupted, since he personally invited her. Therefore, the main character decided to immediately say that medicines are very expensive. Hearing this, Max looked at the girl surprised and asked what she meant. But suddenly, the boy laughed at these words, because he thought that Lynette had come to negotiate. The girl replied that she had not only come to ask about the price, but also to learn the reason for the medicine shortage. Max found this question interesting, so the heroine noticed that there was no denial from the boy, which means she was right. It is written in the book that medicines arrive in the kingdom from afar, and their prices are exorbitant. And Lynette learned that the prince buys almost all his medicines abroad. However, the heroine was concerned by the question of why the country could not establish its own production. Max said with a smile that the countess was right, and that, compared to other countries, their medicine is not developed at all. And this is precisely the reason for the inflated prices. But Lynette asked why this problem only existed in this country. The boy was surprised that the heroine did not know the truth, while the girl herself did not understand the meaning of such harsh words in her direction. And Lynette immediately said that she was a foreigner and could not know all the information, to which the boy agreed and apologized. After these words, Max said that in reality everything was due to the Mayo clan. After all, the kingdom depended entirely on the healing power of the clan, so medical sciences were barely developed here. Lynette was surprised by this information, and the young man explained that these people could only raise a person with a touch. But now they are all dead. Faced with these words, the main character assumed that the clan's power threatened the kingdom, but she still asked the young man the reason, and Max said that officially it was stated that the Mayo had discredited God's right to give and take life away. This caused a great misunderstanding in Lynette, because such a decision is a very stupid reason to exterminate the clan, and now people cannot even get the simplest medicines and suffer. The young man interrupted the heroine's thoughts, and since she was buying so many drugs, he warned that prices would only go up, because international trade is a very complex matter. But suddenly, Lynette suggested that instead of buying abroad, they should cook everything themselves. But Max didn't understand and asked again, and the heroine explained that they themselves can produce medicines and teach people how to cope with illnesses. But the young man took these words as a joke, because medicine production requires a lot of resources. And Lynette decided to end this conversation by asking about the princess's condition. Max immediately denied the rumors that Lucia suffered from the same illness as the prince's previous wife. Hearing this, Lynette asked if the princess had experienced any moral disorder as a child. And the young man recounted that one day Lucia fainted at a public conference, drawing all the attention. After these words, the main character suggested that the princess has a fear of crowds, and that the problem might be in her mind. And fortunately, the girl understands a little about child psychology. Lynette also realized that Max was underestimating her, and said she would prove to him that she was not wasting words. But now the heroine asked the young man to accompany her to Lucia's room, to which Max offered to call the princess, but the girl refused saying that the princess coming to her was the best option, because Lynette had an idea while examining the interior of the mansion. And when she entered Lucia's room, the girl saw that she too was covered in flowers, even though a person with a respiratory illness lived here. Therefore, the heroine told Max that this room is absolutely evil, which surprised the young man, because Lynette does not mince words in front of the owner of the house. And the girl immediately explained that every gust of wind brings pollen into the room, and that it is necessary to remove the vases from the window. And the dolls accumulate a lot of dust, so their number must also be reduced. The heroine also added that only those plants that increase humidity are suitable for the princess's room. And if everything is done as Lynette said, she guarantees that the girl will soon feel better. The young man, after hearing everything, surprisingly asked the protagonist how she knew all this. And the girl replied that she simply loved to read, but in reality, she thought all this was thanks to her past life. But Max suddenly burst out laughing, because he thought Lynette's rudeness was very amusing, since the heroine expresses her displeasure with the business and the interior, and justifies it with her love for reading. Lynette was confused by this, because her words were not an excuse, but she couldn't say anything about it. Max added that anyone else in his place would have already thrown the girl out the door, but he, on the contrary, became even more interested. Therefore, approaching the heroine, the young man said he would do everything Lynette told him to do. And if the main character really understands medicine, then he is ready to help her. But seeing the boy's gaze, the girl immediately tensed up and sharply pulling her hand away from Max. And immediately apologizing, the girl felt awkward. The heroine immediately said that she was already married and that there shouldn't even be any hints of anything. Although the boy initially realized that this was the case, he suddenly asked what the girl was talking about. Max explained that he wasn't talking about hints of a relationship, which made the heroine feel even more awkward. The words were spoken as a sign of an offer to cooperate, because if you manufacture a medicine, then you can find a way to use it. After this, the heroine felt so awkward that she got a fever, to which the boy immediately clarified that he is often misunderstood. And offering to think about cooperation, the young man began to talk about married life, and he pressured Lynette with the same thing. As a result, walking away embarrassed, the girl said she was returning home. But suddenly Max interrupted Lynette, which surprised the heroine. Then the prince said with a smile that he had something to tell her. When the countess's carriage returned to the palace, the gates opened immediately. Upon getting out of the carriage, the heroine saw Marie, which surprised her. The girl greeted Lynette with a smile and asked if the conversation with the princess had gone well. Trying to find words, the heroine thought about what she really had with the prince. After kindly inviting the girl for tea, Marie smiled cheerfully. Lynette realized for the first time and was surprised that Marie was full of enthusiasm. Taking the girl's hand, Marie spoke of how there was no one in the mansion at this moment. And that's why it was very. After hearing Oscar's words about reading books and helping servants, the girl really wanted to talk to Lynette. The heroine said she was simply doing what was written in the book, but the girl herself was thinking about the rumors that quickly spread. Marie took the main character's hand and invited her to tea. The girl said, with a smile, that she wanted to learn more about Lynette and get closer. After all, the heroine is no longer a villain, and even started helping the Roger family. And perhaps she started to sympathize with the girl. But seeing everything that was happening, the heroine only thought that the original story was very different from everything that was happening. At that moment, taking the girl to the gazebo, Marie introduced Lynette to everyone, to which the heroine herself was very surprised by the guests. Seeing the same girls from the princess's birthday, Lynette felt awkward, and only thought that the tea party should have been for two. And the ladies looked at the countess with a smile and invited her to sit down. And after a while, the heroine sat sweetly in the gazebo on a beautiful day, and discussed everything that came to mind. Realizing that the tea had gone cold, and the sweets had not been touched, Lynette realized that the ladies had had a very intense conversation before. And looking at Marie, the only thing the main character wanted to know was the real reason for the invitation. The girl, noticing Lynette's discomfort, decided to contact her. With her hand on the heroine's shoulder, Marie began to praise the palace and everything in it had changed with Lynette's appearance. One of the countesses immediately recalled the elegant caps that looked like toys, but Lynette reacted discontentedly and said they were umbrellas to protect the skin. Suddenly, Olivia recalled helping the princess at her birthday party. The girl immediately agreed and said the process was amazing, to which Lyneth replied that it was only emergency first aid, and that they were not talking about treatment. Suddenly, seeing the girls' faces and remembering the previous incident, the heroine began to suspect something was wrong. The people present at the reception were so hostile that there is now an inconsistency. Marie agreed with the praise and pointed out that there are very few doctors in the country. Then one of the girls quietly told her friend that she didn't see anything good in this. Olivia decided to point out that an aristocrat who knows how to heal and is not a doctor is a rather unpleasant misunderstanding. The girl asked if Lynette raised suspicions with so much knowledge about medicine, and the countesses suggested that perhaps that very clan and the main character are interconnected. The girl wanted to object, but the words were very difficult. Lynette's body yielded to nothing, as if it had gone numb. Suddenly, Marie hit the table, thus stealing all the attention. The girl started saying that all conjectures were simply nonsense, and that Lynette was her friend. Having said this, as the sweets and time had come to an end, Marie suggested going for a walk in the garden and look at the flowers. Lynette immediately let out a sigh of relief, as she wouldn't have to answer stupid assumptions. Remembering the conversation with Max, that is, the moment the prince wanted to tell, the boy asked if the girl had chosen the gift herself, to which the heroine immediately told the truth. And Max realized she was right and let out a sigh of relief. As a gift, Marie sent perfume made in the Count's workshop, meaning it was a competitor's product. The girl was immediately surprised by the idea that she wanted to understand a trap from her. Max said that in an aristocratic society, such a gesture is a great sign of disrespect. But since the girl didn't know, she simply warned about a traitor surrounding the heroine. The girl realized that everything was starting to fit, given the tea party and the previous event. Marie hates Lynette, but the girl doesn't understand the reason for her hatred. It turns out that events occur in this world that are different from the original work. Being in a luxurious rose garden where there was an alley, the girls enjoyed the beauty of the flowers. The countesses were surprised by the size and the beauty of the rose garden. Marie asked if the girl liked roses, but the heroine herself felt terribly sick and immediately started rubbing her nose, falling to the ground. Lynette started choking, and Marie shouted her name with concern. The girl started feeling unwell, and the countesses surrounding her began to move worriedly. Marie observed the girl's terrible state with a smile. In front of her family, Marie sat down and cried while everyone sat and watched from the sidelines. The woman, quite annoyed, asked if what the girl had said earlier was true. Marie cried and said that everything was completely true, and then started repeating what happened. Having said that, Lynette covered her mouth with disgust and moaned, after which she fainted. The girl kept crying. Having asked the family's opinion, Marie painfully spoke of how she dragged the heroine. Then, raising her head higher, the girl said that it seemed Lynette hated her, and that they could stay away from each other. David frowned and said there was no need to apologize for what she didn't do. After all, Marie worked very hard to prepare a tea party for Lynette, and to trample on her efforts so ruthlessly is terrible. David immediately started shouting. He only turned to his mother and told her that it wasn't enough that Lynette humiliated Oscar. She decided to hurt Marie too. The boy got angry and said that the main character should not have been accepted into the family at all. But as soon as the woman asked what exactly the boy was talking about, David and Marie were surprised. Having made an assumption, the princess began to think about the reason for the young married woman's vomiting. But suddenly, the woman concluded that Oscar was ready to become a father. The princess immediately put on a happy face and, clasping her hands, told her son that his wife was expecting a child. Lynette herself fell asleep after so much stress. The heroine's sleep was not the sweetest, as another nightmare tormented the girl. Heavy rain that fell like a wall on little Lynette. The girl looked at the wounded warrior who begged for forgiveness because he had a family. Extending his bloody hand towards the girl, the boy asked for help, but the girl looked at the puddle and, seeing her reflection, she panicked. The heroine was too scared, she couldn't bear it and ran away. But the soldier grabbed her dress to prevent her from leaving. The girl ran away crying, but couldn't withstand the grip and fell. Tears flowed freely, and feelings of guilt and fear mixed as the girl looked at the soldier. The protagonist asked him not to do anything because she was terribly scared, and it would be better if he killed her. The knight, looking at the girl from the side, simply decided to call her funny. A minute of silence passed between the soldier and Lynette, and only the rain could be heard. Then the boy said that since the girl wants to die, let her die, and immediately brandished his sword. After this scene, Lynette couldn't bear it and woke up in a cold sweat. And immediately sitting up, the heroine tried to understand what was happening, and that it seemed too plausible for a dream. Suddenly, Lynette remembered that she had fainted in the rose garden and had been sleeping all the time since then. The heroine didn't even have an idea about the appearance of vomiting and dizziness due to flowers. Getting up and heading to the shelf, Lynette immediately took one of the books. Living in a mansion, the heroine constantly reread one of the books, which contains knowledge about herbs. The girl tried to understand why the heroine of the novel even had these books, and why she had vomiting because of the rose garden. Thinking about the dream, Lynette realized that she had to figure this out and the heroine's past. Marie was in the room at that moment, taking care of her own personal matters. The girl decided to ask David which dress he preferred and indicated his choice. The boy, without looking up from the book, said that the white dress would match the heroine's hair color. But Marie continued to ponder the choice, turning by the mirror. The girl decided to recall the letter David wrote upon Marie's arrival at the mansion. The young man continued, without looking up from the book, communicating with the heroine, telling her that it was too long ago. According to the boy, the heroine clarified that she still remembers this moment very well. A letter that shows David as the head of the family, Oscar as a distinguished knight, and Marie as a new family member. David, tense from these words, looked at his wife. Marie stepped towards the young man and told him to take care of her today. Then, the heroine looked at her with a smile and continued, saying that David's performance had already gone on too long, which surprised the boy. The girl also added that she sees something attractive in diligent men, and that's why she attracted David's attention. But before the boy had time to answer, Marie interrupted him. The girl said that the countesses knew nothing, and she simply thought that Lynette was exaggerating a lot. After smoothing the young man's hair, Marie said that she had kept everything promised a secret. After these words, the girl offered cooperation to David for personal gain. And looking at the boy, Marie decided to use manipulation and simply said that they love each other, which means they should help each other. At that moment, Lynette, seeing someone knock on the door, was a little confused, but she said to come in. It turned out to be Oscar, who could not recover after his mother's words about Lynette's pregnancy. The boy, by saying that the girl's condition was normal, surprised her quite a bit. Reacting to this with a smile, Lynette replied that she simply fainted, and that now everything is fine. The Count was confused, and it was clearly visible from his face that the young man wanted to say something. As soon as the boy was about to speak, servants appeared behind him, and the heroine began to look at everything in disbelief. Every employee held something in their hands that shone so brightly that it attracted attention. The boys brought everything from a luxurious dress to the most golden perfume jars, which surprised the heroine. In an uncertain voice, Oscar says that everything was from his mother, because she believes Lynette is pregnant. These words surprised the heroine too much, as she was not prepared for gifts, nor for this news in general. Continuing the conversation about his mother and her gifts, Oscar started sweating completely, and the gifts themselves were selected down to the smallest detail. And since the mother was too happy, the Count could not tell her a word that the pregnancy was not true, and that everything that was happening was a misunderstanding. The heroine could not answer anything, because she did not understand how this could happen, because in reality Lynette was not pregnant. While walking down the hallway, the boy thought about the whole pregnancy situation. Oscar was surprised by the girl's reaction, although he had never thought about children before. But suddenly, the thought appeared in the young man's head that Lynette was quite cute at that moment, which made him smile. Suddenly, someone called the Count and distracted him from his own thoughts. Oscar was called by his brother, who was clearly not in a very good mood. The Count asked his brother what had happened, since he decided to turn to him. However, David grabbed Oscar by the shoulders and pushed him against the wall, which greatly surprised the young man. The boy was angry because the Count did not answer his mother when Marie was crying, and complained about Lynette. Oscar did not understand anything, and seeing his brother's smile, he asked again. David began to say that he knew the relationship between the spouses very well, and that Lynette was not pregnant at all. Angrily, David clenched his fists and continued talking about how luxury is not enough for the heroine, and that she interferes in all the personal affairs of the mansion. But despite everything, the girl also decided to pretend that she had lost consciousness. David started shouting and began trying to reason with his brother, expressing his displeasure that he was still putting up with Lynette. Oscar said he is a husband and wants to behave appropriately with his wife, and that there is nothing strange in his position. The brother did not know what to answer, so silence fell between the boys. But David decided to remind them that, after all, Marie is part of their family. Years earlier, when the children were small, their parents brought a girl to the mansion, saying that it was a new family member. When presenting the child, the mother uttered the heroine's name, while Marie got soaked from the rain. The children looked at the girl in surprise, as she told them that Marie was younger. The girl was constantly in the room crying, without even unpacking things. The brothers were puzzled because Marie only came out to eat, and the children were ordered to look after her. Suddenly, David said that he had read in a book that you can communicate through notes with those who are too shy to speak. So the boy suggested that Oscar write letters, but he wasn't sure if he could do it. But David took his brother's hand and led him to the room to write a letter to Marie. In the letter, the boys asked Marie to stop crying and come closer so they could become her real older brothers. But despite all of David's memories and words, Oscar removed his brother's hand from his shoulder. And the young man said it was a long time ago, so now it makes no sense, which surprised David. Furthermore, the Count explained that for him Marie is part of the family. But Lynette is his wife, and has now also become part of his family. And she will only leave the mansion of her own free will. And the fact that the main character gets involved in everything, according to Oscar, is complete nonsense. The Count continued, and said that David and Marie run the mansion as they please thanks to their parents. But the young man called his brother's complaint strange, since everything was done with the parents' permission, repeating Lyneth's words that no one will see the regrets and the misfortunes of a person if they live with them. The Count silenced David. Then the boy approached his wife and warned her that now he wasn't going to put up with everything either. Oscar also expects that they will not bring up the topic again in the future, which further enraged David. And the young man replied with incomprehension, because few people would want to play such a crazy game associated with patience. And the expression, but Marie's plan was to slip a napkin with a certain sent into Oscar's pocket. And David did it. At that moment, Lynette dreamed that a little girl was sitting on the floor listening to the demands being made to her. The man actively asked the child to show her skills. And on the floor lay a wounded fox that needed to be healed. The girl shook her head to do nothing and avoid trouble. The man, threatening death, demanded quick action from the girl so she wouldn't end up like her parents. At that moment, the fox was suffering and trembling with pain, lying on the cold wooden floor. The girl, observing the animal, felt fear and pity at the same time, while the man continued to threat. The heroine cried and regretted not being able to fulfill her mother's promise and still used her powers. Continuing the treatment, the girl experienced a strong fear of death, which forced her to obey. This outcome of the events that occurred in a dream woke Lynette up crying. The girl did not understand the reason for her tears and intense sadness. The protagonist wiped away her tears and tried to understand why she felt like this was happening to her. While the girl was experiencing a misunderstanding, Oscar was nearby, watching what was happening in shock. Lynette turned around and was surprised that her husband arrived while she was sleeping. The boy was quite scared by the heroine's state and said that he needed to call a doctor, to which the girl replied that everything was fine. Then the young man immediately said that it was necessary to talk about the absence of pregnancy. And Lynette agreed with this. The Count, taking out a handkerchief from his pocket, asked about the dream, which made the girl's eyes fill with tears. The main character was surprised by the boy's behavior because they were together, and they had no need to pretend. Finally, thanking him for the handkerchief, Lynette began to wipe the tears from her face. Suddenly, the smell of the handkerchief appeared and put the heroine in a state of shock, and she immediately felt sick. Sniffing, the girl realized that it was the same smell of roses. The Count got up scared and immediately started asking worriedly what had happened. But looking at the handkerchief, the heroine understood the reason for such a deteriorated state: the roses. Oscar immediately started asking the girl where it hurt and if he should call a doctor. But due to dizziness and loss of strength, Lynette could not say anything. Suddenly, the heroine's husband smelled the bright scent of roses hovering in the room. After this, the boy saw Lynette fall unconscious from the smell, which surprised him. Running towards the heroine to catch her, the boy broke a vase and overturned the table. As a result, the young man cut himself on shrapnel and received a deep wound. But he was still only worried about Lynette and her condition. Jane entered the room because she heard strange sounds. Seeing the blood, the maid began to panic and immediately screamed and called the doctor. A day later, everything was fine for Lynette, and she was sitting in the room drinking tea. But her thoughts were filled with Oscar and his condition. Jane tried to reassure the main character by telling her that the doctor arrived quite quickly and provided him with first aid immediately. Continuing to reassure Lynette, the maid clarified that Oscar is a knight who is constantly in battle, so there is nothing to worry about. However, this did not help at all, and Lynette was very depressed, when suddenly the girl's attention was drawn by the open doors. Jane immediately bowed to Lynette and told her she was leaving. In the end, it turned out that the princess came to Lynette to visit the heroine. The girl was confused because she didn't know at all how to address the woman. The woman laughed at such a cute situation and told the girl to call her mommy. The heroines sat down for a tea party and discussed what had happened before, and that Lynette felt sick when smelling roses. The girl was more concerned about the fact that her husband was injured because of her. However, inside, the heroine was glad to have found the reason for such a deterioration in her condition. Lynette had never encountered an illness that only showed symptoms due to smell, which meant it could be something psychological. But Lynette forgot all the memories of the main character, and now there is no way to check it. The princess decided to clarify that Oscar clearly likes Lynette, and the girl herself is very worried about Oscar with his wound. And since the woman simply believes in their love, Lynette has no other choice and has to play the role of a loving wife. The princess continued by saying she was very happy to see that her son was truly in love. The heroine was surprised by Oscar's words about love, because that's how it should be. So the reaction was incomprehensible to her. But suddenly, the princess became serious and said she wanted to tell Lynette the story, since she was now part of her family. Oscar is a very good-hearted boy by nature, but after the war his character completely changed. The count asked in every possible way not to look for a bride for him, because he had abandoned all thoughts of marriage, as if he had closed his heart. The boy immediately said that being a knight was enough for him, which surprised his mother. When telling Lynette this story, the woman said that Oscar starts to open up, and gradually allows her to get close to him, which surprised the heroine. Although this relieved the girl, it was also a burden, since hers was an arranged marriage. As a result, the woman asked to stay with Oscar for a long time, to which Lynette immediately agreed while she thought about divorce. However, the main character was interested in something else, which made the girl's face turn serious. The princess immediately asked what exactly Lynette wanted to know. Later that night, the girl entered the room with her husband, who had previously saved her from a hard blow to the floor. Oscar was quite surprised by his wife's arrival, but still said he couldn't sleep. The countess explained that she came to the boy because she was worried about the wound, to which the young man was moved by another concern from the heroine. Looking at the bandage, the girl immediately realized that the wound was quite deep, despite Oscar saying there was nothing wrong. Frowning, the countess said not to lie and explained that it was necessary to disinfect the bandage more often and avoid sudden movements. But the boy decided to take Lynette by the wrist and, pulling her closer to him, offered to lie down together. When asked if these bed meetings were marriage games, the heroine was dissatisfied. Oscar smiled and said he needed to tell Lynette something. The handkerchief the boy gave his wife smelled of roses, and upon checking later, the young man found scented paper in his pocket. Since Oscar didn't put it there, this gave Lynette an idea. Oscar confirmed the conjectures and said that most likely someone knows about the heroine's intolerance to the smell of roses and intentionally makes her feel sick. But Lynette cannot think of anyone except Marie. But David and Oscar love Marie, and all this is just speculation. The heroine thanked the boy for the useful information while mentally reviewing everyone who could have done this. The boy apologized for falling for such nonsense and for making the girl suffer. Lynette was surprised that Oscar apologized sincerely for the first time. The heroine immediately said that there was no need to apologize, and she herself recently learned about her intolerance to the smell of roses. The girl decided to tell the young man what her mother had said earlier, which instantly embarrassed the boy. Having settled more comfortably, Lynette was glad that the couple had adapted to the role of spouses. And before going to bed, the girl asked to play her role well until the young man becomes a prince. Examining his wife, who was already sleepy, the man lay down with a smile and thought that most likely the heroine was too tired, as she had fallen asleep with a patient. Having expressed Lynette's request to play a married couple, the boy stroked the countess's hair, and looking at his wife's beautiful face, Oscar said tenderly that the girl really still thinks of marriage as a role. Waking up and looking around, the young man was surprised that he did not see his wife nearby. Wondering where the girl could have gone, Oscar called out to the heroine just in case. But there was no answer. In the end, it turned out that the heroine was heading somewhere in a carriage early in the morning. While reflecting on her surroundings, Lynette felt differences between this world and the original world of the novel. But there are no memories of the heroine's life, so it is unclear what exactly the differences are. Jane, who accompanied Lynette, said they had already arrived and asked if it was worth accompanying the Countess to the mansion. The girl refused, saying there would be a personal conversation. And looking at Duke Hetter's mansion, the heroine thought about what awaited her. Sitting in the living room, Lynette looked around, awaiting the meeting. Although the heroine is in this room for the first time, it seems very familiar to the girl. The table and the decoration opposite stood out too much, which made Lynette uncomfortable. Suddenly, the heroine felt dizzy and nauseous, which came quite unexpectedly. Looking at the table, a memory arose where the girl was looking at an empty plate, and someone was talking to her. In the end, it turned out that it was just another maid who decided to tell a little girl that she could die because of her abilities. While the little heroine trembled with fear, the woman demanded that she lift her skirt. And taking a stick in her hands, threatening the same, the maid demanded that the girl do everything she said. The realization that all these were memories of what happened here made the girl tremble. All memories return, expressed in the well-being of the heroine. But suddenly, the girl was drawn to a voice, to which she immediately responded. It was Lynette's brother, who addressed the girl with pride and at the same time in a sarcastic tone. Smiling, the boy asked if the main character really came here of her own free will. At the same time, Oscar was in the mansion putting on jewelry, and at the same time, listening to what the servant was telling him. The boy spoke about how Lynette went home and took Jane with her, and therefore there should be no problem. But even at that moment, Oscar entrusted the matter to Robert. The guy thought about everything Lynette was going through and decided to destroy the rose garden in the mansion. Robert was shocked by the young man's decision, since this rose garden was planted and cultivated by Marie. But Oscar said that the servant should finish this matter before Lynette arrives, so that there are no problems. Then the Count headed towards the exit and added that Robert would be responsible for everything, to which the boy immediately agreed. But the servant himself did not understand the master and could not believe everything that was happening. An image of the villainous Lynette and the modest Oscar came to mind, which further fueled my fantasy. Robert couldn't believe that the Count really loved Lynette. The main character himself went to the workshop for personal matters. The grandfather, hearing the door ring, immediately greeted the guest. The Count examined the workshop and saw nothing unusual, as it looked like an ordinary carpentry workshop. Looking at the owner, the man saw his grandfather with his eyes closed and assumed he was blind. The grandfather immediately said that he heard the sound of heels and realized that an aristocrat was coming, which surprised Oscar. The owner laughed at this and said that this was just an old hobby of an old man who was used to hearing things with his ears, so he shouldn't be surprised. Sitting on the chair, the boy looked at the man and told him he hadn't come to buy anything. The Count came looking for information and immediately asked what the grandfather knew about the Meyers family. The grandfather smiled and asked where these rumors came from, to which the protagonist warned that he would not report this to his superiors, and he just wanted to ask something. Recalling the past, Oscar spoke about the child from the Meyers family and that the previous king exterminated everyone. The grandfather, hearing the insistence in his voice, asked what the Count was going to do with this child when he found him. Oscar immediately said that he hadn't even thought about this question. However, the grandfather is indebted to the Count, so he should thank Oscar. The old man laughed and said that he really needed to tell the boy something. Some members of the Meyers clan are alive, and others have lost the ability and reason to be expelled from the kingdom. No. The young man asked about the loss of abilities, to which his grandfather agreed, and said that everyone loses strength over time. Oscar suggested that as people lose their abilities, they become common. But the owner replied that this is not the case, and they, along with their abilities, stop seeing the world, which surprised the boy. The old man began to speak in riddles about it being too late to get to know each other. But then the man opened his eyes and revealed that he was blind, introducing himself as Evans Meyers. The Count was speechless, and all that worried him was that he lost his ability along with the ability to see. However, the old man is different from the girl who is looking for Oscar, after which the grandfather asked him to tell more about her. The Count tensed up and immediately recalled the events that happened 5 years ago. Oscar was wounded and lying on the cold floor. He only thought that he was going to die here. The youngest war hero, a striking rising star, but what's the point? Oscar prayed for salvation because he couldn't just die. Suddenly, a girl appeared out of nowhere. She stood next to the boy and made sure he was still alive. The heroine immediately said she would help the young man right away and that he needed a little patience. Oscar, looking at the girl, was already pale and didn't believe in the miracle. The boy saw almost nothing, but from the voice he understood that it was a girl, but he didn't understand how she ended up on the battlefield. Touching Oscar's wound, the heroine began to use healing powers and told him to have a little patience. The boy grimaced from the strange sensations that were healing him. The heroine at that moment was crying, and at the same time said that everything would be fine. But suddenly, the knight saw the Telling Kingdom's icon, exactly the one they are fighting, and abruptly grabbing the girl's hands, the boy frowned and did not allow her to keep touching. Oscar looked angrily and thought that the heroine was sent by Luther, which means that maybe she wants to finish him off. The boy did not want to continue the treatment because he was now sure that the girl wanted to kill him. The heroine tried to deny everything, saying it wasn't so and that she was really trying to help. Suddenly, after putting Oscar on the ground, the doctor held the boy's hands near the floor so he wouldn't move. Oscar didn't have much strength, and the girl shouted that saving a knight wouldn't change his life. But there is nothing more painful than watching someone you could save die. The Count did not understand the reason for her insistence, but the young man's condition was not the best. Oscar was getting worse, but he was sure there was a trick and he couldn't let his guard down. However, the protagonist's hands did not tremble, and the boy himself was calm, which greatly surprised him. The heroine asked Oscar not to faint while nervously watching the knight. Having told the whole story of the past, Oscar also clarified that the mortal wounds had disappeared. The Count could not tell anyone that he was saved by a girl from the later kingdom, so he hid this information. The grandfather immediately began to ask about the girl's age, but the boy does not remember her face well, so he only made assumptions. After hearing Oscar's story, the old man still believed in the truth of what was said. Among the rumors, there is one that claims that there is a special surviving child among the Meyers. At that moment, Lynette walked through the mansion and trembled, although the girl herself tried to convince herself that these memories were not hers. And looking severely at her brother, the girl composed herself. The boy smiled and looked at the heroine. Suddenly, the girl's memories could reveal a fragment of her childhood. The heroine was also sitting on the sofa, and her brother was standing next to her. And he was talking about having a new toy that you could hit and drop, but that it wouldn't die. The boy looked at little Lynette with cruelty and bloodlust, talking about how he would now play with her every day. And the memory with those same flowers also appeared. The boy took the rosary and forcibly stuffed it into the girl's mouth, telling her that this was the kind of dinner she deserved. Despite the tears and pleas to stop, the young man wasn't even going to listen and stop humiliating his own sister. And now Lynette was clear why she couldn't smell roses and why the smell made her feel sick. After that, the heroine sighed deeply. She got up and wanted to talk to the boy. However, everything inside boiled with anger, and the girl understood that the dream was not a dream at all, but a memory. And since Lynette is from Meyers, this means that her brother is not hers at all. That is, the girl is not Duke Hetter's biological daughter. He only caught her by force and used her for his own purposes. Now the protagonist understood the cold attitude towards herself that she had felt before. Lynette said with a frown that she had come to see her father, not her brother. But the boy immediately said that his father was out and that they had no reason to see each other. And suddenly, the young man noticed the confidence in the heroine and said that the girl had changed. The heroine, seeing the meaningless conversation, immediately realized that the boy had simply come to mock her as he had done before. And at that very moment, the young man assumed that Lynette had forgotten the past, so he considered it necessary to remind her of the old times. So the young man immediately signaled the servant, and the man headed in the right direction. Looking scared, the servant brought a bouquet of roses to the young man, and taking the flowers in his hands, the young man said that tea and sweets are a luxury for Lynette. After these words, the hero placed the roses on the table and ordered the girl to eat them. But Lynette did not listen, and hit the boy in the face with all her might with the bouquet. The main character then said that she was no longer the same, and could do things that the frightened Lynette of the past could not do. The young man was shocked and began to get angry at the humiliation he experienced. And unable to bear it, the young man shouted and told Lynette that she had no right to treat him like that. But the heroine thought differently and warned her brother that she would not do what he ordered her to do. The young man was surprised by Lynette's confident look and didn't understand why the girl was no longer afraid of him like before. The protagonist immediately remembered that she gave everything to her brother, but in return, she only received humiliation and ridicule, so she will never be grateful to him. And Lynette also added that if the young man did this again, she would tell the whole kingdom that she belonged to the Meyers family. The girl didn't stop there and said that furthermore, everyone would know the truth that thanks to her healing abilities, only his army was not injured on the battlefield. After these words, the young man was indignant, saying that Lynette would be executed as soon as they discovered the truth, and that she should be grateful that he hid everything. But the protagonist responded to these words coldly and said she didn't care. After all, the young man's father will personally kill him because he couldn't save his younger sister. Having finished her speech, Lynette's heart immediately felt lighter, and she was satisfied with herself. And before leaving, the girl told her brother to tell her father that she had come. The heroine also asked the young man to warn him that his daughter no longer obeys him. The young man remained silent and, looking at her, understood that this was not the Lynette he knew. At that moment, Oscar was surprised that there was a special and unique surviving child of the Meyers family, to which the man explained that this child survived only because of his unusual strength. The girl can heal people, but she also has the ability to kill. Oscar was surprised by this information and didn't understand why his grandfather was telling him all this. And the salesman reminded him that he had to thank the hero, but he also noticed that the young man was worried about something other than this question. The protagonist immediately became embarrassed and confirming his grandfather's words. He said that since that day, changes had occurred in his body. Oscar was sweating with shame and couldn't find the words to finish what he started. But after a couple of minutes, the young man still said that after the healing he had problems in bed. The grandfather exhaled and didn't know what to answer. And at that very instant, the man fully realized what had happened, which caused him a strong shock. The salesman immediately started talking about death, but the young man indignantly denied his words. And seeing such a reaction, the man asked Oscar not to torment himself, to which he continued to disagree with nothing, but already raising his voice. The grandfather realized that there was no point in calming the boy, and said that the ability to kill belongs to the Meyers family, and its use is forbidden. The owner of this ability is taught never to use it, as if he didn't have it at all. So the salesman assumed the girl had made a mistake. Upon learning of the possible mistake, the young man got a little upset because she ruined his life. But the man tried to cheer up Oscar and told him that if this child was alive, maybe they would meet, and they would find a solution. The main character agreed with this and realized that it was not a problem to worry about. But still, the young man was bothered by the fact that he and Lynette would soon be sleeping together again. And he hadn't worried about that before. But now their relationship had improved. And remembering the moment of the almost kiss, Oscar, embarrassed, stood up and said he would come back later. The grandfather kindly agreed, but he himself was displeased that the hero didn't buy anything in the end. At that moment, Lynette dreamed again of memories where her mother warned little Zelda that due to her inability she could kill a person. Therefore, even if the girl is angry, she must never harm anyone, as it is impossible for anyone to know her abilities. In the next memory, the mother shouted her daughter's name and reached out to bring her back to herself. Zelda, in tears, begged her parents to stay with her and not abandon her. Another memory was of the heroine, already older, asking to send medicinal herbs to the village of Traum. After that, Lynette woke up with a severe headache that still hadn't gone away, due to the smell of roses. Sitting up, the girl realized that new memories kept appearing. And the main character was very happy about this, despite the discomfort caused by the pain. Lynette Rogers' real name is Zelda Meyers, and she is an uncommon descendant with the ability to heal and kill. After the Duke adopted the girl, she pretended to be a spoiled and dissolute villainess. By royal decree, the heroine married Oscar, and apparently this was the freedom Lynette managed to achieve. Upon coming out of the dream, the girl thought about the village from the memory and realized that from now on she needed to learn more about it. But then the main character was interrupted by Oscar, who asked permission to enter. Upon entering the room, the young man immediately asked how the visit to his father went. And Lyneth spoke about how her father was out and she met her brother. Oscar was slightly surprised, but said he had news. And continuing, the hero shared that a hunting tournament would take place in the Malabar forest over the weekend. But he immediately warned that the couple didn't have to go together, because the girl looked very tired. But Lyneth thought that this forest was mentioned in the heroine's book from the novel, and it said that there was a medicinal herb there that helped with sleep. That's why the girl with a smile told Oscar that she would go, to which he asked her not to force herself. But the protagonist started to deny it, saying she was going because she wanted to. The young man did not expect such an answer, and, confused, could not immediately respond. But still, Oscar said that there is a custom among animals caught in the tournament that the largest one is given to the beloved one. Imagining all the large animals, the girl didn't know which one she wanted. And after a second of silence, Lyneth said she wanted a rabbit, to which the young man was surprised, and asked again. The main character repeated her wish, and explained it by saying that rabbits are very cute. These words surprised Oscar even more, and he stood paralyzed looking at his wife. But almost immediately, the young man blushed and admitted that he was starting to feel strange when talking to Lyneth. The heroine didn't understand the boy and asked what he meant, and Oscar explained that this feeling was as if something was tickling him. Having said this, the Count knelt in front of his wife and took her hand, while Lynette kept looking at him in shock. And she couldn't say anything. The main character, calling the girl his dear, said he would hunt a rabbit for her if she wanted it. Lynette immediately felt feverish, because she didn't understand what was happening to her husband or how to behave. At that moment, Oscar continued and suggested that the heroine collect the ordered clothes together tomorrow. The next day, the girl was already admiring her husband and felt uncomfortable about how handsome he was. After all, even though Lynette had always liked the young man in appearance, in those clothes, he looked like he stepped out of a painting. The salesman at that moment spoke about how the suit was made of a special mineral and, therefore, it was light and did not hinder movement. And while the man kept talking about materials, the heroine listened surprisedly and noticed that weight and comfort are very important for this type of clothing. Seeing the girl's face, Oscar asked for her opinion, and she replied that she liked everything. And she remembered again that the boy was a knight, devoted to the kingdom. After the hero became convinced that his wife liked everything, he did not delay, and asked the salesman to pack the clothes. And when the man left to do what he was ordered, Oscar told the heroine that since childhood he had been on the battlefield, and had lived like a knight. At these words, Lynette's hands clenched into fists, as she considered that life very sad. But the young man explained that it was about protecting his loved ones, and he never thought of it as sad. Having received the order, the heroine continued and suggested that for Oscar being a knight is in the order of things, but you can still say goodbye to the battlefield at any moment. And the people waiting for the young man at home will worry. So Lynette doesn't think that getting injured and not sleeping well because of thinking about it is the best option. The protagonist immediately recalled the death of her grandfather, as it was then that she felt the same sadness and pain after the loss of a loved one. But Oscar interrupted the girl's thoughts by asking if she would be sad if he died. Lynette immediately agreed, very emotional and indignant. And a second later, the heroine was very surprised by her own reaction and blushed looking at the young man. Realizing her words, the girl added and said she would be nervous and worried. After all, they signed a contract, and since Oscar is Lynette's husband as a wife, she will be sad. The main character was a little annoyed when she heard this, but still agreed, and the couple awkwardly moved on. But suddenly, Lynette's attention was drawn to a man walking not far from them. It was David, and the girl remembered what he had said about his absence today. But it wasn't Marie who accompanied the young man, but someone else, and the heroine guessed that he was cheating on her. And Lynette was very surprised by this, as all this meant that most likely the original novel was distorted. Oscar, noticing his wife's panic, immediately asked what had happened. The main character was confused and hastily invited the Count to return to where he came from. And without waiting for an answer, Lynette pulled the young man by the hand in the direction she needed. After all, although the heroine does not feel sympathy for David, and it might be good that the fact of his betrayal is revealed, Oscar obviously won't like it. In the shop, the Count remained distracted, while Lynette said she liked the dress, and asked her husband which color suited her best. Suddenly, David and his lover entered behind the couple to buy a new dress for the girl. This slightly infuriated Lynette, and she didn't understand why the boys were going to this particular place now. Oscar had already started to worry about the heroine and said she didn't look very well. But before the young man had time to finish speaking, the girl interrupted him by calling him by name. Then Lynette immediately offered to kiss, but waited for no answer and did what she wanted. Oscar was very confused at first, but almost instantly pulled his wife towards him by the waist. After making sure David had passed away, the heroine moved away, and an awkward silence reigned between the couple. But Lynette exhaled in relief and was glad that the young prince and the girl passed by. It's just that now the protagonist didn't know how to explain everything to Oscar, so she quickly tried to find an excuse. And in the end, the girl said she was worried about what happened at the ball, and that Max actually called her to the balcony to ask her something about the young man. But now Lynette fears that people will again doubt her relationship with Oscar, so she decided to refute their doubts in this way. The Count did not expect to hear something like that and looked at his wife with great surprise. But a second later, the young man's face became dissatisfied, and he reacted coldly to the heroine's explanations. Then Oscar turned around and headed in the right direction, saying that was all for today. And the girl stood there and didn't understand that she had said something wrong. Upon leaving, the Count was annoyed, because, just like before, just like now, everything happened because of the contract. The day of the home tournament arrived quickly, and the couple was already there. Marie and David were also present, and the young man behaved as usual. The main character wondered if Marie knew that her husband was dating another girl. Lynette had a feeling that the story was drifting even further from the happy ending of the original, and the heroine suggested that David and Marie were also different from their description in the book. But suddenly, someone called Oscar. It was Edward, who did not expect to see his friend accompanied by his wife. The young man immediately bowed and introduced himself, saying he was happy to see Lynette. And while the Count was surprised by Edward's presence, the heroine also bowed and returned the greeting. Oscar started saying that he and the young man went to the same academy, and now he is the head of security. After these words, Edward suggested having lunch together next time, but the Count only gave an ambiguous answer. And with displeasure, Lynette, looking at her husband, didn't understand why he was being so unfriendly. But Edward didn't stop there, and asked Oscar if he had heard the news about the largest beast in the forest. Next, the young man spoke of a huge aggressive bear that appeared for the first time in the history of the kingdom, and that no one could drive away for several months. Oscar immediately realized that the winner would be the one who caught the bear, and this interested him greatly. Lynette did not like this information and was very scared, since the girl wanted to go collect herbs, taking advantage of the fact that everyone would be busy with the tournament. But now, she didn't know how to do it because of the beast. But the Count interrupted the heroine's thoughts, as it was her first time at the tournament, and he considered it necessary to explain everything. The young man immediately showed the place, where all the ladies were waiting for the end of the tournament. But he also said they could take a walk if they got bored. But it is forbidden to go beyond the flags, as the home area begins there, and the heroine might be in danger. Lynette, realizing that she could collect the necessary herbs within the safe zone, was delighted and replied to the Count that she understood everything. In the same second, the presenter asked to greet Alan Calebs. Everyone present immediately began to applaud and express their admiration for the young men. Lynette looked at her brother with hatred and disgust, not understanding why everyone was so happy, since she just wanted to hit him with a branch again. At that moment, Alan also noticed the girl and, smiling, decided to approach. The young man immediately began to act like an affectionate brother and also greeted Oscar cheerfully. Lynette noticed that Alan didn't seem scared and assumed he thought she would restrain herself because there were people around. Oscar asked how the young man was, to which he replied that he was always fine. But Alan continued and added that he was a little sad because Lynette was not present. Then the boy looked at the heroine and said that she always made her older brother happy. And Alan also suggested that the girl was now giving the same pleasure to the Count. With every word from her brother, Lynette began to tremble even more and felt sick. But the main character understood that she could not speak loudly in such a crowded place. After all, the girl will be at a disadvantage, so you must try to be patient. At that moment, Oscar took a step and stood in front of his wife, whom she looked at in bewilderment. Then, the young man asked Alan to refrain from making such statements towards Lynette. The main character immediately called the surprised Count, trying to understand what he was trying to achieve. And Alan explained that he meant that Lynette was a cheerful and sweet little sister. But the young man doubted the veracity of these words and said that it sounded as if Alan treated the girl like a toy. Oscar also added that Lynette doesn't exist to entertain anyone. The heroine is someone with whom it is pleasant to spend time, but not someone who entertains the Count. After these words, Alan laughed and said that Oscar was truly a loving husband, which saddened him, but this did not cause pity for the main character, because now his wife is a member of the Roger family, and the Count will not allow even the slightest insult towards the girl. As a result, Oscar decided to finish there and began to leave, so he called the heroine to follow him. Lynette was a little scared and confused when the young man called her, but she followed him anyway. For the girl, it was unexpected that the Count defended her, and she didn't understand if it was all a game. Therefore, the protagonist stopped her husband to ask him a question, but the couple was interrupted by Marie, who called Oscar and announced the start of the tournament. Upon approaching, the girl said she would take Lynette with her, so the Count should start preparing. The young man was slightly surprised by how quickly time passed, and telling the heroine that he would keep his promise. He wished to rest well. Lynette completely forgot about the rabbit and didn't understand what promise the young man was talking about. At that moment, Marie abruptly grabbed the protagonist's hand and dragged her away. The girl did not move from her spot and, lost in thought, realized that this was her first encounter with the young princess after she had lost consciousness. Marie immediately asked what had happened, and Lynette noticed that she acted as if nothing had happened. And the protagonist did not like this, so she withdrew her hand and said she could go alone. Marie was confused by these words and immediately apologized. Lynette realized that in the eyes of the girl, she had become mean again, but still, the heroine did not want to pretend that nothing had happened. As a result, Lynette sat alone at the table with her back to all the other ladies. One of the girls looked with a bit of disapproval towards the main character and was surprised by her arrival. The brunette noticed that Lynette was sensitive to floral scents and wondered if she tolerated the plants normally. And the main character, upon hearing all this, began to get angry, hoping that the girls would get tired of talking about her. At that moment, Olivia also decided not to remain silent and suggested that Marie was very upset because due to Countess Roger, the young princess's rose garden was destroyed. Lynette was very surprised by these words, as Oscar had not informed her that he had ordered all the roses removed. Marie asked her friends not to be so strict, because she believed the heroine was repenting. Hearing this, Lynette became furious and ran out of patience. Therefore, the protagonist immediately got up from her chair and headed to the desired table. Lynette approached and sternly asked why she should repent before anyone. The girls immediately lost the desire to continue the argument and only looked at the Countess with fear. At that moment, Lynette continued and recalled how Marie forced the servant to kneel to beg for forgiveness, even though he had lost consciousness due to an illness. Marie did not understand what was being said, and therefore timidly asked again. To this, the main character said that the girl treated the servant's attacks as a curse, and that's why the young man feared he would be fired. After these words, the Countess suggested that since the servant's status was lower, Marie thought she could safely mock him, but Lynette added that she was different and advised Marie to think a little about her actions. And the protagonist herself realized that it would be a lie to say that she is not at all scared by the plans and the slander of these people. However, Lynette defends the heroine of the novel, who has no support and eventually becomes a villain, and not herself. And the girl also protects her future in this world, where she will be able to become independent. After thinking about this, Lynette decided that instead of sitting here, she would prefer to go to the forest to look for herbs. The girls remained seated surprised, and did not understand how one could remain so safe after making a mistake. But Marie interrupted her friends and said that it was fine, so it was better to concentrate on the tournament. At that moment in the forest, Edward asked Oscar why he was so calm, because to the young man it seemed that he was very interested in the bear. And the Count explained that he wanted to give his wife a gift, and that first he needed to catch this gift. At this, Edward smiled a little and called the dominated guy, warned him that he would go deep into the forest, and told his friend to join him later. Seeing Edward leave, Oscar became serious and thoughtful. After all, the Count was bothered that Lynette seemed depressed and insulted during the dialogue with her brother, and the young man himself was burning with anger at that moment and lost his temper without even thinking about it. At that very second, Oscar remembered that the heroine always calls her relationship a contract. And then, the Count suggested that this behavior was due to the fact that Lynette was in a contractual relationship. Having thought this, the young man, although he realized that everything was going according to plan, did not understand from what moment he began to act sincerely. The protagonist had already found the plants she needed and was very happy. Everything was blooming and there were many medicinal herbs, so the girl did not hesitate and began to actively collect everything. Lynette hoped to find herbs of a similar composition to the medicine she had given the gardener to help. In addition, besides the necessary herb, the heroine found other types and also took them for herself. But suddenly the girl was distracted by a rustle coming from the forest, and getting up, she looked towards the source of the sound. Lynette tensed up a little, but assumed it was a small animal running past. And a fraction of a second later, an arrow flew towards the heroine, which she miraculously managed to dodge. The girl was very scared, but she remembered that it was a hunt, so perhaps the arrow was thrown here by mistake. But while Lynette was trying to calm down, another weapon flew towards the hem of her dress, and the main character immediately realized that this was not a mistake, and that they were aiming directly at her, so she decided to quickly return to the camp. Lynette tore her dress to get out and ran at high speed through the forest. At that moment, the girl continued to be attacked and realized that dying here from arrows was too stupid, and that she needed to speed up. But suddenly the main character was called, and she turned around scared. Noticing another arrow, Lynette closed her eyes and almost resigned herself to death. In the last second, Oscar hugged his wife and thus saved her life. The heroine, seeing the young man's wounded shoulder, immediately panicked and was anxious to help. But the Count reassured Lynette and told her that everything was fine, so there was nothing to worry about. Oscar also added that he is nearby now, and the girl is no longer in danger. Lynette agreed with this and immediately began to cry, as she was very scared for the young man. Oscar began to reach out to pull out the arrow and asked the heroine not to cry, because the wound was not deep. But the girl noticed that the young man wanted to pull out the arrow and immediately stopped him, because the bleeding could worsen. After these words, the Count was confused, and Lynette explained that it was enough to break the shaft first. Oscar listened and suspiciously asked if the servants were again a source of information for providing first aid, and the heroine agreed. Having shortened the arrow, the young man began to think about future actions, as it was unclear from where they were attacking, and it was unknown where to expect the next arrow. Lynette continued to worry, because the Count was wounded because of her, and therefore the girl said she would heal him now. But Oscar grabbed his wife's hand, preventing her from touching him, and a little worried, the young man asked the girl not to do anything. Then the young man bent down and told the heroine to shut up. After all, a large bear was heading towards the couple, which, through negligence, could have caused their death. Seeing the danger, Lynette couldn't believe what she saw and panicked, which made her hug the Count even tighter. But still, the main character tried not to make any sound while the beast passed by them. Then Lynette asked in a whisper if this was the bear the young man wanted to catch. And the girl herself didn't understand when she managed to enter the home area. And looking back, the heroine saw that the predator had already passed, so she exhaled in relief. At that very second, Edward came out from behind the bushes, whom the girl noticed immediately. Lynette did not hesitate and immediately looked out of her hiding place and began to call the boy. Edward was very surprised to see the Countess, but realized that she was not alone. But with Oscar, the young man sat down next to the hero and began to express his indignation towards whoever dared to shoot an arrow at a man. And he also said with concern that the Count needed help. Lynette still hadn't calmed down, and again started asking her husband about his condition. But Edward interrupted and said that Oscar was strong as a bear, so there was no need to worry so much. But the protagonist no longer reacted to any words, and, due to her worries, she did not take her eyes off the Count. Oscar himself also addressed his wife and explained that he was fine, and that he didn't feel any pain. But Lynette only thought about why, looking at the wounded Count, all he does is cry, and cannot behave like a doctor. In addition, the protagonist is being comforted by a patient, so she realized that she had to come to her senses. And when Edward decided to help Oscar get home, the girl immediately began to offer him help, to which the Count refused and said he could go by himself. Already at the estate, Jane offered Lynette to change clothes, but the heroine preferred to keep what she was wearing for now. In her thoughts, the girl assumed that the only one who could aim at her was Alan Callips. And with Lynette, everything would be fine, because she has healing abilities, but Oscar got wounded, and he refused to heal. The main character immediately thought that the Count knew about her abilities. But then the girl realized that it would be more appropriate to say that they should not make noise, since there was a bear there. Having finished her thoughts, Lynette still asked Jane to help her change her dress, which surprised the servant, and the heroine explained that she needed to meet Oscar. After all, Oscar first injured his arm because of Lynette, and now his shoulder. And although the protagonist understood that it was not her fault, her conscience still tormented her, and it gave her no peace. The girl cannot use healing abilities, as the secret might be discovered. However, this does not mean that Lynette cannot take care of her husband and change his bandages at night. Oscar woke up from a strange crackle and, turning around, saw the heroine, which was very surprising. Calling the girl a strict doctor, the boy immediately warned that the doctor had taken care of everything before. But the Countess insisted on her opinion, speaking of a possible deterioration of his condition during the night. With a smile, the main character asked if the girl was going to sit here all night, to which Lynette immediately agreed. But the man said that it was unlikely she could sleep because of her wife's penetrating gaze, when suddenly the girl was drawn to a sound coming from the other side of the room. And before the heroine had time to say anything, Oscar sat up and immediately remembered who exactly was making those sounds. It turned out to be a small rabbit, which the Count hunted especially for the girl. And Lynette instantly remembered that the boy promised to bring her an animal. The heroine completely forgot about the conversation. She admired Oscar and even began to fantasize about a scene that never actually happened. Stroking the small, fluffy rabbit, the Countess sat down and looked at it with a smile. At one point, the animal brought its head close to the girl's hand, showing total sympathy. And this surprised the heroine and excited her at the same time, because the rabbit was too cute. Lynette generally thought that the guy would bring the animal dead, but Oscar believes that someone who values life needs a living animal. And although the boy could not win the home tournament, he was glad he could please his wife. Observing the girl, the Count suggested that she stop staring at him and go to bed. Lynette realized that at those moments, she felt like a child, and replied to the young man that she wanted to spend a little more time together. The couple ended up lying in bed, staring at each other. Oscar decided to joke, saying that the girl would soon pierce a hole in him with her gaze. But Lynette immediately started to deny it seriously. But empathy seemed to replace the stern face, and the heroine asked if they had found the same shooter, to which Oscar replied negatively and asked Lynette not to blame herself. Suddenly, the Count remembered when the girl said it would be better for her to be injured and sick and expressed it, thus confusing the heroine. The young man also added that, apparently, he also did not want to see his wife getting hurt, and that was precisely the reason why the guy covered for her. Lynette didn't know what to answer, since they were alone, which means there was no point in playing a couple in love. And if the young man continues to behave this way and show tenderness, then the heroine will completely misinterpret him. In the dream, memories began to appear in which the prince could not understand why the girl could not use her abilities. And Lynette explained that even if she wanted to, she simply couldn't do it anyway. The man could not stand such terrible information and slapped the heroine on the cheek. And then the prince called the girl useless, to which she turned away and simply looked aside silently. And the man continued and said that the heroine is a girl who has neither strength nor intelligence, so she is only suitable for a bride. This nightmare made Lynette sweat and unable to stay still. Oscar, as soon as he realized this, was surprised and could not understand if the girl was really having a nightmare. Taking his wife's hand, the boy began to look at Lynette with empathy and understood that if the nightmares did not stop, he would have to wake her up. And putting his hands together, the young man continued to look, trying to calm his wife. But suddenly, Lynette began to talk in her sleep and beg someone not to leave. Oscar was surprised and looking at the Countess called her gently, but the heroine did not wake up from this. The dream was so terrible that the girl started crying and kept begging not to be left. The young man, looking at all this, could not even imagine what exactly could have happened to Lynette to dream of such a thing. And leaning closer to the girl, Oscar began to tell her that he would not leave her anywhere, trying to calm her down. Even if the main character pushes the young man away, he will still be attracted to her. As a result, the words reached the girl even while she was sleeping, which made her stop crying and even smile. The next morning, the Duchess was already sitting at the table with Lynette and Marie. Taking, the heroine was tormented by the thought that she had promised to help Oscar. But in reality, she fell asleep in a sweet dream. It turns out there is a reason for this meeting between the girls. The woman gathered everyone to say that there will be changes in the administration of the mansion in which the girls participate. Marie was surprised by this information, so she asked again. Until now, part of the management of household affairs had been entrusted to Marie, since the Duchess trusted her as the most family member. However, upon seeing Inet's sincerity and hearing the servant's words, her opinion changed, and it seems to the woman that it would be a good idea to gradually transfer the responsibilities of the house to Lynette. Marie was not very happy with this news and said that everything was presented a bit unexpectedly. The princess added and said that if nothing serious happens, then Marie is the next Duchess. And there is nothing wrong with this information, especially if you tell it in advance. Everything that was said surprised Marie too much, but they topped it off with the words that she and David were not yet married. Lynette immediately realized that the Duchess was taking her request too seriously. After all, before the girl asked the princess what interests her, that is, the heroine asked if David and Marie were married. And the woman replied with a smile that the couple was only engaged and there was no wedding. Having considered the Duchess's words, the girl decided to assume that, due to her distrust of Lynette, Marie had assumed all the responsibilities of managing the mansion. But the princess immediately refuted it and explained that Marie wanted to do this, since she had been living on this estate for a long time. And after these words, the protagonist said she had a request. Currently, the woman said it would be a mistake to leave all worries to Lynette. Therefore, the Duchess thought it would be a good idea for the girls to cooperate in managing the mansion. After meeting with the princess, the main character headed to the town of Traum. Sitting in the carriage, Lynette was pleased with Marie's expression of perplexity after hearing the Duchess's news. And since the heroine will take charge of managing the mansion's affairs, Oscar's position will be strengthened. This means that the sooner the Count becomes a duke, the sooner he will divorce. And Lynette and the girl was very happy about this. At that moment, the carriage had already reached its destination, and the servant notified the heroine about this. The man immediately offered his hand to Lynette to help her get out of the transport. The girl, hoping to be able to trust the servant, asked him to keep this entire trip a secret from Oscar. And although the man understood that something was wrong here, he still agreed. And he told the Countess not to worry. After these words, Lynette praised the servant and asked him to wait near the carriage. And she headed to the place she needed. Memories of the past began to return much more actively. And now almost every night, the main character dreams of different places. But most of the time in these dreams, the town of Traum repeats itself. And the heroine of the novel also often showed the girl her house she arrived at. Lynette immediately felt attracted to the letter, which stood out among the books on the shelf. Upon opening the envelope, the protagonist saw that the text was written in her handwriting, and she was very surprised. The letter itself said that the heroine of the novel was no longer alive, and that Mrs. R.A. Potter needed to be informed about it. And noticing the address written below, the girl supposed that this was the house of that very woman. Lynette finished reading and realized that the heroine of the novel, who lived in a cold mansion and had no one by her side, foresaw her death. Realizing this, the girl felt sad, because to accept that future, the heroine of the novel had clearly experienced much pain and loneliness. As a result, Lynette immediately headed to the address indicated in the letter. Knocking on the door, the main character introduced herself and began to wait for a response. A minute later, the woman opened the door and, not believing what she heard, asked again who had come to her. Lynette noticed Mrs. Potter's eyes and was surprised that she was blind. Then the girl introduced herself again and suggested that the woman had been waiting for her for a long time. Upon confirming that a loved one had come, the grandmother immediately shed tears, and she was paralyzed with surprise. But after that, the woman calmed the heroine and invited her in, telling her that everything was going as it should. Potter immediately began to talk about how happy she was and how worried she was, because something terrible could happen due to the impossibility of meeting. At these words, Lynette apologized and explained her absence by saying that she was busy with matters in the mansion, so she had no time to come. And in her thoughts, the girl worried a little, because she realized the seriousness of the situation, and that the Lynette the woman knew was no longer there. The heroine also remembered seeing a blind, white-haired woman in her memories, and she assumed that it was Meyers, who had lost her abilities. And the medicines that the heroine of the novel bought for the Duke were delivered to the towns of Traum. And this woman is a good friend of Lynette from the Meyers family. At that moment, Mrs. Potter continued and said that she had something to tell the girl. A month ago, an epidemic began in a neighboring town. Watery calluses appear on the body. And first the children get sick, and then their parents get infected. Lynette supposed it was shingles, but then realized that it was not a very contagious disease. And she asked if small spots appeared in the mouth and on the skin of the children. The woman was very surprised that the heroine named the correct symptoms and confirmed her words. Hearing this, the girl was almost sure it was stomatitis and said that there had been children with similar symptoms before. Mrs. Potter was glad to hear that it was nothing serious and said that the medicine made by the guild was helping, and now all the children were recovering. The woman also reported that she had finished making medicine at Lynette's request for an aristocrat who complained about his health. The protagonist immediately realized that we were talking about Lucia and said she was happy to hear so much good news. Mrs. Potter agreed with this, but asked if the girl had decided to reveal her name to the clan. After all, the reason the clan can make medicines is because of the donations Lynette made to them. And the woman was upset because no one knew about all the efforts. But the protagonist explained that in her position, it is better to hide that she belongs to the Meyers family. Because if it becomes known that someone like her donates money, then gossip will start. At these words, Mrs. Potter said that the girl's opinion had not changed at all. And Lynette herself was glad that her answer coincided with the thoughts of the novel's heroine. And considering Lynette's actions before the girl took over her body, now everything seems natural. And this is the only reason to lead a double life as an aristocrat and a secret benefactor of the town of Traum. After thinking about everything, the heroine said that she was now looking for a way to make the medicine faster. The girl also added that there is a person who is interested in medicine and most likely can help in manufacturing and distribution of medicines. After these words, Lynette remembered that she had brought the necessary funds for the clan and handed them over to the woman. And then the heroine explained that the clan should use it all as needed until her next visit. Mrs. R. A. Potter immediately thanked Lynette, but asked how the girl was feeling, since she had a lot of work. But the main character told her not to worry, because after all, she was Countess Roger. The woman agreed with this, and said she was sure that if Lily and Mom knew about Lynette's efforts, they would thank her. The girl thanked her, and in her thoughts suggested that Lily was the girl whose portrait she had seen. And apparently, the girl was important to the novel's heroine, since Mrs. Potter mentioned her. And perhaps it was for Lily's sake that Lynette continued to lead a double life. Just like the main character, she worked as a doctor to fulfill the promise she made to her grandfather. From all this, Lynette concluded that she and the novel's heroine had more in common than she thought. As night fell, Oscar met with his servant, who handled his intelligence requests. The girl said that Lynette stopped in the forest near the village of Kentra and headed to Potter's house. But in the forest itself, the servant could not follow the heroine as she was too careful, and returned after about 30 minutes. And when the young man asked who Mrs. Potter was, the girl said she was a bourgeois engaged in growing plants in the village. And the servant also added and said that the woman seemed to be blind. The Count immediately remembered that there were people who could not see in the Meyers clan. And according to the seller, there are rumors that a young member of the Meyers clan is also alive. Therefore, it is most likely that this person maintains contact with others. And recalling the day of the tournament, Oscar realized that the wounds on Lynette's face had healed very quickly. Therefore, as expected, the Count turned out to be right, and the heroine belongs to the Meyers family. But the young man's thoughts were interrupted by the maid, who said she had a question. And continuing, the girl asked if Oscar had any reason to follow the Countess. The young man did not understand why suddenly she had doubts, since after receiving the order, the servant said nothing. The girl immediately started saying that she owed her life to the Count, because he took her in when she had nowhere to go, and even taught her fencing. And upon becoming the young man's servant, the girl wanted to repay his kindness. And even now, she believes that what she is doing will contribute to Oscar's happiness. But the girl continued and said that Lynette seems like a simple person, and, contrary to the judgments about her, she is a kind countess who cares about those around her and thinks about her husband. Therefore, the maid said that if Oscar doubts the heroine, then she hopes he can resolve these misunderstandings. The young man was a little surprised and noticed that the girl had grown up and become too cheeky, since she began to worry not only about her master's peace, but also about taking care of his wife. After these words, the maid felt very embarrassed and apologized, but the count said she had nothing to worry about. And continuing, Oscar explained that he did not doubt Lynette, but was only worried that something might happen to her. But the girl still didn't understand why the heroine should be under surveillance if they saw each other every day. Therefore, warning that this was cheekiness on her part, the maid asked if Oscar loved Lynette, which left the young man in great shock. The young man immediately shouted and asked what the girl meant, as that question was uncomfortable for him. But in fact, the count thought about it and realized that he was smiling while looking at the heroine, and he was also interested in what she was doing, so he asked to follow her. Oscar does not want to see Lynette's worried face, so even if he gets hurt, he doesn't want her to praise him. But the young man is tense because of the heroine's reminders that their relationship is just contractual. After thinking about everything, the young man replied to the servant, telling him that it was quite natural to treat each other with love, because he and Lynette were a married couple. And the count decided to stop there, so he thanked the girl for the information and let her go to rest. Oscar looked away and continued thinking about his wife with slight sadness. In the morning, Lynette stood in front of the door and planned to ask the count about his condition, since the doctor came to see him today. But when she opened the door, the girl saw Robert and was very frightened. The maid wished the heroine good morning, and although she returned the greeting, she did not understand why the young man came and supposed something had happened to Oscar. Robert was a little confused, and apologizing for scaring the girl, looked down. And then the servant handed her a gift box with the words that he wanted to keep only this. At that moment, Jane approached and wanted to ask Lynette about some things, but Robert drew her attention. Therefore, the maid immediately approached and inquiredly greeted the young man. And without having time to ask the reason for the visit, the girl received that same gift in her hands, and she froze due to the misunderstanding. Robert turned around and left, wishing them a good day, while the heroines remained standing, trying to comprehend what was happening. But then Lynette thought about it, and assumed that Robert had been there since the morning to give the gift to Jane, although the maid herself thought differently and interrupting the girl's thoughts. Jane said there was expensive chocolate in the box, and apparently she should give it to the countess. After all, during this time, Lynette earned a good reputation, and most likely Robert found out too, so Jane will leave the chocolate on the table. But the protagonist did not want the young man to hate her, so in a panic she said she did not like chocolate. And starting to leave quickly, Lynette also added that Robert gave the chocolate to Jane, which means it is hers now. As soon as the girl left the room, she became thoughtful, and assuming that Robert loved Jane unrequitedly, she decided that she should watch them. The maid remained standing there surprised, because in addition to the unexpected gift, she realized that Lynette had eaten chocolate cake yesterday. Oscar was walking in the yard at that moment and was glad he could move despite the slight pain in his shoulder. But suddenly, someone called the young man and forced him to stop. It was Lynette, who was unhappy that the count was already standing and therefore wondered why he was walking. After all, the doctor told Oscar to rest for another 10 days. After hearing his wife, the count blushed deeply and did not know what to answer. But the young man realized that he had no choice but to admit that he had fallen in love with Lynette. At this, Oscar asked if the reason for the girl's arrival was that she missed him very much, to which she indignantly agreed, because upon not finding the count in bed, she wondered where he would be. Hearing this, the young man immediately pressed the heroine against himself and hugged her tightly, reciprocating. But the girl did not like such unexpected hugs and pushed her husband away, asking him what he was doing. Oscar was very confused by this, because he did not expect such a sharp reaction. But still, the count explained that for a long time they did not look like a married couple, so here, where there were servants, he decided to try to play. Lynette said nothing to these words, but she thought Oscar seemed sincere to her, and his facial expression was as if he had fallen in love. And then the girl explained that it was only because the young man was injured, because of the heroine. She acted as if they were a married couple, but the count replied, saying that he hadn't thought about that. Next, Lynette asked Oscar to go rest, because even during a light walk the upper body is affected. But the young man, with a smile, asked if the heroine would go with him, to which the girl replied that he goes out too often, and that she has no choice but to stay close. Oscar was at home, and at work a man who met the expectations of others, and he had nothing to worry about. And even if the Count has to pretend to be so weak in front of Lynette, he still wants her to worry about him and stay by his side. A week later, the pain in Oscar's shoulder had almost disappeared, and everything was quickly moving towards recovery. And as much as the young man did not want to admit it, the medicines sent by Prince Aribo helped a lot. The Count tried to listen to Lynette and not go outside, so out of boredom, the boy decided to look out the window. In the yard, Oscar saw the main character, who was preparing to go somewhere again, and the young man did not understand why she was so busy that lately she went somewhere every day. But the Count learned that the girl was gradually beginning to manage the mansion, and he assumed that the workload had increased a lot. Oscar was also bothered by the fact that Lynette did not tell him that she was from the Meyers family, and the young man thought that this was because the heroine believed that he would not side with her. And if the Count's guesses are correct, then he cannot stay still. At the Jaribo estate, the maid asked Lynette to wait as the Duke would arrive soon. The girl sat down and did not understand why it felt like she was at an interview every time she came here. But the heroine's attention was drawn to the changes in the room, namely, the absence of flowers. Everything was replaced by flowerless plants, and the girl immediately assumed that. After all, they believed her. And while Lynette was looking around, Max had already arrived and greeted the heroine. Seeing the prince, the girl immediately stood up and bowed, greeting him in return. The young man sat opposite and said that there hadn't been news from Lynette for a long time. So now he was surprised by such a sudden visit. But the heroine was a little surprised, because a week ago she sent the prince a warning letter, and Max explained that usually the other nobles notify him a month in advance, because he is too busy. Lynette immediately remembered the words of the other ladies about the Duke's hustle, and she realized that they were really telling the truth. When the prince asked about the medicine he had sent her, the girl said that thanks to it the wound healed quickly, and Oscar was very grateful. But the young man did not believe that the Count was grateful to him, and said that the heroine was a bad liar, to which Lynette was confused and realized that she should not have mentioned Oscar. As a result, Max changed the subject and asked who shot that day, and if that person had been identified. The main character, realizing that there was no reason to keep everything secret from the young man, she received medicine from him and said they were still looking for the shooter. After all, arrows usually used have the family coat of arms engraved. But here the tip was empty, so they still cannot find the culprit. The girl immediately asked if Max had any guess about it, but the young man answered negatively and said he wanted to get information from her. But Lynette realized that she only had suspicions about Alan, so there was no point in discussing it here. After these thoughts, the heroine expressed her surprise about the flowers removed from the room, and she asked about the princess's well-being. And Max said that after following the girl's advice, Lucia's condition improved greatly, and now she has no trouble breathing at night. Lynette was happy there was a result, but explained that this cannot be cured, and that specialized treatment is necessary. At these words, the prince sighed and said he didn't know how to proceed with this matter, and the girl saved him the trouble. Next, the young man remembered that he still hasn't received an answer regarding his proposal. At first, the main character didn't understand what we were talking about, but still remembered the partnership offer. But before answering, Lynette said she needed to clarify something, as she didn't have that much knowledge about medicines and herbs as Max thought. Therefore, the girl said she has connections with people who have long been researching the field of medicine. The prince immediately became interested in this and asked for details about these people. But Lynette refused to give information and added that she wanted to become the prince's partner. However, the heroine asked the young man to promise him that he would not question or discover the origins of these people, since she wanted to create and supply medicines with them as business partners. And this was precisely one of the girl's main conditions. Lynette also understood that Max could refuse, but this condition was necessary to protect the residents of the town of Traum. But the prince, without questions or hesitation, agreed to cooperate with the girl. After all, the young man understands that the heroine vouches for the skills and knowledge of these people, so all he cares about is getting results. After these words, Max added and said that if she needs help, the girl can tell him. Lynette said that they would share the ways to use the medicines and the methods for preparing them, and that the prince should cover the costs and organize the route. And the goal of the heroine and Max is to make medicines available to the public, not only for nobles, but also for common citizens, and the profits will be split in half. The young man agreed, but said that usually the person who created it is responsible for the effectiveness of the medicine. And since the prince trusts Lynette, he is willing to make generous investments. But Max also warned that it would be difficult for the girl to develop the case, keeping the source of the medicine secret. The main character realized that the young man was right, because there were rumors about her that she was a nasty villain. And if Lynette suddenly starts making medicines, then there will be no trust in her as a manufacturer. That's why the girl told the prince that she hoped he would find a trustworthy person. Seeing the misunderstanding in Max's eyes, the heroine realized that it was difficult to explain such things in this world. So she repeated and said that she needed to find a representative who would vouch for the medicine. And the prince realized that it was necessary to name a person who would appeal to the common people and pretend that he was in charge of this matter. Max really liked the idea, but the girl felt like she had taught him something bad. As a result, the young man agreed and said that if he found a representative, he would draft an agreement on the terms proposed by Lynette. After finishing the discussion about cooperation, the prince asked if Oscar knew about the heroine's plans. The girl answered negatively, and in her thoughts understood that this matter was a way to survive after gaining independence. And the count didn't need to know. Max nodded and said that in that case, he would also keep everything secret from Oscar. And saying that today's conversation had been pleasant, Lynette headed towards the carriage. Upon entering the transport, the girl realized she was very tired, but was glad the conversation went well. But the main character was uncomfortable with the fact that the prince was someone whose true intentions were unknown. And if Oscar is like a puppy, then Max is a fox. Realizing this, Lynette immediately thought warmly about how sweet and good the count was. But the heroine suddenly snapped out of it and realized that this was not something she needed to think about. After all, the girl had started to appreciate the man she was going to divorce. At that moment, Oscar arrived at the shop of that grandfather from the Meyers family. The young man wants to ask him some questions and was sure that the shop was still open. But before the count had time to open the door, a passerby nearby announced that the shop was closed that day. Next, the man explained that the owner fell ill a few days ago, and there had been no change for 3 days. Or 4 days. Oscar realized that it is unknown when the seller will come, and that's why he will have to return today, because he cannot just wait. Therefore, the count thanked the man for the information and headed towards the carriage. And although this shop's day off was unexpected, the young man supposed that nothing serious had happened. Already at the mansion, Oscar accidentally met Lynette, who had also just returned. The girl immediately asked where the count was, to which he replied that he had to meet someone, and he was interested in the heroine's hobby. And Lynette said she went to Duke Jaribo's mansion because she thought it was worth thanking him for giving Oscar the medicine. The young man did not like these words, and his appearance immediately became gloomy. Oscar realized that the same thing had happened at the ball, and jealously suggested that Max was interested in the heroine. And while Lynette looked inquisitively at her husband, the young man began to think that Prince Jaribo was the reason the girl was asking for a divorce. After these thoughts, the young man imagined what Lynette and Max would look like together, which made him uncomfortable. But still, Oscar realized that he was not thinking about this, because the girl, thinking of him, went to Duke Jaribo's residence. As a result, the main character said she would go and take the right direction. And the young man himself thought that, first of all, he needed to take a walk and clear his head. Lynette looked at the count with concern and realized that it seemed like something had happened. Sitting in the room, Oscar thought that he needed to talk about all this with his wife, because if his assumptions were the real reason for the divorce, then he would not stand it. And the young man also realized that Lynette had been acting strangely recently. But the count was startled by Robert, who called him and immediately asked how long the servant had been there. And the boy said that he had just observed the couple in the hallway. Oscar was a little indignant, but Robert interrupted him and explained that he was no different from his shadow. But then the servant said that it didn't matter, and that if the count loved Lynette, then he would want to support her and help her, regardless of his opinion. After all, this is the duty of a young man as a servant. Oscar disagreed with this and explained that this was far from love. But Robert said that he became convinced of his feelings when he saw the sparkle in the count's eyes looking at Lynette, and he was sure that he had definitely fallen in love. And continuing, the servant said that otherwise there would be no reason to feel such strong jealousy, after the girl spoke about meeting another man. Robert also believed that for a capable and excellent man like Oscar, there was no reason why the heroine wouldn't like him. That's why the young man wants to help the Count with great enthusiasm. Oscar himself seemed surprised, and was surprised to be listening to Robert's lectures. During dinner, the prince announced that an archduke was hosting a reception at his new country house, built several years ago on the shore of Lake Saharina. And turning to Oscar, the man suggested that he didn't feel well, and that's why he would go with David. But the young man said he could move quite well now, so he would go with Lynette too. Marie was immediately happy that they were all going together, because the Archduke's receptions were famous for their luxury, and everyone would have a good time. The princess agreed with this and warned that they should leave early, as the carriage ride takes about an hour. The woman also said that there are things you need to be careful about when talking. Next month, the Archduke plans to appoint his official successor, and the first one is ill, and the second is too greedy, so the princess is very worried. And the woman asked, if possible, to be careful with conversations about heirs, and that it would be best not to touch this topic at all, even when there is a conversation with nobles. David agreed that this was indeed a very delicate topic, and he listened to his mother's words. Lynette thought that this whole situation was similar to this estate, and the condition of the contract between the Count and the heroine was Oscar's duchy, and the condition for obtaining the title was the preservation of the marriage. But now that the relationship has improved, the girl believes that it is possible to discuss matters with the current duke. It also seems to Lynette that Oscar could not leave his beloved and live with his unloved wife. So she needs to ask the Count about everything, because the girl cannot wait any longer. But after these thoughts, the heroine felt a little sad and could not understand the exact reason. After eating, the girl asked Oscar about his shoulder, to which the young man replied that everything was fine, and that he could not send her alone to the reception. Lynette was happy to hear this, as it would be difficult for her to be surrounded by girls like that time. Next, the heroine spoke about her assumptions, that the young man was annoyed by her constant complaints, and she apologized for it. And after that, the girl decided to ask if Oscar spoke to his father about the title. The Count said that he and the prince were discussing this, but so far there was no progress, and he asked the heroine the purpose of such a question. The young man himself understood that the reason was her divorce from Lynette, so his mood immediately worsened, and the girl confirmed Oscar's assumptions, explaining that the faster things go, the better. Hearing this, the Count replied coldly that as soon as he received the title, they would divorce, and then Oscar asked the girl why she had been thinking only about divorce all this time, which the heroine was very surprised at and asked again. At these words, the young man angrily suggested that he was a very bad husband. Therefore, Oscar immediately said that if Lynette needed money, he would give her much more than he had given her up to this day. But the heroine herself was confused and interrupted the Count, saying that he had not understood her correctly. And continuing, the girl said confidently that Oscar loves Marie. But the young man was very surprised by this and indignantly asked what Lynette meant. The girl felt uncomfortable because she had confidence in her words and in herself. After all, the novel Lynette ended up in was written completely differently. The main characters were Marie and Oscar, where the young man was unrequitedly in love with a girl, and Lynette was sure that everything was happening according to the plot. But looking at Oscar's face, the heroine began to have doubts. At that moment, the Count decided to remind the girl that Marie was David's beloved, to which she immediately began to accept everything. Next, the young man said that Marie was like a little sister to him, and nothing more because they grew up together. Therefore, the Count has no reason to love Marie, and at these words the girl was shocked. And while the heroine tried to come to her senses, Oscar continued and added that he and Marie were just good friends. The girl remained standing silently, as the current Count differs too much from the book. Already at the reception, the couple walked through the mansion's courtyard, and while they maintained an awkward silence between them, the Duchess commented on everything she saw. Lynette couldn't sleep after that very conversation, because even if you think about it carefully, this world is very different from the book, and the heroine was so embarrassed that she regretted her words as much as, in general, her assumptions. Suddenly, it occurred to the Countess that maybe Oscar hadn't been pretending all this time, and that his actions were sincere. In an attempt to calm the situation, Lynette decided to say that the garden was really beautiful, while she herself thought about her assumption and the fact that it was still stupid. But Oscar responded, rather ambiguously to the compliment about the garden, and surprised the heroine with the same thing. It turned out that the Count was looking for words to say that Lynette was more beautiful than all the flowers in the garden, but the girl considered it simply a terrible game for the audience. In the end, thanking him for the compliment, the heroine turned her face away, which surprised the young man, and made the Duchess laugh. But the idea that Oscar didn't love her at all made the heroine angry, and think that she was deceiving herself. The boy did not understand Lynette's reaction, and therefore felt uncomfortable. After that conversation, the young man realized that the girl did not understand what the relationship between him and Marie was, so he started reading the book about temptation that Robert gave him. And now, he said everything exactly according to the instructions. And while the girl thought Oscar's feelings were a deception, the Count himself understood that he expected a different reaction from his wife. At the mansion itself, the Archduke greeted everyone and delivered words of thanks to all attendees. While the man was giving his speech, Marie stood on the balcony and watched from the side, and Alan was already walking towards the girl. The heroine immediately asked if the young man had carefully planned everything, to which he expressed his displeasure. After all, it was quite difficult for Alan to correct what Marie had done, and he was very angry. Previously, this couple, under the cover of darkness, met in an alley to discuss an important matter. Marie asked Alan to speak faster, as people might think bad things. The boy himself had a huge rose mark on his face, which he tried to cover with his hand. Alan was very angry and asked if the heroine was really sane. Continuing, the young man asked what the girl was thinking when she shot a bow in a crowded place. The guy shouted that according to the plan, they only had to lure Lynette out of the mansion, and nothing more. After all, if it turns out that the main character is from the Meyers family, then Alan's father will be executed for hiding her before. And it is thanks to Marie that a real nightmare can happen to the young man's father. The girl reacted emotionlessly, finding the boy's words and reaction strange. After all, Marie thought that Alan hated his sister a lot, and saw no difference between returning to the estate and murdering. But upon seeing the young man's reaction, the girl assumed he felt affection for Lynette as a family member, and she laughed at that. The boy replied that not everyone wants to kill a person out of hatred like Marie. But the young man also added and explained that Lynette cannot be killed and that, if it weren't for her father, she would have died long ago. Marie agreed with the boy's words, justifying herself by saying it was a special measure. The girl falsely accused Lynette, saying she didn't like the rose garden, and it was Marie who pushed the main character into the water, hoping she would die. And the main thing is that it was Marie who gave the girl poison tea, but she still didn't care at all. The boy agreed and thought about the girl's words, because Lynette hasn't been acting brazen lately either. As a result, the young man extended his hand to offer a deal and immediately accepted it. Alan immediately said that the Archduke was going to hold a reception at a country house, and that the mansion itself was located on the shore of a lake, and Lynette's weakness is water, so there is simply no better place to kill her. Marie immediately asked again, since Alan had previously said it was impossible to kill the heroine. The young man agreed with this, but then said that a toy is something that can always be played with. Currently, while talking on the balcony, the couple discussed a plan, where Alan clarified that Marie was quite cruel. The young man himself, due to the situation with the roses, no longer cares if Lynette is alive until his father catches him. But Alan did not understand the reason for Marie's hatred towards Lynette and said it. Marie rephrased these words into a rhetorical question with a smile. After all, when Lynette arrived at the mansion, she took too much away from Marie. The protagonist broke the promise they made with their beloved siblings when they were children. The girl also selected a family that promised they would never leave Marie alone. And Lynette also got the mansion, which was full of good people who loved Marie with all their heart. Everything was going well before the arrival of the main character, but the girl made a decision, and Marie will no longer allow anything to be taken from her. The day was warm and the perfect time to take a tour of the mansion. Hours earlier, the family was by the water listening to a story about a garden by the lake. Marie, at that moment, expressed her admiration for the beauty of the landscape. And while everyone talked about the beauty of the landscapes, Lynette herself felt fear when she was near water. Memories came to the heroine's head, where her mother shouted at the girl to run and save herself. The woman asked her to run and not look back, which the young Lynette did. And later, when all the Meyers were tied up, the knights asked about the heroine, who still managed to escape. As a result, the knights began to shout for everyone to enter the water one by one. And since this was the King's Majesty's order, the entire Meyers family was thrown into the water. Without exception, although it was a completely different lake, Lynette still couldn't look at it. Oscar noticed his wife's discomfort and state, which made him a little tense. Walking towards the banquet hall, he was also introduced and shown the luxurious look, and inviting everyone to have tea with various sweets. They wished everyone a good time with pleasant conversations. Marie smiled at Oscar and said she would go greet the ladies, and they would meet in the evening. But the Count immediately said that there was no need for them to see each other all the time. Hearing the conversation between Oscar and Marie, the heroine immediately realized that she could avoid seeing the countesses from the garden again. So Lynette began to think of a plan to avoid running into girls like last time. At that moment, Oscar, approaching the heroine, told her not to drink today, which surprised her greatly. Remembering the moment in the bedroom, the boy decided not to explain the reason and simply forbade the girl from drinking for her own safety. The heroine, handing a sweet to the young man, asked him to refrain from drinking alcohol as well, while she herself tried to understand the reason for the prohibition. And while Oscar ate a delicious pastry, Lynette began to question him about his shoulder. The young man replied that his shoulder didn't bother him much, which put the heroine in a difficult situation. Upon closer thought, Lynette realized that it would be easier to cure her husband without anyone noticing. But he would definitely guess everything. And suddenly, the girl's attention was drawn to a guest who entered the hall. This guest turned out to be Max, who, as usual, wore luxurious attire. The boy was busy with another conversation among his friends. The heroine realized that there was no point in approaching the young man yet, although the issue of the false boss interested her greatly. Suddenly, Oscar, noticing his wife's gaze, asked about her interest in the Duke, which immediately confused the girl, and she said she was only thinking about the boy's popularity. The Count was still tense and a little annoyed, which immediately made him wonder what exactly he lacked compared to Max. Suddenly the girl frowned and said that she thought so. The heroine was sure that Oscar was not feeling well, but in reality, this was completely wrong. And the girl started pushing her husband and talking about the boy going to rest in the carriage, especially since the Duchess had already arrived and she wouldn't be alone. No matter how the Count tried to say that everything was fine with him, the heroine still tried to escort him to the carriage, while the others watched from the side. At that moment, one of the girls, turning to Marie, said that she would do everything as the heroine told her. Marie smiled at these words and was happy to know that her plans would have results. Suddenly, Prince Aribo approached Lynette and told her that he had found a representative. The heroine was happy with this news and asked who exactly it was, but the boy refused to talk about it here. And the next day, offering to draft negotiations, the boy promised to tell her everything about them. Delighted by this news, Lynette accepted the meeting. As a result, Max, wishing the heroine a good time, said he had to leave because he needed to greet everyone. After all, Duke Jaribo rarely appears at gatherings, and everyone wants to exchange at least a few words with him. Suddenly, a man approached from behind and asked if the current husband no longer satisfied the girl, which surprised her. In the end, it turned out to be Duke Calypso, and also the one who stole the heroine. The man came to say that he heard Lynette had recently come to the duchy to see him, and that she had calmed down. Looking at her father, the girl realized that it was clearly visible on his face that he was burning with anger. And clenching her fist, the heroine asked if the man had come only for this, to which the Duke explained that the king promised that he would soon transfer the rights to manage the detachment in charge of security to him. And the man was sure that Lynette could not imagine how much effort was put into obtaining this position. Therefore, with a stern look, the prince said there would be no mercy for any interference with the heroine. Lynette replied that if he found any flaw in anything, his position would be in jeopardy. The man was shocked by these harsh words from the girl, and the Duke's words sounded more like requests than a threat, which disappointed Lynette. The prince began to shout, saying that the heroine had completely lost her fear, surrounded by so many people. But it was precisely the large number of people that suited the heroine. And turning around, the girl headed in another direction, saying she was leaving. The Duke was so angry that he smiled, and his nostrils flared with rage because Lynette was not calmer. As Alan had said before, the man quickly walked towards his son. The prince immediately asked why Alan dared to lie to him, which surprised the boy. The man also added that while they are at the ball, Alan must think everything through carefully, since upon returning home, he will be duly punished. The boy's shock was too strong, and he immediately began to think about everything, trying to understand what exactly the heroine was saying. And clenching his fist in anger, Alan realized that his decision had not been wrong, and that the girl had to die. At that moment, the ladies, paying attention to the sky, noticed how dark it had become. And Lynette, seeing such bad weather, thought that it was as if nature itself was against this ball. Suddenly, someone called the heroine and apologized in advance. The girl who had previously been talking to Marie approached Lynette and asked her name. The heroine then greeted and said that Duke Jaribo had sent her. Lynette, paying attention to the girl, thought that perhaps the Duke had sent her as a false boss. Therefore, the Countess immediately asked to say her name, to which the heroine introduced herself as Clara Garner. Clara then asked if the girl had a free minute, since the Duke had sent her to talk to Lynette. The heroine agreed because she understood that the boy was very busy. When talking about today's reception, Clara led the main character in an unknown direction. The girl noticed the excellent food and the country house itself, while Lynette simply followed her and listened. But coinciding with Clara, the heroine noticed that they were heading to a deserted place, which seemed suspicious to her. And Lynette said that the girl could convey the Duke's words here, since there are no people here anyway. Clara turned around and replied that the matter was different, and the young man wanted to show the Countess a certain place. After asking questions, Lynette couldn't even imagine what exactly she might do. Clara smiled and told her everything so as not to torment the Countess. Oscar, sitting in the carriage and watching the rain, was surprised by such a sudden change in weather. Therefore, the young man asked Robert, who was nearby, what was happening. The boy replied that he heard from others that a storm was approaching here, which started in the southern part. The Count was extremely shocked by this information and understood the full risk of the ongoing cyclone. After all, this is a weather phenomenon that began in part of the Martin Kingdom, in which a large amount of precipitation falls at once. The damage caused by this storm is so severe that parts of the continent may be underwater. Oscar was angry that it all started now, and Robert expressed his misunderstanding, because normally it lasts for a week, but here the clouds are moving quickly, and the situation is a little different. The Count immediately thought about it, because if it rains like this, there could be big problems. This means that now is not the time to rest and relax. So, Oscar got out of the carriage and told Robert to send an urgent message. In addition, the boy must contact the girl, while the Count himself returns to the country house, since it is located near the lake, and any mistake can isolate him. The servant worried and asked the hero to stay while he headed to the estate. However, Oscar was persistent and said he would go alone, as the main reason for the trip was Lynette. At the banquet, everyone was actively discussing the heavy rain and the ruined dresses because of it. The Duchess was excited and looked for Marie and Lynette everywhere. But when she saw at least one person from the family, the woman was happy and immediately calmed down. Seeing Marie, the woman immediately shouted her name, which surprised the girl. While the Duchess was talking about looking for Marie everywhere, the girl herself said that she had been on the estate the whole time. After these words, Marie suggested that the woman quickly leave the mansion. However, upon hearing this, the Duchess was very surprised. Suddenly, the estate doors opened, and Oscar entered to look for his wife. Marie began to ask the boy why he wasn't carrying an umbrella, but the Count was not interested in that at all, because he only needed Lynette. Due to the indifference in his direction, the girl was confused and said she didn't know where the heroine was at all, and decided to only guess her location. But suddenly Oscar turned around and said that since the heroine didn't know, he himself would go look for Lynette, which surprised Marie. The girl began to stop the boy, telling him that it was not polite to show up at the Archduke's house like this. And despite being ignored, Marie continued to dissuade the young man in every possible way, explaining that Lynette herself might come, and moreover, people were watching them. However, Oscar said he didn't care what surprised Marie, heading towards the heroine. The Count clearly said that he doesn't care about people, and that he doesn't know exactly what she thinks about Lynette. But continuing, the young man said that Lynette was just another family member, and above all, the Count's wife. This is why Oscar will not return until he finds his wife, so Marie must return without him. The girl was disappointed and surprised at the same time, so she couldn't find words. And turning to the Duchess, Marie hoped for her support. However, the woman said with a smile that they would search together to quickly find Lynette. And adding, the princess said that no one could leave the heroine alone in such a dangerous place. Dangerous, which Marie was indignant about and said that even if it was dangerous, there was no point in waiting. The Duchess repeated the girl's own words, which surprised her. And smiling, the woman asked if Marie meant that she shouldn't wait for the Countess. Addressing the audience, the Duchess shouted if anyone had seen Countess Roger. Oscar thanked his mother for this and told her that he himself would go look for everything. As a result, Marie was left alone, which made her feel uncomfortable and lonely. The heroine realized that in the entire huge estate, there was no one who was on her side. The girl was extremely furious about everything that was happening, but the main thing was the plan, and that everything should turn out as it should. Lynette at that moment continued to follow Clara, but the main character began to understand that the girl was walking in circles, and said nothing, which meant she didn't know anything. And Lynette, breaking the silence, said that Duke Jaribo had not sent her, which made the girl look back. A little confused, Clara said that there was a misunderstanding, and that she didn't understand what they were talking about. But upon hearing such heavy rain, the heroine was paralyzed with shock. Surprised by such a deterioration of the weather, the girl didn't even suspect everything that was happening outside. Clara smiled and said that she had actually just received a request. And while Lynette was listening, there was a man behind her who threw a heavy object at her. Seeing this, the heroine startled and immediately went into shock. In panic, Oscar at that moment shouted his wife's name throughout the estate, hoping she would hear him and answer, but the young man was already panicking, as it would not be possible to quickly search every corner of the mansion, and the girl still didn't answer. Suddenly, Max approached Oscar and called him. The Count immediately asked why Duke Jaribo had come here. Max immediately got straight to the point and said that he asked the butler about Lynette, and it turned out that the butler saw the heroine heading somewhere with a girl. Oscar was also interested in knowing why Max also wants to find Lynette, but the prince decided not to delay and said directly that he was worried. And the young man also added that now is not a very favorable time to chat, to which Oscar frowned slightly. As a result, the Count decided not to continue this conversation and simply sighed deeply and rubbed the bridge of his nose. And coinciding with the Duke, the young man asked exactly where Lynette had gone. And the girl, to this, Max immediately turned in the right direction and called him. Upon opening her eyes, Lynette began to recover from the blow to the head, but finally regaining consciousness, the heroine realized that she didn't know where she was, and that it was very dark around her. And upon touching the walls, the girl realized she was locked up. Lynette remembered that before being locked up, a stranger attacked her from behind, and then she lost consciousness. Realizing everything that was happening, the girl panicked even more, and she began to actively call for help, hoping they would hear her. But then the heroine realized that there was no such narrow room in the Archduke's residence, which complicated the situation. And looking down, Lynette saw water flowing through the cracks. After this, the protagonist was completely sure she was underwater, and there was no fear. At that moment, Sylvia ran to Robert and told him worriedly that Lynette was in danger. But the young man reacted quite calmly and told the girl to follow him, which surprised her. Upon reaching the right place, Robert pointed to the ground where there were tracks leading to the lake. After all, it seemed strange to the servant that anyone would decide to go to the lake when the water level was rising. Sylvia agreed that all of this didn't seem very logical and started to express her assumption. But Robert interrupted the girl and told her that it was worth following the tracks and finding out what was happening. For Lynette, the water level only rose, and the heroine herself continued to hit the box against the walls so she could be heard. One of the men carrying out the task was unhappy that Clara left first, saying that she was of noble blood, and that's why they had to finish everything themselves. The second accomplice agreed with this, but still said it didn't matter anymore, because the job was done, and now all that was left was to return to collect payment. Before the men had time to go for the money, something scared them a lot. It was Max and Oscar, who stood there and watched what was happening with anger. As soon as the prince saw that all attention was on them, he asked with a smile to tell him everything in more detail. The men panicked and instead of answering, decided they should flee quickly. But Oscar did not hesitate and stuck his foot out to knock down the offenders. As a result, one of the men fell into a puddle with a roar and began to look at the Count in panic. The main character responded with a stern look and said that if he wants to stay alive, he must tell everything. Lynette at that moment thought that her ability and immortality were useless when she was trapped, and even if she survived, she would end up in hell again. And now the girl has no choice but to swim out, despite the danger of dying. Therefore, the heroine began to try to break down one of the walls of the box and pray to stay alive. But one of the blows was struck by a strong current charge, and some of the planks scattered to the sides. Lynette was very shocked by this, because besides not understanding what had happened, she felt an unpleasant tingling sensation in her hand. But now there was a huge hole in the box, so the girl took a deep breath and decided to swim. Upon trying to reach the surface, the heroine realized that she was too deep, and that she couldn't see the surface at all. Her strength was decreasing, but Lynette, no matter how much she swam, did not approach the surface, and she began to lose consciousness. Sinking again, the protagonist remembered all the most emotional moments with Oscar, but she didn't understand why she was thinking of him at that moment. The girl also had a moment with the graph of their wedding when they were just exchanging vows. So Lynette was happy that she could finally escape the tyranny of her stepfather. And the heroine liked the fact that Oscar did not love her, because after the wedding, Lynette needs to leave the mansion as soon as possible. During the ceremony that day, the protagonist looked with amazement at the important bracelet she wore on her hand. As a child, Lynette's mother gave her this bracelet and asked her not to take it off under any circumstances. And continuing, the woman added that when the heroine faces difficulties, instead of mom and dad, the bracelet will give her important advice. Now the girl was dying and approaching the bottom, slowly closed her eyes. But suddenly, someone grabbed the heroine by the waist, and although Lynette didn't understand who it was, she felt the long-awaited warmth of hands lifting her. Oscar, after dragging the girl to the shore, began to repeat her name in a panic, trying to bring her back to normal. The young man, despite the lack of response, kept shouting and asking about her well-being, asking her to say at least something. Lynette at that moment looked at the Count and silently admired his beauty in a moment of anger. And after a couple of minutes, the heroine still smiled and with difficulty, but said that the young man had come to save her. Oscar, still in a panic, shouted that it couldn't be otherwise, and he was very afraid of being late. After these words, Lynette sat up and tightly hugged the Count, thanking him for saving her. The heroine was also very grateful that the young man did not abandon her and came to her aid. What was said was unexpected for Oscar, so he froze and could not find words. But in the end, the Count returned the hug and called her darling, agreeing with everything she said. Max suddenly interrupted the couple and apologized for being a distraction. And continuing, the prince pointed at the criminals and suggested that Oscar now had a lot of work to do. The young man also continued and showed the servants who had been waiting for a while after their arrival, to which Oscar replied that he would interrogate the men later and told everyone to go home first. While in the mansion, Lynette jumped out of bed in a panic, but almost immediately realized she was in her room and calmed down. Realizing everything, the girl assumed she had lost consciousness after calming down upon seeing the Count's face. And turning her gaze to the sleeping Jane, the heroine realized that she had fallen asleep while caring for her. Therefore, Lynette decided to wake up the servant and asked her to return to her room and go to bed. The girl abruptly raised her head and was very happy that her mistress had woken up. Jane immediately began to anxiously touch and examine the heroine, asking about her condition. After these words, Lynette said she was fine and just a little scared, so the maid didn't have to worry about her and went to her room. But before leaving, the heroine asked about Oscar's whereabouts, and Jane said he had gone to his room. The maid continued talking, but one piece of news greatly frightened Lynette, and everything said next was like a fog to her. After hearing everything, the girl ran in a panic to the Count's room, shouting his name. Oscar turned red and with difficulty asked Lynette why she had come. The main character was already standing by the bed at that moment and explained that Jane had told her everything, and that the young man had a fever. And despite the Count's denial, the girl said she would lower his temperature and had already wet the towel, to which the young man said that a doctor had recently come and checked everything. But Lynette didn't care and still wanted to take care of her husband. After these words, Oscar stopped the girl and put her in a stupor, telling her he didn't understand her at all. Pulling the heroine towards him by the waist, the Count asked her if she was interested in his strange behavior when he saw her. Lynette, however, assumed that Oscar was delirious due to his temperature and told the young man that he was very excited. The young man did not deny it and added that every action of the heroine makes him that way. Then, after kissing the girl's hand, the Count continued and said he was crazy about her. Lynette was shocked by her husband's actions, so she called the young man by name hoping to stop him, but Oscar did not allow her to continue and, instead of words, tightly hugged the protagonist, squeezing her tighter and tighter against him. At that moment, the girl realized that the Count was hotter than she thought, because he seemed to be burning with fire. And realizing this, Lynette expressed her assumption about Oscar's fever and suggested calling the doctor again. But pulling away and taking his wife's hand, the young man began to refute these words. The main character immediately looked at the Count a little confused and, inquisitively, called him by name, and after these words, Oscar did not hesitate and silently kissed Lynette. After finishing the kiss, the young man said that he was still not sure, but since he almost lost the girl, he decided to share his feelings. And continuing his speech, the Count admitted that he loved Lynette. Therefore, the young man immediately invited the heroine to be with him for real, and not under the terms of a contract. But the girl only looked down and remained silent, as this was not part of her plan. Seeing Lynette's face, Oscar became very annoyed and felt uncomfortable. And then, the young man said that it is possible that the heroine will not give an answer at this time, and then asked permission to hug. The girl agreed and began to think that Oscar is a very good person. And in this mansion, thanks to him, she feels completely safe. And thinking about all this, Lynette realized that it was impossible not to love a person like the Count. However, because of this, the main character will have to get a divorce. In the evening, Oscar and Sylvia stood on the street in front of the criminals to interrogate them. After all, besides the two men, there was also Clara, whose first meeting with the Count was quite impressive. The girl said she would tell everything and begged for mercy, as she did everything on Alan's orders. The young man noticed that he had heard that this was not the first time Clara had deceived nobles. So after having done this her whole life, the girl needed to be prepared for one day being caught. And without waiting a second, the Count drew his sword and put it to the heroine's throat, thus causing her to panic. Clara immediately began to cry and said that Marie was also involved and was working together with Alan. Oscar was shocked by this information, and upon asking if it was true, he became even angrier. The girl confirmed and continued, adding that at the hunting tournament, the archery was Marie's idea. Clara also said that the Count could find evidence in the forge where the arrowheads were made. After these words, Oscar thanked the girl for the useful information, and she again began to beg him for mercy. However, the Count does not remember making a promise of mercy in exchange for information, and he killed Clara. The next day, Lynette met with Max, where the prince presented her with an example of a completed contract. The young man added that there have recently been rumors that the king is also interested in developing a new medicine, and this will definitely help them in their new business. The main character was happy about this, but asked if the prince, as he had promised, would keep the recipe secret. Max agreed and asked the girl to first buy the ingredients for the medicine, which would be produced in large quantities. The young man also said that he had a question and that Lynette was interested in it. Max nervously asked why Oscar was in his living room. The main character also became a little worried and asked to be allowed to explain. After all, in fact, the Count found out everything and asked the girl that day why she didn't tell him anything. Continuing, the young man said that he knew the truth and that Lynette belonged to the Meyers family, but he waited for her to tell him everything herself. And a little confused, Oscar added that perhaps the heroine dislikes him, but since they are a couple, they shouldn't hide anything from each other. The girl did not expect this, and instead of answering, asked again in shock. After these words, the Count approached Lynette and called her darling, which made her feel very uncomfortable. After all, the main character planned to keep everything a secret, but when Oscar looks at her with puppy eyes, she cannot resist. Therefore, the girl immediately gave up and said she would tell the Count everything. Max found it funny that this was why Oscar found out about his romance with the heroine. Lynette herself thought about what she really told the Count about the Meyers clan, but she realized that it was better to hide this information from Duke Jaribo. At that moment, Oscar, standing behind, said not to pay attention to him and to continue. But Max couldn't, as the Count's stern gaze bothered him greatly. But their conversation was interrupted by Lucia, who looked to see if Lynette was there. The main character immediately pointed to herself confused and asked again. And the girl, making sure that the person she needed was available, asked Lynette for a minute. Since she wanted to tell her something, the girl thought about it because she didn't understand what Lucia wanted to tell her and assumed she wanted to thank her. Max said we could get distracted for a while, as talking about the contract was enough. After these words, Lynette nodded and apologized. She bowed and got up from the sofa, but already near the exit, the girl stopped and looked intently at the boys. After all, the main character had doubts about whether it was possible to leave Oscar in peace. And Max, as a result, the girl left with Lucia, and she told her that her condition had improved significantly, and all thanks to the heroine. But Lynette denied it, saying she only gave advice and everything was thanks to the Duke, who listened to her words. Upon hearing this, the girl was very impressed by the heroine's modesty, and the girl herself thought Lucia was very sweet. So the little princess changed the subject and said she actually wanted to confess something. Lynette was very confused by this and asked again. Lucia immediately said that she doesn't go out often, so her knowledge is scarce, and she didn't know that Count Roger was married. Therefore, the girl asked for forgiveness for falling in love with Oscar at first sight. But Lucia immediately asked Lynette not to worry, because when she met the Count at the last gathering, she resolved her feelings and regretted it very much. After these words, the main character suggested that the girl decided that Oscar was not married because he went to meetings alone. And while Lucia tried to call the girl, she was immersed in her thoughts and touched by the fact that the little princess had fallen in love with the Count because of his coldness, and now she was apologizing. But suddenly, one of the thoughts greatly surprised the main character. Lynette suggested that the reason Max disliked the Count was that his beloved little sister was in love with Oscar. After thinking it over, the girl found it very interesting and decided that she definitely should ask the Duke about it next time. Lucia sat down already annoyed and again tried to ask Lynette if everything was all right. This time, the protagonist reacted and realized that for a moment she was thinking deeply about something else. Therefore, the girl immediately took the girl's hands and told her that everything was fine. And continuing, Lynette expressed her joy that her husband looked like a true gentleman in the princess's eyes. Lucia was a little surprised by these words and said confusedly that she now liked the main character more than Oscar. At that moment, Alan was beating the maid in his mansion because she was useless. And not everything went according to plan, but Lynette survived. Furthermore, the young man had lost contact with Clara and the mercenaries and was now very afraid of being caught. Therefore, Alan said he knew who got the heroine out of there and ordered the girl to find out how she survived. The young man hated Lynette because of her, he didn't receive all of his father's love. And she ruined everything, all the time. And that's why Alan won't let the main character go and will definitely kill her. But suddenly, the young man was drawn by a voice that asked him what he had just been talking about. It was his father who intervened during Alan's outrage over the heroine. Therefore, the prince immediately said he had heard the name Lynette. But the young man started actively denying it. And afterwards, the young man explained that he was simply asking the girl why she didn't attend the meeting with Oscar then. But at these words, the prince frowned and asked why Alan was worried about such things. The young man panicked a little and replied saying he was afraid that if problems arose between the couple, it would negatively affect the man. This greatly angered my father because he considered all this useless stuff, and besides no one asked Alan to worry about it. The young man got very scared by this reaction and out of fear started stammering and couldn't answer. The prince exhaled deeply and said he had told the young man this many times. Next, the man explained that since Alan still behaves like a child, he might accidentally reveal all the secrets, and that's why he forbids him from talking about Lynette. The young man was already sweating a lot and, in a panic, started apologizing, saying he understood everything. But the prince didn't stop there and warned the boy that if the situation repeated itself, the young man would be in trouble. The father also shared the news that very soon the king would give him a position in charge of security. Alan immediately realized the seriousness, because this is enormous power that allows him to control most of the soldiers in the Martin kingdom as he pleases. And for this reason, the prince initially betrayed the Thor kingdom. And so, precisely to obtain this power, the man adopted the main character. Since all this required a lot of effort and time, Alan's father told him to stay home during that time and not get involved in trouble so as not to spoil anything. The young man immediately bowed and simply replied that he understood everything. Having finished, before leaving, the prince reminded the young man that he was useless and headed towards the door. These words made Alan feel very hurt, because even now his father didn't care about him. And no matter what he did, he only received a cold look or ruthless violence. Therefore, the pain immediately turned into aggression, and the young man thought again that he wanted to kill Lynette and would definitely end her life. At that moment, the main character was sitting with Mrs. Potter, and the woman told the girl that she had asked the villagers and that everyone had accepted the contract terms. Lynette immediately expressed her joy and thanked her aunt. Potter continued and said that there were people who were worried that they were being used for the benefit of others. But the woman herself trusted the heroine's decisions. After these words, the aunt handed Lynette a thick book, which surprised the girl. And placing the book on the table, the woman explained that it detailed the medicines they had been making all this time, as well as the ingredients and recipes. The main character immediately began actively flipping through the pages and admiring them. Calling the book a true gem, Mrs. Potter pointed out that this is a treasure that will soon be released to the world and see the light of day. And without looking up from the book's content, the girl nodded with these words. The protagonist also said that she hopes that thanks to this case, the Martin Kingdom will find the peace she desires. The woman supported Lynette and added that even if she fails, they will be there, so the girl should not worry. After these words, the heroine thought and realized she had no time for mistakes and repetitions, but if she told Potter the truth, she would be very angry. Therefore, Lynette agreed and explained that the guild had a lot of time. At this point, the woman finished this topic and told the heroine that there was a similar girl before her. Mrs. Potter continued and said that suddenly, a girl like Lynette appeared and said that she could help them. The protagonist didn't understand who we were talking about and asked again, and she herself suggested it could be her parents, but almost immediately realized that it wasn't because they knew Aunt Potter. The woman added that they knew little about medicine then. Therefore, that girl did her best, bringing medicinal herbs and food. But one day, the girl suddenly stopped coming, and Mrs. Potter was worried, since she didn't say anything about herself and thought about assigning her a reward. But since the girl's identity was unclear, she couldn't be found. Lynette thought further, but the woman continued and said that seeing the heroine grow up reminds her of that girl. Therefore, Mrs. Potter believed that history was repeating itself. But Lynette doesn't have to fight alone because the guild will do everything possible, so the girl shouldn't worry about being alone. The protagonist was very confused and embarrassed, so she couldn't find the words to reply. At that moment, Mrs. Potter added that even if her husband bothers the girl, she can tell him and he will teach him a lesson. But the heroine thought differently and worried that, on the contrary, she was causing Oscar torment. In the end, it was time for Lynette to go home. She said so, and Mrs. Potter replied that she would be waiting for her again. In the evening, Oscar approached the girl and sternly suggested they swim together. Faced with such a proposal, the main character was confused and simply remained paralyzed. And the Count, pressing Lynette against the wall, reminded her that he still hadn't received an answer to his question. Therefore, if the girl doesn't mind, she and Oscar will bathe together. The heroine immediately began to stammer, trying to find words, because she understood that the young man was seducing her. So, in her thoughts, Lynette pleaded that the Count should not put on the same face as last time. After all, if Oscar asks the girl again with a pitiful expression on his face, she will agree. But at that moment, the young man apologized, as he suggested that this was a difficult decision for the heroine. Lynette focused, because she had repeated this in her head many times, and thanked the young man for talking about his feelings. And realizing that it was better to reject Oscar this way, the girl said she still had things she wanted to do, and that she had a lot of work to do. Therefore, the protagonist explained with difficulty that she could not accept the Count's confession. The young man became very annoyed and started saying that he didn't care that Lynette was from the Meyers clan. On the contrary, that's why he wanted to protect her even more. The girl replied that Oscar is a wonderful person, and for that reason, the heroine considered that the best solution would be for the Count to meet someone better than her. After these words, the young man didn't know what to do, as he felt a strong mental pain and devastation. Lynette at that moment decided not to continue this dialogue and simply walked silently towards the exit. On the way, the protagonist assured herself that it would be better for Oscar, and she was sure that everything would be fine. Already sitting in the bath, the girl suggested that maybe she should have told the Count everything as it was, and offered to remain friends. After all, Lynette also loves the young man very much, but since she has very little time, she will not be able to live a long life with him. And after finishing bathing, the protagonist decided she already had enough regrets, and considered this choice the best one. At least as long as Lynette lives in this world, she will do everything in her power. But suddenly, the girl saw something in the mirror that greatly shocked her. The heroine's hand was covered in wounds, whose origin she didn't even know. Oscar, after his conversation with Lynette, decided to meet Marie in the courtyard. The girl was surprised that the young man approached her so suddenly and asked what had happened, to which the Count replied very abruptly, saying that he had decided to divorce Lynette. The heroine was surprised by this news and asked again to make sure she had heard everything correctly. And Oscar recalled that from the beginning, he was against this marriage, and now he was tired of pretending they were a married couple. Marie still couldn't accept what was said because she thought that the relationship between Oscar and Lynette had improved. But still, the girl replied and said that the couple was bound by royal order, and she asked why the young man decided to divorce right now. The Count immediately explained that the king was considering Duke Calypso as the one to lead the guards, and initially, the young man wanted this position. Therefore, Oscar planned, through marriage, to gain the king's trust and rise to the rank of chief of security, but Duke Calypso was still ahead of him. After the explanation, Marie clarified whether that was exactly the reason for Lynette's divorce. The Count confirmed this and added, saying that he realized that Marie's words were true, and that after the heroine's appearance in the mansion, many strange events occurred. And in particular, Oscar spoke about the man who shot him and Lynette with a bow. And continuing, the young man said that when he catches the criminal, he will treat him with more cruelty than any other person. And by these words, the girl immediately began to panic. The Count at that moment explained that if this was Lynette's doing, then it would be a reason to expel her from the estate. And even if not, then a crime intended to cause harm to the Count would be severely punished. Marie became even more frightened because she didn't know what to do if Oscar found out she was a criminal. And besides, the girl still didn't know Clara's whereabouts. But in the end, the girl decided to confess everything herself, realizing that the truth would still come out. And literally, a second later, Marie said that it was she who ordered the archery that day. Oscar was surprised by this and asked what exactly the heroine meant. Marie continued by saying that she didn't want to tell Lynette the lie because she was worried about the young man. But now the girl said that, in fact, the main character belongs to the Meyers clan, exterminated by the previous king, and Duke Calypso received his title thanks to her. After hearing everything, Oscar asked Marie how she knew this, and the girl replied that she accidentally overheard Alan Calypso's conversation. Marie herself thought it would be better for her to hand over Alan first, so she could somehow survive and make no more mistakes from now on. Therefore, the girl said that Alan surprised her that day by eavesdropping and then began to threaten her, and it was because of the threats that the heroine had no choice but to obey him. And continuing, Marie said that Alan forced her to start shooting in a hunting tournament, and that she couldn't refuse. After these words, the young man immediately expressed his condolence and regret for what happened. But in reality, Oscar initiated this interrogation to check everything Clara said. And he didn't think everything would turn out this way, since after interrogating Clara and the mercenaries, it turned out that Marie and Alan were working together. And the young princess and the young man would not risk their lives by lying, so they are clearly colluding with each other. From all this, Oscar realized that Marie, to remove suspicion, decided to frame Alan. And if he continues to interrogate the heroine here, she will definitely deny everything. And deciding to take advantage of this opportunity, the Count said he regretted that Marie suffered so much during this time, suffered alone for the sake of her family. The young man also added that if he had known what kind of woman Lynette was, he would have divorced her a long time ago. And Marie exhaled at these words. After all, the girl thought that Oscar believed her lie and confirmed that she went through a difficult time, but she sees nothing wrong with it. The Count warned Marie never to meet Alan again, as she could be in danger if she wasn't careful. And the young man himself will pretend to love Lynette with all his heart and will use her in the same way to get closer to Alan Calypso. But Marie realized that this way the Count might find out she had lied, and she started saying that Alan was a bad person and that Oscar could also suffer, so he shouldn't do that. The young man placed his hand on the girl's hand and told her not to worry. And continuing, the protagonist added that he would resolve everything calmly so as not to hurt Marie. The girl was very moved by so much concern for her and smiled in response. Oscar thought at that moment and suggested that Lynette had misunderstood everything when she called him a wonderful person. After all, for the heroine's sake, he is willing to do the dirtiest work. After some time, the princess informed the couple that Viscount Ian Ralph would soon organize a tea party at his mansion, and he sent an invitation to both of them. Lynette immediately asked again, because it seemed to her that she had heard that name somewhere. The woman confirmed and said that the heroine needed a new dress, so she would invite a tailor. And besides, it would be better if Oscar's suit matched the dress. After these words, the girl thanked the princess and suggested that such a gesture was a sign of kindness towards her. But looking at the count, Lynette remembered their previous conversation and began to doubt whether everything would be fine if they went to a tea party together. Oscar was happy about the new clothes and the fact that he and the heroine would go together, because these would be their first outfits that would match each other. The girl did not expect such a reaction, because after all those cruel words spoken to the count, Lynette thought he wouldn't treat her kindly anymore. So the main character, a little confused, nodded. Already in her room, Lynette told Jane everything, and she was surprised because she understood that Viscountess Cordelia Ralph would also appear. The maid continued and explained that the Viscountess was unrequitedly in love with Oscar. These words surprised the protagonist, and she needed details. So Jane began to tell how Lady Cordelia and the Count attended the same academy when they were children. After graduating, the girl received an invitation from the Queen and began training the youngest princess. Lynette immediately realized that Cordelia was an exceptional person, and that she would fit well with Oscar. And the heroine concluded that the Viscountess had liked the Count since the academy. But Jane denied it and said that there was quite a long connection between the families. After all, when she was a child, Lady Cordelia almost fell off a cliff while playing, and Oscar saved her. And from that moment, that lady spoke of the Count as her first love, even proposing to get engaged. After learning all this, Lynette realized why the name sounded so familiar. Since Cordelia was the second minor female character, Jane continued and said that Oscar, after much deliberation, rejected the Viscountess's proposal. And then the news of his engagement to Lynette appeared. After these words, the protagonist concluded that rumors had begun that she had become an obstacle in Oscar's love. And Cordelia, the maid, immediately started denying these words, explaining that the Count now loves Lynette more than anyone. The girl was confused and hesitantly agreed with Jane's statement. But in fact, the heroine thought this could help, because Oscar would be happier with Lady Cordelia. However, Lynette's heart became very sad when she imagined the Count with other women. The main character was sitting at that moment in the office of the head of the royal guard, and was interested in the reliability of the information about the transfer of power. Howard Black confirmed and explained that as his illness worsened, he decided to choose a successor. Continuing, the commander said that the king was considering Duke Calypso as the next leader, and the Count immediately asked what the man thought about this. And Howard replied that Duke Calypso is an unpleasant person, but military heroes of this level are rare in the Martin Kingdom. But Oscar cast doubt on these words and said he heard that the commander was very satisfied with this decision. The chief immediately exhaled deeply and explained that not all things can turn out the way he wants. And the man was also very interested in knowing why the Count was asking those questions. Because Calypso was his father-in-law. The young man agreed, but explained that he was a knight and loyalty to the state was above everything else. And Oscar believed there was a way to do what the commander wanted and offered to attend the next meeting of the Templars to give them the right to have a decisive voice in the management of security forces. After all, normally the king chooses the next head of the guard. However, in the Martin Kingdom there is a feature, the transfer of the decisive vote to the Templars to avoid the king's dictatorship. But the man understood that if he did this, the king would get angry with him and, after his resignation, he would like to live in peace. The Count said that everything depends on how the commander presents it, because many nobles are skeptical about Duke Calypso's ascent to power. And if the country's Templars choose Calypso, this will only demonstrate the justice of His Majesty and will not shake his authority. After these words, Howard agreed, but explained that even if he did this, there was still no other candidate. Oscar immediately told the commander that this candidate existed and that he was now sitting in front of him, pointing to himself. At that moment, David, sitting in the courtyard with Marie, gave her a gift. The beautiful box contained the necklace the girl wanted last time. The heroine immediately started examining the gift and thanked the young man, calling the decoration beautiful. But Marie also said that the young man doesn't have to give her something like that, because she won't tell him anything. And by asking if David was worried, the heroine caused the young man to panic a little. After these words, Marie took the boy's hand and told him everything was fine, even though he didn't love her with all his heart. After all, the girl was happy, because it seemed to her that she and the young man had become close friends. But David himself felt a bit uncomfortable and confused, so he just looked away. And after a couple of seconds of silence, the young man apologized and admitted that there was a person he loved, which left Marie very shocked. David continued and said that his beloved is the daughter of a commoner and not a noblewoman, but that he loves her with all his heart. And the young man loves her to such an extent that he is willing to give up everything he has for the girl's happiness. Concluding his confession, David explained that this is why he cannot get engaged to Marie. And since an engagement was already being discussed, he realized it was more correct to tell everything now. These words made the heroine feel very hurt, because for a long time, and stubbornly, she had chosen her future husband between Oscar and David, and the man Marie chose turned out to be a bad man pursuing an unpromising love. Still, the girl said that she understood David's feelings, but she was stressed by her parents' reaction. After all, if a young man says he will marry a commoner, this can greatly surprise the prince and the princess. And continuing, Marie said that her parents believe that David will continue the family lineage, since Oscar chose the knightly path. Therefore, the heroine asked the young man if this was too selfish of him. David himself understood that the prince and princess might think so, but he hoped he could convince them. But Marie, stroking the young man's cheek, asked him not to do it. After all, the girl believed it was better to convince her parents gradually, and suggested that David keep his status as a boyfriend and tell the prince and princess that she did not want to get married yet. To conclude, Marie added that she said all this only for David's sake, and upon being left alone, the heroine thought that now the eldest son was trying to give up his status for love, although before she was worried that Oscar would make that decision. But the count is currently ready to divorce and take the title. So, Marie decided that she didn't need a man who risked his life for love, and a man who uses love for the sake of his aspirations is more suitable for the role of a girl's husband. So now Marie prepared to take Ionet's place. The men talked about the position of chief of security, which is what the main character's adoptive father is so actively pursuing. But the prince smilingly noted that there were those who didn't want him, to which the palace minister of the Martin kingdom replied that he was a man who had received recognition from His Majesty and that there was no point in worrying about rumors. However, there are tasks that are difficult to accomplish with only one person's support, and this worried the prince. Therefore, the man decided to approach the minister with a request. The interlocutor became interested in these words and began to listen attentively. Already leaving through the door, the prince looked displeased because the minister, in exchange for a promise of support, asked him to hand over part of the land. But still, the man was happy to have obtained what he wanted, which means everything is fine. And then, suddenly, a close person attracted Caliph's attention. It was Oscar who was knocking on one of the doors, and the prince was confused by his presence. Moreover, they quickly invited the young man in, and he was out of sight. And the prince immediately noticed that Oscar entered the office of the head of the royal guard. Therefore, the man assumed that the count was aiming for his place, and became very tense. At that moment, Lynette and Max arrived at one of the villages. While looking around, the girl thought she had realized something since she started doing business with Duke Haribo. That is, the main character noticed that the young man's energy was truly impressive. The prince expressed his sympathy for the place where they were, and it was a small town with different factories. Next, Max said that he owns a building that, after some minor improvements, he wants to use as a medical workshop. And looking at that same building, Lynette assumed that construction was in full swing. The young man agreed with this, and taking the girl's hand said he wanted to show her everything from the inside. And then the prince asked the main character to follow him. Inside the building, at Ionet's request, workspaces were prepared, and the necessary equipment. A meeting room was also created, a secret room hidden behind the back door. Looking at all this with admiration, the girl understood that Max had kept his promise to keep everything related to the guild members secret. And turning to the prince, the heroine thanked him and said she didn't imagine he would prepare everything so quickly. But the young man interrupted Lynette and explained that it was too early to thank, because they hadn't reached the place he wanted to show. Opening the next door, Max presented the main character with her personal account. This was very unexpected for the girl, and she looked confused but cheerfully in her personal space. Max said that in the future Lynette would have to solve a large number of problems, and he thought she needed a separate room for herself. After these words, the main character took the prince's hands and expressed great gratitude to him. The young man was a little shocked by this, but considering the girl completely defenseless, he responded with gratitude. However, Max emphasized that Lynette asked for the construction to be completed as quickly as possible. The heroine immediately remembered that she had sent a letter asking for this, since she had very little time left, but she didn't think the construction would take only a week. But the prince was interested in the reason for the rush, and the girl replied that she wanted to become financially independent quickly. And continuing, Lynette explained that she truly started the business with good intentions, but success is also important to her. Max did not expect to hear this, but said that he understood everything. And while the heroine was happy that the prince believed her, the young man himself offered to go down to the basement. While going down the stairs, Lynette ran into a nail on the railing and severely injured her hand. The girl immediately screamed very loudly in pain, as blood was already gushing from the wound. Max immediately responded to the scream, turned around and asked if the main character was okay. Lynette started panicking at that moment because she understood that the wound would heal quickly, and it was impossible for the Duke to find out everything. The young man kept asking questions because he was worried that the wound was deep, and he was thinking about calling a doctor. But the girl refused and said she had only been scratched, so everything was fine. Lynette herself, noticing that the wound had already healed, quickly hid her hands behind her back so they wouldn't be seen. The Duke at that moment saw blood on the floor and said so. But without hearing an answer, Max asked what the main character was afraid of. The girl immediately panicked even more because the expression on the young man's face seemed strange to her. The young man smiled as if he knew something. Max didn't wait and continued, saying there was no need to hide it from him because he knew the wound should have healed by now. Lynette's panic gave way to shock, and she asked how and how much the young man knew. But the prince saw the heroine's frightened look, and believing his appearance was too severe, he asked her to calm down because he was not going to harm the girl. Lynette strictly told him to answer her question first, because if it turns out she is from the Meyers clan, then she will be executed, and Max cannot be fully trusted, even though they are partners. After these words, the young man assumed that the main character did not remember him at all. And at that moment, the girl stopped understanding anything and asked to tell me more. Max immediately smiled even more, and calling Lynette Zelda Meyers, said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. And then the Duke admitted that all this time, he had been yearning for the main character. The heroine was shocked by these words from Max, as she realized that the young man knew the truth from the beginning. The boy reacted calmly and said they had a long conversation ahead of them, which means it was time to return to the estate. And Max promised to explain everything calmly for personal reasons. Lynette and Max approached the huge portrait from which curtains hung. Taking the edge of the curtain, the Duke moved it aside and revealed the portrait. The photo showed a beautiful girl with eyes and hair like Max himself. The main protagonist was shocked by what she saw, as she knew the girl in the portrait very well. Memories immediately appeared in Lynette's head, where she was running hand in hand with a girl through the thicket of the forest. But the heroine stopped because she saw a familiar girl ahead. The reason for the stop was Aunt Riley, who was waiting for the girls. The heroine immediately hugged her aunt, who was also very happy to see Lynette. Riley pointed to a certain path and explained that if the girls followed it, they would see houses. And handing the bag to Lynette, the girl said it contained a change of clothes and food. But unable to bear such emotions, the heroine began to cry and apologized for the fact that she could only help with this. The girl thanked her aunt and told her that everything was fine. Wiping away her tears, the heroine told Lynette not to lose the bracelet her mother gave her. And hugging the girl, Riley explained that keeping the bracelet was necessary so they could recognize each other in the future. These memories made Lynette cry, because it was Aunt Riley who was able to help at such an important time. Riley Meyers is the name of Max's mother, and this really surprised the main character. And this is precisely why Max will not harm Lynette. The heroine agreed and immediately decided to wipe the tears from her cheeks. Aunt Riley is Lynette's mother's friend and a benefactor who contributed to the girl's escape, and her younger sister. And Duke Haribo is her son, which still surprises the girl. At that moment, Max suggested that we have a calm conversation, as there were many topics to discuss. Sitting in the living room, the heroes discuss the past, and the fact that Max's mother often took the boy to the village where the Meyers clan lived. It was there that the young man met Lynette, but the girl clearly does not remember this meeting because she was little. And if nothing had happened to the Meyers clan, Max and Lynette would have been good friends today. Riley herself escaped death by marrying Max's father and hiding her name. And all she could do was witness the execution of her relatives. Riley also always worried about Lynette and wondered if she and her sister were alive, and if they had made it safely. Lynette was shocked by this story and by the fact that her aunt suffered and died alone. However, the boy interrupted the heroine's thoughts with his words that his mother did not die due to an illness. Riley died because it was no longer possible to use healing powers. And suddenly, these words brought the girl the idea that for the same reason. In Lynette's memories, the novel's main character felt the proximity of death. The Meyers clan often cannot use their healing abilities, and for this reason, their healing power turns into poison and devours the person from within, leading to death. And the young man believed that because his mother had to hide her identity, the symptoms began to worsen faster. The heroine immediately jumped up and asked worriedly if there was really a way to prevent such a death. This question made the boy think, so he began to express the thought with emotion. And having expressed his assumption about the deterioration of the main character's condition, Max frowned. Lynette immediately replied that she didn't ask for this reason at all. However, the young man noticed that the strangely shaped wounds on the girl's arm were exactly the same as Riley's, which made Lynette realize that she hadn't covered them with clothes. And Duke Haribo realized that since the heroine was hiding her wounds, she most likely didn't tell Oscar everything, which is what he decided to ask. Lynette explained that she saw no point in talking about something that couldn't be resolved. And besides, you never know when you'll be in danger, because your wife is from the Meyers family. And that's why Lynette doesn't want to drag Oscar into her problems. But the boy, while supporting the girl, said that the Count needed to know and give him time to prepare for separation, which would benefit him. The heroine was shocked by these words from Max, because she was sure that Duke Haribo hated her husband. But the prince explained that he was in the same situation as Oscar and knew very well what it was like to say goodbye to a person unprepared. And when the Duke looks at Lynette, he remembers his mother who always dreamed of a kingdom where no one got sick. And this was the reason for the woman's visit to the village, where she distributed food to the clan members hiding there, and water, which is why the heroine immediately remembered Ezra Potter's words. After all, the girl who suddenly appeared and wanted to help was Riley. Lynette realized that it was Duke Haribo's mother who came to the Meyers clan, and it was she who helped everyone. It turns out that the girl and Max are now bringing to life what Riley herself could not achieve. After thinking everything over, Lynette decided to say that the prince was very similar to his mother, and this surprised the young man. The girl began to praise the young man for accepting an invitation to collaborate from people with unknown backgrounds while rapidly developing his business. And this meant that the Duke was not doing it only for business reasons, but also out of concern for people. Therefore, in Lynette's opinion, Max is as kind and understanding as the boy's mother. Riley, surprised by such praise, the young man tried to find words to form the right thought. But instead of replying, Max became embarrassed and chose to drop the subject, saying that praise does not help increase profits. Lynette saw something cute and funny in the boy's embarrassment. At that moment, the Duke decided that the best option to completely end this conversation would be to ask about Lily's condition. Faced with these words, the girl froze and could only utter her sister's name. After all, the reason the novel's heroine began to master medicine. If Lynette remembers correctly, it is Lily. The girl still couldn't answer Mark's question. In the memories appeared the village, and those houses Riley talked about. The man said with a smile that there was still a village where the Meyers clan was hiding. Lynette, trembling with fear, tried to find out who those people were and what they wanted from her. The man began to wonder if there was anyone besides the heroine in this house. The girl panicked and understood that the prince didn't resemble a villager at all, which means he was here for bad reasons. Furthermore, behind the man there were armed knights. Without waiting for an answer, the prince decided to threaten the girl that because of her, the entire village would burn down if she didn't say anything. And this surprised Lynette. After all, the heroine could not expose Lily, nor the entire village to danger. And while the youngest was hiding behind old barrels, Lynette gathered all her willpower into her fist and prepared to take the full blow upon herself. Therefore, the heroine, having saved her sister's life, said that in this village she was the only one from the Meyers clan. After these words, the man, examining the girl, considered her cute, and said he liked her. And only out of personal sympathy, the prince invited Lynette to get along, for her own safety. At that moment, the girl was worried by a feeling of guilt because she left her sister alone. And although Lily herself peeked from behind the barrels, she didn't dare to scream or stick her head out. But despite everything, the protagonist was sure they would meet again in the future. Having found the strength within herself, Lynette finally told Max that she and Lily had been separated for a long time, and that when they miraculously met, the girl had already gone blind. The boy immediately realized that the cause of the blindness was the loss of the ability to heal. The heroine said that besides these problems, Lily also had heart problems, and it was Lily's health that became the reason the heroine sought a cure. And in fact, this is the story of the novel's main character. But due to memories, Lynette took on this task. Max, thinking, also decided to look for a way to cure Lily and, in the same way, help the heroine herself. After thanking him, the girl began to wonder if the young man and the princess had inherited healing powers from Riley. The boy replied negatively and said that all the princess's ailments are associated with mental problems and have nothing to do with her healing ability. And thanking him for the story, Lynette immediately wondered if there were any cases related to the girl's illness. The heroine thinks the novel's true main character visited Lily frequently, which Lynette herself must do. After all, if it were the girl herself, perhaps she could already figure out how to cure the illness. Oscar didn't waste time and headed to Grandpa Meyers' shop. The Count was indignant because he was worried about the man's very unexpected absence. The grandfather happily said he had been fishing all this time. And then the vendor expressed his surprise that the young man came to the shop and looked for him. Oscar, upon hearing these words, felt uncomfortable and immediately said he needed to ask something. Last time, the grandfather said that if the Meyers clan child is still alive, then it will be possible to find a way to solve it. And this means that the girl is dead. After these words, the man began to speculate on the fact that the Count owed the girl 5 years ago. But as he continued his speech, the grandfather explained that healing abilities are not so much a blessing as a brute force that requires retribution. And if the healing abilities are not used for a long time, then the power accumulates in the body, wearing it down and causing death. Oscar was too shocked by these words because he began to understand all the risks. After all, after the end of the war, the girl had to hide her abilities so as not to be caught. But if the heroine managed to live this long, then she was either already dead or on the verge of death. These words made Oscar remember his confession to Lynette. The girl did not say that she did not love Oscar and did not say at all that she felt nothing for him. The heroine simply said that she could not reciprocate due to the large number of cases. Based on these thoughts, the young man decided to ask how exactly the Meyers feel the proximity of death. The grandfather immediately told me about the most obvious symptom, the marks of self-medication on the body, in the form of a black bruise. Oscar thanked the merchant and said this information was very helpful, but if the grandfather's words turn out to be true, then Lynette has very little time left, and they need to talk urgently. After a conversation with Max, the protagonist decided to go to the village accompanied by her maid. Jane brushed the tree branches from her face and wondered if they were on the right path, since the path was too difficult, and the girls, riding horses, still headed in the correct direction, and they discussed the correct path. Lynette was confident in her words, as the main character had been in these places many times, and there should be no mistakes. Jane at that moment was worried about the girl's condition and wondered what the heroine was like, since it was the first time she had taken such a long ride on horseback. But the Countess made it clear that everything was fine with her and that the maid should think better of her condition. Jane was very energetic and said that, compared to Lynette, she had a lot of strength. The main character jokingly started to agree with Jane's words, while the girl continued to convince her of her words. As the path narrowed, the girls had to walk. Lynette began to carefully move away from what she had been very afraid of before. But when the heroine took the reins, something happened that greatly worried the girl last time. The horse suddenly became furious and began to rear up on its hind hooves, which made the girl grip the reins even tighter. The main character immediately began to scream in fear, trying to hold on. Jane, seeing this scene, became very worried about her mistress and didn't know what to do. Lynette was already flying off her horse at high speed anticipating the pain and force of the fall. But Jane, realizing the danger, immediately ran to the girl's aid. As a result, the maid managed to catch the main character in time, catching up in a second. Jane immediately began to ask worriedly about the girl's condition, and to say that she barely had time. At that moment, Lynette was grateful and surprised by Jane's speed. The girl remembers exactly that the maid was near her horse, which is quite far away. Therefore, the heroine immediately began to praise Jane and say that she was very athletic, which caused admiration. The girl was delighted with Lynette's words and repeated her statements that she was simply very strong. A couple of minutes later, when the heroine regained consciousness, she began to turn towards the horse and ask it to stay quietly under the tree. But as soon as Jane looked at her mistress, she was horrified. After all, Lynette suddenly began to bleed from the nose, which also surprised the heroine. Jane immediately began giving the girl a handkerchief, and at the same time complained that she couldn't call a doctor due to lack of opportunities. Wiping away the blood, the heroine couldn't understand the reason for its appearance, especially so suddenly. The blood flowed profusely, and it wasn't so easy to stop it, which caused discomfort to Lynette. Jane at that moment began to assume that the girl was too scared, and that this was the cause of the bleeding. But the main character understood that nothing had to do with it. Probably, profuse nosebleeds meant that the healing abilities were losing their power, which meant that time was really short. As soon as Lynette arrived at the village, she first went to see her sister. Heading towards the heroine, the girl asked if it was really Lynette. Lily was already quite grown up and walked with her eyes closed, which indicated total blindness. And taking the girl's hands, Lynette said it was really her, which made Lily happy. The girl was very worried about the heroine and feared that something had happened to her, since Lynette hadn't come in a long time. And apologizing for worrying me, the girl explained that she was busy and didn't have time to visit. But Lily was happy that Lynette had come, so she answered the questions kindly. After these words, the girl turned to the children in the house, approving that they could go out. The children were surprised that Lily allowed them to go out and decided to wonder if they heard something wrong. Lynette was surprised by the number of children, until Lily herself explained that the reason they were hiding was because strangers had previously been looking for the clan Meyers. From these words, the heroine was annoyed because the story was repeating itself, and the children had to hide because of their origin. Lily invited her sister inside, to which the girl replied with a smile and thanked her. Lynette, while walking through the room, realized that Lily had no idea who she was at all. After all, Miss Lynette is actually her lost older sister, Zelda, inside whom there is a completely different person. But the main character wants to tell Lily everything, so that there are no misunderstandings or secrets. However, first Lynette decided to invite her sister to the mansion with her, which left the girl surprised and frozen. The heroine began to describe the comfort of the castle and what might await her in the mansion. And if Lily wants to leave, all she has to do is let her know. But the girl seemed very insecure at these words, and in fact didn't even think about the proposal. Therefore, turning around, the heroine refused and said that she was obliged to take care of the children. After all, Lily is the only support for the children who have lost their homes and their families, and the heroine has no intention of giving up again, causing pain to the children. Lynette immediately realized that the pain was being talked about precisely because Lily herself had been abandoned once. But the girl wondered if this was how Lily thought about her older sister Zelda, who never came back to her. The heroine agreed with the girl's opinion and asked to be examined to study her condition and find a treatment for the illness. The girl immediately agreed and said that the main character is always very kind to her. However, Lynette considered this something insignificant compared to Lily's care for the children. Lynette herself thought that she wanted to tell her that her older sister never abandoned the girl and was always there. The heroine only returned home in the evening and, opening the door, was about to go to her room. But suddenly the girl, looking ahead, became very frightened. In front of the heroine stood a dissatisfied Oscar, who looked quite worried. Addressing the girl, the Count asked exactly where Lynette was. But Lynette did not want to say anything about the clan and the village, so as not to put her in danger. And turning around, the heroine began to make up an excuse, since, no matter what Oscar was, she could not trust the secret. Oscar immediately wondered if there were secrets from him even now. The heroine apologized and warned that her actions could not ruin the young man's reputation. But the Count didn't want to say this at all, which surprised the girl. After these words, the young man took the heroine's hand, and she, panicking, immediately began to ask him what he was doing. However, the man himself pointed to the mark on his hand after self-medication. The Count's face filled with disappointment and empathy, as he could not understand what the heroine was hiding from him. The girl realized that the young man had guessed everything, but tried to get out of the subject, talking about the spots as bruises. But since Oscar knew everything, his expression filled with pain and approaching Lynette. The young man became serious, and even tried to explain to her that there was nothing wrong with the heroine not loving him. Continuing to approach, Oscar said that he would understand if the heroine felt something for someone else. But suddenly tears began to appear in the boy's eyes, which he could not hold back out of resentment, since Lynette was lying to him. And while crying, the young man is only interested in the question of whether he really doesn't deserve the heroine's trust. Hearing this, the girl became very confused and didn't know what to answer. The main character couldn't even understand the reason for Oscar's tears, since this had never happened before. And suddenly, the girl realized that he was too important to the Count. Recalling what was happening in the bedroom, the girl also began to understand that the Count was consistent with her. Oscar told the girl that it doesn't matter what kind of person she is, he will still protect her. Max's words came back to her mind, advising her to prepare Oscar for what was happening to Lynette. The girl was sure that she would live her life without regrets, but after having hurt Oscar, the heroine could no longer remain silent. Therefore, clenching her fists, Lynette said that the reason for everything was not distrust of the boy, but fear. However, Oscar understood nothing of the heroine's words and asked again. A slight panic appeared on the girl's face, and then Lynette spoke of dying soon. Recalling his grandfather's words from the bench, the Count really hoped that this did not apply to Lynette. But the girl explained that if Meyers does not use the ability for a long time, it will turn into a fatal disease that devours the body. Therefore, the heroine decided that telling the truth and apologizing would be the best option at this moment. And laughing, the girl thought her words sounded stupid. However, Oscar pulled the heroine towards him and hugged her with all tenderness. Lynette was surprised by this behavior from the young man, but was even more interested in the silence as a response to her story. Holding the girl close to him by the waist, the main character decided to respond to the girl's words, saying that he was also afraid. The young man feared that Lynette would not talk about her illness and would only watch her disappear before his eyes, and he wouldn't be able to help her. The heroine was shocked by the boy's behavior and words, since she directly said that she rejected him and deceived him. But the young man understood that Lynette was keeping everything secret so as not to worry. Oscar stepped back and said that he didn't care where Lynette was from, whether she was Meyers, or how much time she had left. After all, the main character once helped the Count in a moment of desperation, and the young man wants to help the girl and will be with her no matter what, even if she has very little time left to live. The girl at that moment looked at her husband and realized that she was very mistaken about him. The heroine admitted that she doesn't know how to cure the illness, but still wants to help the Meyers clan in the time she has left. And that is exactly what she and Max are doing. Oscar immediately asked again, because he did not expect his business with Prince Jaribo to be related to the Meyers clan. Lynette agreed and explained that all Meyers had illnesses and injuries that needed help to heal. Moreover, if the Meyers clan takes the initiative to spread medicine, then the king himself will not be able to do anything about them. Oscar immediately realized that it was the clan that was taking the initiative to create a treatment method without using healing abilities. If the Meyers clan is accepted among the people, then they won't have to hide, and they won't be persecuted. And the main character hid everything so that the Count would not be in danger because of her, so that thanks to the lies, the young man can live a quiet life. However, Oscar was not concerned with happiness and personal peace. He was interested in his wife and how much time she had left. To this, the girl said that Max's mother had exactly the same illness, which surprised the Count. For the sake of her family, the girl hid her healing powers and finally died. But the Jaribo Duke, despite all the resentment, really misses his mother. And this is precisely why the girl does not want to be remembered this way. Taking her husband's hand, Lynette said she didn't know how much time she had left, but that she wanted to spend her last days together. The protagonist didn't have any special plans, but since Oscar knows absolutely everything, she would like to live with him. Therefore, smiling, the girl asked Oscar to believe her in the same way she believes him. From these words, The main character felt warmth in her soul, and the words really lifted the boy's spirits. The Count also smiled and said he could not oppose his wife's order. The young man himself believed Lynette, which made the girl very happy. The couple could finally kiss truly out of emotion, without using acting skills. And Lynette's and Oscar's hands were intertwined, which enhanced the moment. The kiss was quite long, as the couple hid their feelings for a long time. Upon separating, the couple smiled at each other and were sincerely glad that they no longer had secrets. Suddenly, Oscar regained consciousness after the euphoria and remembered what he wanted to ask before. Asking about the body wounds, the Count wondered how far they went, and if the girl could show them to him. The protagonist nodded, as she had nothing to lose and didn't want to hide anything else. Lynette turned her back to show one of her many wounds, and grabbing the bottom of the dress, the heroine began to lift it, exposing her legs in the same way. From what he saw, Oscar was surprised and got goosebumps. On the girl's shin, there was a large number of wounds that, even in appearance, were made on purpose. Lynette immediately replied that it was her father who caused such wounds. Or, more precisely, Duke Calypso cut the girl's shin checking if she had abilities. Hearing this, Oscar could not contain the curse inside himself, and he himself burned with anger. The girl decided to confess here too, saying she was a toy in the house. The servants and the whole family mocked and tormented the main character, just for fun, and now that the girl has left home, the Duke and his son are trying to kill her to silence her. However, the girl plans to reveal everything before they can carry out their murder plans. The main goal of the heroine is to say that she is from the Meyers clan. Sitting at the family table, everyone ate peacefully. The Duchess smiled when she learned that Lynette had been busy with her business lately. Oscar decided to add that the heroine's business is related to perfumes. The woman was pleasantly surprised and asked to be gifted a good perfume if she got one. But the girl immediately explained that she had no talent for this, as she was simply responsible for production. Lynette clarified that everything is happening thanks to her partner, to which the woman reacted with curiosity. But Oscar decided to answer instead of the girl, saying that the heroine and the Jaribo Duke run the company together, but that he also provides financial support. The woman was so shocked by the news that she even opened her mouth. Lynette was surprised by this reaction, because she realized that Oscar and Max had indeed been at odds before. The Duchess immediately became interested in Oscar's condition and his reaction to this situation. The Count decided to pretend not to understand what she was talking about, to which Lynette immediately frowned. In view of this, the woman decided to wish her good luck in business and said that if they needed help, they should contact her, since she helped her husband when he needed support in this way. Lynette was afraid that the princess wouldn't believe her, but still everything turned out well, so the girl simply thanked her. Marie was shocked by this news and, twisting thoughts in her head, still didn't believe it. The girl immediately tried to understand how these words related to Oscar's words about divorce. And thinking about the situation, Marie realized that the Count was contributing his personal money to the girl's business, which in no way looked like a future divorce. Therefore, the heroine was angry with Oscar and could not understand what the young man was thinking if he allowed himself to do this. While in the Knights building, the king delivered his speech about the end of the term of the guard captain. At the main table sat Oscar and Duke Calypso, listening to the ruler's speech. The Duke was confident that he would be chosen, as everything was already agreed upon, and Calypso could not wait for the verdict. Because he had already dreamed of this day, he desired it so much. Therefore, the man, looking at the king, impatiently waited for him to pronounce his name and declare him the guard captain. Suddenly, unexpectedly for the Duke, Sir Howard rose from his seat. The man decided to clarify that the reason for the presence of the guard captain and the king himself was only due to the desire to see a fair election. And that is why Howard leaves the voting on security management issues to those present at today's meeting. Everyone in the room looked at each other uncertainly at this news. The Duke became enraged at this information, and veins even appeared on his neck from anger. Oscar at that moment watched Calypso from the side with great pleasure. Howard continued by saying that voluntary presentations and recommendations are welcome during the discussion. After these words, the Duke immediately nominated himself to take on the role of captain. Although the man was surprised by the change in selection method, this does not change his victory. Because the Duke is the only candidate, suddenly Oscar stood next to the prince and nominated himself as the second candidate. The head of security, immediately announced the names of two candidates who were to compete for the post. Both the Duke and the Count are talented and devoted men of the kingdom, and before voting, people can exchange opinions about the candidates. But Calypso immediately raised his hand, to which the entire audience paid attention, and fell silent. The man clarified that he served the kingdom for 20 years, and everyone knows the contribution he made. Then, deciding to point out Oscar, and the fact that he hadn't even held a sword in his hand for 10 years, the prince immediately made it clear that there was no place for beginners here. Everyone in the room began to discuss these words because, in their opinion, the Count was too young for this role. Oscar decided to agree with Sir Calypso's opinion, because there is really nothing more important than experience. But then the Count clarified that the Duke's experience was in the kingdom of later, and not in Martin, which immediately angered the man. And the young man asked Calypso how many of the 20 years were dedicated to the kingdom of Martin. These words made people think again, because many years of experience are good. But the battles were not for the sake of his kingdom. The man immediately became enraged and clenched his jaw, barely restraining the desire to hit his competitor. Therefore, the Duke immediately told Oscar to watch his words. The king, seeing the tense situation, decided to change the subject, saying that both candidates were outstanding knights. Therefore, the man decided to postpone the vote, as such an important election needed more time. Having asked Howard's opinion, the king also heard that he agreed with his decision. After all, the man still has time before the end of service, so the meeting can be postponed. Oscar is happy with the outcome, as he achieved his goal since he only wanted to buy time. And Oscar will definitely take revenge on everyone who tormented Lynette and drove her to this position. And the young man will start with Duke Calypso, thanks to whom everything began. Oscar spoke too seriously, and he will make sure that things turn out much worse for the Duke than for the girl. As a result, the meeting ended immediately and everyone began to disperse. But the Duke did not like Oscar's actions and words, so he stopped him by grabbing his hand. And as soon as the Count turned around, the man severely asked what the young man had done. After these words, Oscar took his hand and, turning politely towards the prince, he asked what he meant. Duke Calypso immediately explained that the Count could have become the guard captain's son-in-law if he hadn't interfered, and created riots. The young man thought the man was saying quite interesting things. Therefore, Oscar assumed that if he took the captain's place, the honor would still go to the prince. These words only angered Calypso, who asked if the Count had decided to turn his back on him. And with an even deeper frown, the man made it clear to Oscar that he would not get it, and that he wouldn't manage it. But the young man explained that becoming the security leader is a goal that every knight should strive for, so he is not doing it out of hostility towards the Duke. Calypso replied that in the world there is forced selfishness and greed, but that it is also necessary to be greedy with caution, taking into account the circumstances. Oscar at that moment began to analyze what was happening and realized that further conversation would only lead to a fight, so he started thinking about stopping there. Therefore, the Count pretended to regret and said that he did not imagine that he would offend the prince so much. And continuing, the young man warned that he would think about all this before the next meeting. And with that, he outraged the prince. Moreover, smiling, Oscar added that knowing what is best for a wife is a husband's virtue. After these words, the Count wondered if that meant he was enduring this for Lynette's sake, and he realized the sincerity of his love for the girl. But the Duke interrupted the young man's thoughts, telling him that it would be good for him to reflect on his decision. Oscar ignored these words and said that Lynette asked him to do something. These words caused great surprise and misunderstanding in Duke Calypso, so he asked again. Returning to the mansion, the maid greeted the man with a bow as he was pleased with something. The prince immediately turned to the girl with a question about who, besides her, worked longest on the estate, to which she undoubtedly named her colleague's name. Coinciding with this, the man said he had heard a quite interesting story. After the meeting, Oscar said that he supposed Lynette felt lonely, so he asked to send the servants she communicated with. Speaking of this, the Duke was glad that everything would go well now, because during the wedding observation was difficult, since the couple refused to have servants. After thinking everything over, the prince called the girl his favorite maid, and she understood what he meant. Therefore, as soon as the girl looked up, she said that since the lady felt lonely, they would help her. Caliph liked this attitude, and added that the servants should have fun with the main character as they wish. After these words, one evening, a carriage approached the entrance to pick up the boys. The girl was surprised by Oscar's great love for Lynette, as he said he wanted to give her a surprise. And 2 days later, he sent her a carriage. And having accepted that it was better for her, the maid realized that it was very difficult to work by pleasing the Duke, because for every mistake he would beat her to death. After thinking everything over, the girl approached the young man and asked if he knew what to do, to which the boy confidently agreed. At that moment, Sylvia got out of the carriage and said that she had come on the order of Count Roger. The girl immediately turned to Kane and asked him to help the boys load their luggage, and the heroine politely invited the guests to board the carriage. The maid boarded the transport thinking that, compared to the Duke, Lynette was nothing, and the girl will present the main character with things that she forgot thanks to her husband. At the end of the journey to the mansion, the maid fell asleep and woke up knowing that her journey was no longer continuing. Looking around, the girl realized that they were not on the estate, so the stopping carriage greatly frightened her. The maid, panicking, immediately began to shake the young man in an attempt to wake him up. But he didn't react at all. But after a while, the young man also opened his eyes and began to look around. And not seeing the desired place, the man immediately asked confusedly why they had stopped here, and not at the estate. At that moment, the carriage door opened abruptly and suddenly, and the man standing outside greatly surprised the boys and caused severe panic. It was Oscar, who was already severely examining his guests. The young man immediately hastily explained for fear that they had come to visit Mrs. Lynette. But the Count was not interested in this, and after these words, he pulled out a sword and put it to the young man's throat. And then Oscar asked how people like them dared to go out with Lynette. The servant, panicking, suggested that some kind of misunderstanding had occurred, because they had come on the order of Duke Calypso. The Count agreed with these words and said that he himself had asked for it. After all, Oscar will destroy with his own hands those who tormented the main character more than anyone. Sylvia at that moment interrupted the Count, warning that it would soon dawn and they should hurry to return to the mansion unnoticed. But the young man believed that a quick execution was a luxury for these people and asked the girl to lock them up and give them a minimum of water and food. Realizing everything, the young man immediately began to tremble with fear and scream in panic. The servants begged Oscar for mercy, explaining that they did not do it of their own free will. The girl agreed with her colleague and said that the Duke had threatened them, but the Count did not believe it, as Lynette told him all the details. And those servants who brought bread or soup to the heroine and apologized for the beatings were finally expelled from the estate. This means that the servants who have been with Duke Calypso for so long are his faithful henchmen who have tormented Lynette the longest. Therefore, Oscar warned that it was better for the boys not to think about returning alive. But still, the Count said that they must return first. After all, the young man still has many things to do, and Sylvia agreed with this. When Oscar left, he knew that he still had a long way to go for Lynette, and that this was only the beginning. The protagonist herself, after completing the construction of the factory, was very busy because she has to do everything, from quality control to drug development and research. Thinking about this, the girl turned to Jane and asked why her clothes were torn. The maid was a little confused by this question and explained that the fabric got damaged during washing. But at these words, Lynette frowned because, in her thoughts, she suggested that the relationship between Jane and Robert was just beginning, so the heroine should take care of them. So the girl warned the maid that, when she had time, they would go shopping together, to which she immediately began to refuse and say that everything was fine. Lynette, taking Jane's hand, explained that she was also the one Oscar trusted, and the main character likes the girl but wants to treat her even better, since she is the Count's man. The maid was a little confused, but still accepted these words with warmth in her soul. And then Jane said that from now on she would control her power, to which Lynette called her laundry night. This ended the girl's dialogue, and, thanking the maid for today, the heroine let her go. As she stepped out the door, Jane grabbed her shoulder, because in fact the uniform got torn last time due to carelessness. But she was glad that Lynette believed the excuses. But Robert suddenly stopped the maid and asked about her gait, suggesting that the girl was injured, to which the heroine replied that she had slightly sprained her ankle. After these words, the young man immediately frowned and asked if Jane planned to keep living like this. Jane was confused and couldn't answer anything, so she just looked silently at the young man. Hearing no answer, Robert continued and said that you shouldn't risk your own body that way. And the girl immediately felt uncomfortable. After a couple of seconds, the maid explained that it wasn't difficult for her, as she was helping her mistress this way. But Robert didn't like this answer and called this desire to help stupid, sacrificing herself. Jane was indignant about this, because it is her choice and she is happy to be able to repay her saviors this way. After these words, the young man did not change his mind and frowning, repeated that he considered the girl's position stupid. So the young man turned in the right direction and called the heroine to help her. Jane was surprised by her colleague's behavior and suggested that Robert was speaking harshly on purpose because he was worried about her. And realizing that the young man had always treated her well, the heroine thanked him and followed him. Lynette was sitting in her office at that moment, working on drug development. And after a long time, the main character finally managed to create a medicine that cures the servant's epilepsy. Looking happily at the bottle, the girl realized that the knowledge she received about the guild's herbs and from Aunt Potter really helped her a lot. Although there are still many medicinal herbs in this country whose effectiveness Lynette does not know, as well as a large number of diseases and symptoms unknown to her. And at first, this bothered the main character because it was necessary to learn a lot in a short time. But now the girl feels very proud because she helps people and learns new things. Lynette decided to end the day and return home, so she walked towards the door. Upon leaving the office, the heroine saw Max and Oscar, who immediately drew attention to her. And while the Count was just starting to greet his wife, the girl had already run and hugged the young man instantly. Pulling away, Lynette thought about how lucky she was to have such a handsome husband and decided to ask him how long he had been waiting for her. Oscar stood up embarrassed and looked at the girl in response, choosing his words. In the end, the young man replied that he hadn't waited long, but the heroine didn't believe him and called him a liar. At that moment, Max, looking from the side, said that the Count had been waiting for his wife for an hour, to which Oscar sadly asked him not to interfere. Lynette was surprised by this, because she realized that the young men had been talking for a whole hour. And realizing this, the girl immediately considered their conversation creepy. But the Count interrupted the heroine's thoughts and asked her if she was ready for the ball, to which Lynette replied that she had everything ready in her room. After these words, Oscar happily said that today he would finally meet Cordelia, hoping to share this joy with his wife. But the main character was annoyed and didn't understand why the young man suddenly mentioned the Viscountess, because the girl believed that the atmosphere was very good now. Cordelia is Oscar's childhood friend, and their relationship is closer than with Marie. And although Lynette had no doubts about her husband's feelings for her, for some reason she was still worried. The young man at that moment decided not to hesitate, and with a smile invited the girl to the event. But before leaving, Oscar considered it necessary to approach his former friend and turned in his direction. Then the main character asked Max to think carefully about his conversation and headed towards the exit. Lynette immediately looked at the Count and realized that the young men were having a very serious conversation. But she hoped it wasn't an agreement for a duel. Max watched the track and realized that he had never thought the day would come when Oscar would ask him for a favor. After some time, the couple had already arrived at the event in a luxurious mansion. Lynette, looking around, realized that no matter how many times she had attended the soirees, she still couldn't get used to their splendor. At that moment, Oscar was stopped by acquaintances he hadn't seen in a long time, and they asked him about his life. But since the heroine started doing business, she also has many acquaintances, and now it seems to her that she stops at every step to say hello. Suddenly, Lynette was called by one of the attendees at the soiree expressing surprise. Approaching, the girl said it was an honor to have the main character at this soiree, and introduced herself as Cordelia Ralph. The Countess immediately turned around surprised, because she didn't expect to meet the Viscountess so quickly. After a second, the surprise turned into severe shock, because Oscar had never told Lynette that Cordelia was very beautiful. The Viscountess continued at this moment, and added that she was very glad to welcome the main character. So the girl smiled and, delighted by the meeting, repeated her name. The main character still couldn't recover from Cordelia's beauty, and simply remained silent looking at her. But almost immediately, Lynette realized that she also needed to greet her, and she began to curtsy, introducing herself and saying that it was also an honor for her to meet the Viscountess. After these words, the girl thanked the heroine for coming, and also said that she was also grateful to the Count. At that moment, Oscar himself approached and explained that he could not miss Viscount Ralph's soiree. Cordelia laughed and suggested that the young man would not have accepted the invitation if it had been from her, and not from the Viscount, but when she wanted to tell the truth, the girl refused. Lynette, watching from the sidelines, noticed that the boys really seemed like close friends, but it seemed strange to her that Oscar had refused to get involved with such a beautiful girl. The Viscountess herself said that she needed to greet the rest of the guests, and so she would go. The Count immediately said goodbye to Cordelia, while the heroine was already preparing to ask him everything in more detail. Therefore, Lynette at that very moment asked Oscar why he didn't say that the Viscountess was very beautiful. But turning to his wife, the young man thought about it and seriously said that Cordelia was not that beautiful. The main character was surprised, and the Count explained that she was many times more beautiful than Viscountess Ralph. And continuing, Oscar added that he really wanted to hug Lynette and boast to everyone that she was his wife. The girl was very confused and couldn't understand if her husband was playing a role now or not, but still, the heroine assumed that the Count's words in the bedroom were true and that he was really crazy about her. After thinking it over, Lynette said she didn't consider her beauty a reason to brag, and she asked the young man if he was definitely not pretending. And to Oscar's words that he was serious, the girl sighed embarrassedly to reply, so the heroine said she knew, and continued adding that the Count was also the most handsome and attractive to her. After these words, an awkward silence ensued between the couple, but almost immediately Lynette invited her husband to look around, to which he agreed without delay. Marie, at that moment, alone, closely watched the couple from the side, and remembering Oscar's words, the girl understood that this behavior was too credible to be acting. Moreover, the Count had previously refused to attend the Viscount's soirée as Marie's companion. Therefore, the heroine thought about revealing Lynette's true nature to the Duke and the Duchess, but almost immediately, the girl remembered that she had somehow removed suspicions, and now it was dangerous to do anything that might reveal the truth. And suddenly, someone called Marie, which made the heroine tense up a bit. It was Alan Calypes, who immediately expressed his joy at this meeting. Turning around, the girl was surprised, but noted that she and the young man indeed hadn't seen each other in a long time. After these words, the young man immediately asked if Marie could spare him a minute of her time, but the heroine refused, explaining her answer by saying she was going for a walk, and that she had no intention of lingering. Therefore, without continuing the conversation, the girl turned in the right direction and announced she was leaving. Alan didn't like this option and abruptly grabbed Marie's hand, preventing her from leaving. So the young man asked the heroine if it would be better to talk a little, instead of avoiding him. The girl herself understood that if Oscar saw her with Alan, he would start suspecting that he would cause her trouble, but she still agreed to go out and talk. As a result, the guys went out into the courtyard and stood behind the bushes, far from the mansion, so that no one would see them. Alan immediately aggressively asked Marie why Lynette was still alive. And well, because according to the plan, it was different. But the heroine calmly replied that she wanted to know with the young man, since the Countess was still supposed to be murdered that night in the Archduke's mansion. To which Alan said that all the mercenaries responsible for this matter disappeared that day, and nothing is known about them yet. Marie was very shocked by these words because she thought everyone had fled abroad. But now the girl assumed that Oscar had killed the mercenaries. The young man asked the heroine if she herself had touched hired people. After all, if Marie is one with the main character, then Alan will not stand aside, and the girl will also become his target. Marie immediately expressed her indignation, saying that she had no need to do this, and that someone else was involved in this. And the girl started getting very angry, because she believed that Alan had ruined the plan, and now he started doubting her. Therefore, the heroine couldn't stand it, and told the young man that he couldn't even do anything right. Alan immediately leaned towards Marie, and angrily asked what she had just said. And then, more aggressively, the young man asked the girl to repeat her words. But suddenly, Calypso was drawn by a strange sound coming from the bushes, which made him very tense. Therefore, assuming that someone was watching them, the young man decided that it was not worth staying here. So, after thinking everything over, Alan said that since the conversation was over, he would leave. And he also warned the heroine not to do anything stupid and just remain silent. Marie was a little scared because from Calypso's look, it was clear that if it weren't for the whisper, he might have hit her. And the girl was still angry because Alan suspected her, because even if she makes a mistake, she still does what she should. And the heroine also suggested that maybe she should have said that this was Oscar's doing. But Marie was distracted from her thoughts and aggression by a crunch coming from the same direction as before, which became even stronger. Therefore, the girl immediately became very worried, shouted and asked who was among the bushes. Hearing this question, Max realized that he had been noticed and coming out, explained that he didn't mean to hide on purpose. Marie was paralyzed in shock because she didn't expect to see Jaribo Duke Max here at all. Therefore, the girl immediately decided to greet the young man and ask him what he was doing here. Max explained that he was looking around because all the flowers and trees in this garden were brought by him, and the young man checked if there were any flaws in the merchandise, as a sign of respect for the people who entrusted him with the work. Marie at that moment noticed that the Duke looked serious, but she was still not sure that he hadn't heard anything. Max interrupted the heroine's thoughts and asked her what she was doing in the garden, to which she explained that the mansion had become stuffy, so she decided to take a walk. After these words, the young man invited the girl to join him, as he only wanted to admire the plants and flowers. But Marie immediately clenched her fist from tension, because she realized that on the other side there was no grass, and the conversation could be heard quite far away. Therefore, the heroine was very scared by the fact that the Duke might have heard her conversation with Alan. As a result, while walking in the garden, Max told Marie that, in truth, he had always wanted to talk to her. And continuing, the young man said that he hadn't done this before, since Oscar was always with the girl, and he wouldn't dare approach her. Marie was thoughtful and didn't understand exactly what the Duke was talking about, since he usually doesn't talk to anyone in social circles unless the conversation is about entrepreneurship. But still, the heroine explained that Oscar is a married man, and whoever he meets has no reason to interfere. To these words, Max smiled and immediately expressed his joy if the girl hadn't really lied to him. Marie, such a reaction caused even greater misunderstanding, so she decided to change the subject and ask about the Duke's common cause with Lynette. And the young man replied that the Countess had a great interest in perfumery, and that her idea seemed good to him for the company, so he proposed cooperation. Hearing this, the heroine immediately asked Max if Oscar was against him. And Lynette, the Duke jokingly suggested that Marie considered him an immoral person interested in someone else's wife, but the girl immediately began to deny it. And Marie also explained that Max is quite popular in women's circles, so she was curious if Oscar was worried about this. To this, the young man replied that if the conversation is not about a business topic, then he doesn't even talk to people who don't interest him, because he doesn't want to waste his precious time. After all, at this moment, a young man can talk to a beautiful girl like Marie. The heroine was very dismayed by these words and didn't know what to answer, so she silently looked at the prince. And Marie also tried to understand if Max was really interested in her, but the young man interrupted the girl's thoughts and told her that today there are many people he needs to greet, so he thinks it's worth ending the conversation here. The heroine agreed with this, as she also thought about returning. And having said goodbye, Marie, when she was left alone, exhaled, because she was almost completely sure that Max hadn't heard her conversation with Alan. Moreover, the girl assumed that the Duke was romantically interested in her, and she liked that, because now there could be a way to resolve the situation without relying on Oscar. At that moment, Alan returned to his mansion, where he was immediately kindly greeted by a servant. The young man immediately noticed that the servant suddenly changed. After all, they always looked down on Alan and mocked him because his father ignored him, especially the maid. Her arrogant behavior was as if she considered herself the owner of this property. And it was a relief for the boy that the previous servants had disappeared. But still, he didn't understand what his father was planning, and this bothered him. Suddenly, Alan was startled by a voice that severely asked him where he had returned so late from. The Duke was truly angry because his son violated his order not to go out and was also late coming home. The young man said he was at Viscount Ralph's party, but the man didn't care because he told him to act as if he were dead. Alan timidly agreed, but explained that since he had received an invitation, he showed up there out of courtesy and returned. The Duke smilingly didn't consider it polite and informed him that Oscar was preventing him from taking the post of head of security forces. This news shocked the young man, and he immediately asked his father what he meant. But the man was only concerned with the fact that Alan was having fun in such a situation, going to parties instead of helping. Because of this, Caliph reminded the young man that he was nothing of himself, to which he lowered his head disappointed. The prince continued and expressed his assumption, saying that maybe Lynette would return to the mansion soon, since the girl would become a widow after losing her husband on the battlefield. The Duke still believed that the death of both spouses was a more tragic event, and when the young man asked what the man meant, he told him to be quiet all this time. And if Alan is caught again, he will not be forgiven. Upon leaving, the Duke thought about the night after the meeting, when there was a joint dinner with the minister of the palace and other high-ranking officials. The man was very tired then, handing out jewels and saying flattering words. But the prince understood that this was a great opportunity and took advantage of it by giving his mind to the minister of the palace. And furthermore, Oscar Roger will soon suffer a terrible death on the battlefield, and Lynette will become an unhappy widow, submerged in grief for her husband. She will end up throwing herself into the lake and finding death. The prince was also sure that his loyal servants would ensure that the main character ended up in this position. Therefore, the man considered the current course of events ideal, and he was satisfied with it. After all, everything is now strictly according to the Duke's plan, without any problems. At that moment, the Count and Lynette were also on their way to their mansion. The girl herself slept most of the way, but the surroundings around her began to wake her up. Having fully opened her eyes, the protagonist looked at her husband a little incomprehensibly. A second later, Lynette was surprised, and her only concern was how long she had slept on her husband's shoulder. But Oscar interrupted the girl's thoughts and explained that the road was uneven, so to keep sleeping, she could lie down more comfortably. The heroine felt good, as if her heart was filled with a gentle warmth, and assumed it was because she and the Count had been drinking and talking about different things that night. While Lynette was thinking about everything, the carriage had already arrived at the house, and the young man considered his wife tired. So he asked her to take a bath and go to bed. The protagonist herself stood silently in front of him and didn't understand why Oscar was behaving differently today. The girl assumed the Count was saying all this because he cared about her, but still it seemed to her that the young man's voice sounded especially sad now. But noticing her husband looking at her incomprehensibly, Lynette immediately said everything was fine, and added that he should also go rest. After these words, Oscar turned towards the door, and without taking his eyes off the heroine, he listened to her and started leaving. The Countess looked at him, annoyed and a little embarrassed, and a second later, the girl grabbed the young man's hand, not allowing him to keep walking. Oscar immediately turned around worried and asked the heroine what happened. Lynette realized at that moment that everything happened unconsciously, due to the growing sadness. So she was confused. But still, despite everything, the protagonist did not want to miss this opportunity, and invited the Count to spend this night together. The young man was very shocked by these words and froze, and after some time, Oscar found the strength and clarified if the girl really wanted to sleep in the same bed. Lynette started getting angry, as the Count didn't understand the hints and decided to act more directly, because she had actually been pushing the boy away for some time. Already in bed, the young man was about to lie down, so he wished his wife good night. The girl lay dissatisfied and couldn't accept the fact that they would actually just sleep without even holding hands. Therefore, Lynette waited no longer and immediately loomed over the Count, assuming there had been a misunderstanding. Next, the heroine explained that she wants something more than sleep now, but Oscar still didn't understand exactly what the girl was talking about, so he started asking additional questions to clarify. Lynette ignored everything and kissed her husband without a word, embarrassing him greatly. After the kiss, the Count froze from awkwardness, as he didn't expect such a turn of events. Seeing that there was no reaction, the heroine frowned, because she didn't think the young man would be so clueless, and she would have to do everything herself. But still, albeit with difficulty, Oscar pronounced Lynette's name, preparing to act. Therefore, in a split second, the Count was already on top, and in the same way moved the girl to the other edge of the bed, to which she inquisitively said his name, and the young man repeated the words that he seemed crazy about Lynette. Therefore, Oscar wondered how the Countess could attack him without fear, not knowing what he could do to her. The protagonist was a little tense from this and couldn't answer. Oscar didn't waste time and began to kiss his wife's body, starting from the neck and lips moving down. But Lynette worried and pushed her husband away, starting to stutter and blush even more. The Count listened and explained that by treating the heroine at his discretion, he might incur her hatred. So he is always careful and doesn't want to be too greedy. Without letting the girl answer, Oscar added that he knew she deserved this opportunity. But continuing, the young man asked his wife if she really wanted more. The main character noticed from the young man's gaze that he truly desired her. Therefore, hugging Oscar by the neck, Lynette said she couldn't hate him and asked if he would hate her if she became a little greedy. The young man immediately and unequivocally answered negatively to this question. Hearing this, the main character asked the Count to hug her that night and sleep like that. Next, Lynette said that she is Oscar's wife and is happy to be with someone who loves her for who she is. The girl also said that she had been thinking for a long time about how to respond to the young man's confession, and asked not to think that she accepted him only because he insisted. And although the protagonist does not know if she will be able to fully convey her feelings, she will try because she loves Oscar with all her heart. The Count felt embarrassed and shocked by such a sincere confession, but he was still very happy. Therefore, the young man did not hesitate and immediately tenderly kissed his wife. Lynette, although she felt a little uncomfortable, almost immediately responded to the kiss, and the couple enjoyed each other's presence. But suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and the heroine focused her attention on the source of the sound and asked who it was. Oscar calmed the girl at that moment, telling her that everything was fine and asked her to look only at him. But the servant standing at the door asked for forgiveness and insisted, as there was an urgent matter. The young man immediately got up and, covering his wife with a blanket, asked her to wait outside. So the Count opened the door and asked displeased what had happened. Robert was confused, so he couldn't immediately find the words to explain the situation. Next, the servant said that an order had arrived from the royal palace, and this greatly surprised Oscar. At that moment, the main character, hearing the news, immediately became worried and thought about the reason for issuing the order. Robert handed over the letter and left, and the Count began to sweat cold and tried to accept what was happening. Lynette immediately got out of bed and approached her husband and asked about the content of the letter. Oscar did not delay the moment and said that tomorrow they were ordered to enter battle. The heroine immediately asked again fearfully, to which the young man replied that he needed to start preparing. And after these words, Lynette realized that Oscar is a knight, so the king cannot call him to the battlefield if necessary. The girl was also scared by the fact that the Count's return time was unknown, and their relationship was just beginning to develop. The young man, seeing his wife's face, immediately asked her if she was worried. Lynette apologized because she thought a good wife should cheerfully send off her husband and wish him a good journey. But the protagonist herself was very worried and upset by this news. The girl felt and understood this even on the day of the conversation about a possible service. But now, when everything was happening, she didn't know what to do. Oscar, upon hearing this, laughed a little and apologized because he was pleased to see that Lynette was worried about him. The protagonist didn't like her husband's reaction and immediately expressed her indignation. But continuing, the Count said that at the same time he felt a heaviness in his heart, thinking that the girl would wait for him and suffer. The young man also explained that he could not stay away, but that he would try to return as soon as possible. And on the day of his return, he would bring Lynette beautiful flowers that resembled her. The Countess was very moved by the idea of the flowers and looked warmly at her husband. So the heroine said she would be waiting for Oscar and flowers, so she asked him to return unharmed. After hearing Lynette's wishes, the young man promised that everything would be as she said, and he went to enlist. A few days later, the Count had already arrived at the desired military camp. At first, Oscar was told that due to the war that lasted several months, all the knights and mercenaries were exhausted and seeing everything with his own eyes. The young man realized that this turned out to be true. The commander of the first detachment of knights from the eastern region immediately thanked the main character for the journey made. But the young man himself, getting off his horse, said that there was nothing complicated about it, and went to the commander. The man explained that they should be grateful to Oscar, since they didn't even ask for support from the royal palace. But he still came. The Count was fooled by these words because he received the order from the royal palace. But for now, the boy decided to remain silent. The commander at that moment continued and said that due to the long war, the enemy was also exhausted. And a few days ago, they noticed that the enemy troops near the border began to retreat. And he added, the commander-in-chief said that if the remaining enemy troops did not retreat, they planned to penetrate deeper and attack their camp. Oscar accepted the plan of action and asked about the request for support, to which the man explained that despite not having a request for help. A few days ago, they received a message that they would be sent. The young man remained silent, but he himself considered everything very suspicious. And the Count decided to check everything himself first, because if he could return home faster, it would be better. Already at night, the young man was in his tent trying to sleep. But thoughts of Lynette didn't allow Oscar to even close his eyes a little, since he missed his wife very much. And even though the young man asked Sylvia to take care of the girl, he was still worried. The Count also realized that bringing flowers similar to the heroine's would now be problematic, because in such a place, it would be unlikely to find a beautiful flower similar to Lynette. But suddenly, a creak outside disturbed Oscar's peace. The young man immediately started getting out of bed, realizing that he was clearly no longer alone there. Therefore, the young man without delay began to draw his sword and slowly approach the source of the sound. So the Count carefully began to open the curtain to have time to look around. Next to the tent was a young man, whom Oscar put a sword to his throat and asked who he was. Examining the uninvited guest, the main character realized that he had seen him somewhere before. It was one of the mercenaries, whom the Count noticed as soon as he arrived at the camp. And without taking the weapon from his throat, Oscar asked about the reason for the visit, to which the young man immediately apologized and said that he had come to convey an important message to him. The young man, in turn, warned that he would not forgive him if he did anything stupid. The mercenary was very frightened by these words, and now found it difficult to find words to explain what was happening. But after a couple of seconds, the young man still informed the Count that someone was pointing at him. Oscar immediately began to think about what was said, but he was not sure if he could trust the mercenary, assuming that he would try to attack him by surprise. Therefore, the main character first asked the young man why he should believe him. The mercenary, fearing for his life, said with a trembling voice that he knew a Lynette. The young man was shocked by these words and asked again to be sure and know the details. The young man, without hesitation and a little scared, said that the Countess had saved him once, and that's why the mercenary wants to return the favor, and he came to report that there is someone who wants to harm Oscar. But the main character wanted more details, so he asked the young man where exactly Lynette saved him. The young man immediately began to tell that in the past, he participated as a mercenary in the war led by Duke Calypso. And at that moment, the main character saved the dying young man. The Count realized that his wife at that time acted and saved the dying mercenary in the same way she did then. Therefore, putting away his sword, Oscar asked the young man to continue. The mercenary listened and continued saying that on the battlefield, Duke Calipes always treated mercenaries as disposable. And after the war, all the mercenaries and knights who participated were killed for no reason. The young man added and suggested that all this was done to hide the truth. After these words, Oscar asked if this truth referred to his wife, to which the young man agreed, and explained that everyone who knew her true nature was killed. The Count realized that, judging by the Duke's attitude towards Lynette, this was not unexpected, but that most of the knights with whom he bravely fought died on the battlefield was a lie. And the main character didn't much like the fact that, after taking the lives of those who swore loyalty to him, Calypso lives happily in Martin's kingdom, thanks to the recognition received for so many victims. After thinking it over, Oscar asked the mercenary how he managed to survive in such a situation. And the young man said that he received burns all over his body, and that there was no hope of survival, so he was thrown onto the battlefield. However, Lynette found the young man and secretly saved his life, thanks to which he escaped the battlefield, and was able to reunite with his beloved wife and son. After these words, the mercenary repeated that he wanted to return the help given at that moment in his life. After listening to the young man, Oscar felt sincerity in his voice, and moreover, all this is similar to the situation he went through, so the Count will try to believe him. And since the main character made a decision, he immediately asked to be told about those who were attempting his life. The young man said that a few days ago the Duke's servant visited the head of the mercenary guild, and Oscar suggested that the man pay for the murder. The mercenary confirmed this and explained that this is why the Count was called when the enemy forces had already begun to retreat, to take advantage of the local neighbors and pretend that Oscar had died on the battlefield. Hearing this, the main character asked who the people were who received money from Duke Calypso, and the young man said that these people were the leader and his deputy, so he asked the Count to be careful. Oscar immediately thanked him for the information and headed in the direction he needed. Therefore, the young man began to worry and, stuttering, asked the protagonist where he had gone. Drawing his sword, the Count replied that there was no need to wait and that he would take care of them himself. Marie was in the city one day, where she hoped to meet Max by chance, but he was completely invisible. The girl also assumed that the prince really heard nothing that day, since both the conversations and the behavior were the same as usual. Realizing this, the heroine continued thinking and recalling what had happened that night. And Marie was almost sure that Max really liked her, and if so, switching to him could be useful for her. Suddenly, the girl's thoughts were interrupted by a man who pushed her hard, and at the same time, took her purse from her hand. Due to the force of the blow, Marie fell to the ground with a roar and barely managed to avoid hitting her head. While continuing to sit, the heroine looked at the criminal, who was actively moving away from her. Therefore, the girl immediately started shouting that she had been robbed, hoping someone would help her. Then Marie tried to get up, but immediately fell to the ground in pain. And after examining her leg, the heroine realized she had sprained her ankle, and now she couldn't get up. Therefore, Marie had no choice but to glare angrily at the thief, waiting for help. But almost that second the man was already on the ground, in the middle of the street. And while the savior himself warned the thief that if he wanted to live, he should leave now, the girl sat up surprised and watched from the side. After these words, the criminal immediately got up and, sore from the fall, started walking away. The young man immediately offered his hand to Marie, but she continued sitting, trying to understand what was happening. Therefore, Max considered it necessary to ask about the heroine's condition and find out if she was okay. But the girl was paralyzed in a state of shock and simply watched the young man silently. Max didn't understand this reaction and asked the question again to keep listening to what he needed. And Marie came to her senses at that moment, so she immediately thanked him and answered that she was fine. But as soon as the heroine took the young man's hand and tried to get up, she immediately cried out in pain and struggled to stand up. Max got worried and started asking if the girl was injured. The young man also asked not to hide it if Marie was really in pain. The heroine herself stood up and wondered if the Duke really liked her and decided to observe. Max started worrying even more and assuming the girl was very scared. The young man promised to catch the female thief and asked her to call the guards for help. But Marie realized that the security personnel were probably still investigating the tournament incident, so she immediately refused, explaining that she didn't want to bother busy people. And then the heroine also suggested that Max was also very busy, and she was distracting him a lot from his work. The young man immediately replied that this was important to him, as it concerned Marie. After these words, the girl realized that the prince definitely felt sympathy for her, and thanked him for what he had said. Then the heroine announced that it was time to return. And continuing, Marie explained that she had to show her leg, so before leaving, she apologized for keeping Max for so long. Hearing this, the Duke immediately offered to accompany the girl to the carriage and, despite the refusal, he did what he deemed appropriate. Therefore, the heroine had no other choice, and taking his hand, accepted. Walking towards the carriage, Marie thought that other nobles might see them, and was surprised that the young man was indifferent to possible rumors. Therefore, looking at Max with a smile, the girl assumed he really needed her. A few minutes later, the heroine was already in the transport and thanking the prince for today. She said that if possible they would see each other next time, but the young man did not hesitate and invited Marie to meet at his estate next time. The girl was very surprised and nodded because she thought the young man was persistent. Besides, the heroine understood that since she had previously rejected the Duke, she should now accept the offer. Therefore, continuing, Marie said she would come and that it was a great honor for her. Max smiled at these words and said that in the near future, he would send an invitation to the girl. The heroine said she would wait and preferred to finish for today, so she got into the carriage. While in the transport, Marie realized that instead of trying to reach Oscar, who has a wife, Musk's candidacy seemed better. Furthermore, the Duke not only has the appearance of wealth and fame, but the Count also hates him with all his heart, which makes the young man more desirable. And after thinking it all over, the heroine considered this option ideal and would finally escape the hated mansion. That gave her nothing. At that moment, the main character and Jane were traveling on business, and Lynette warned the girl that she would be back soon. She also added that if the girl gets tired, she can wait for her in the carriage. And after these words, Lynette headed in the direction she needed, and Jane wished her good luck. The maid herself immediately started feeling warm and thought her body was very stiff. So she decided to take a short walk. But the girl's attention was drawn by one of the buildings. Jane started looking at the windows with disgust and realized that those people were there. As before, the maid, walking through the empty building, immediately noticed that something was wrong, and she started looking around. Looking at the stairs, the girl decided to check if the second floor was really empty. And looking around, the maid concluded that the building was indeed empty. Suddenly, two men approached from behind the heroine, who were clearly there for a reason. One of the men decided to ask what Jane was doing here, which frightened the girl. But turning to the actor, the maid said she was passing by and decided to come in. One of the men thought it was strange and asked if the girl was just passing by. And smiling, the boy noticed that Jane had quite a pretty face, and the heroine was most likely a servant of some aristocrats. And the boy's friend at that moment decided to invite the girl to have fun with them. The heroine was surprised by this proposal and thought about it, but almost immediately, delighted by those words from the young men, Jane smiled. The boys looked at the maid confusedly, because they considered such a reaction to this proposal strange. But Jane didn't hesitate and invited the men to play her favorite game. Therefore, by taking out a sword and a rope, the heroine made it clear that they would have fun the way she wanted. Then the maid explained to the young men that she would tie them up, and they would tell her everything they knew about those behind them. And as soon as the girl did what she wanted, she rejoiced and breathed a sigh of relief. The men were really tied up together, including Jane, making sure the boys' mouths were also gagged. After this, the maid decided to ask if the young men were interested in playing with her. The girl also decided to immediately tell the boys not to interfere with Inette, and that they were lucky, the Count was noble, and that they could only stop there. But if Jane had her way, she would have dealt with it long ago, and she would have said goodbye to the men's lives. One of the boys turned pale at these words and began to tremble with fear. And while the girl was communicating with the hostages, the Count's men approached from behind. Jane turned around and was happy to see them and exhaled, since these guys are no longer her concern. Finally, the heroine said that they should follow the owner's instructions, to which the young men agreed. And taking the men by the hands, Oscar's people began to lead them out of the building. Jane was curious why the Count did nothing with the hostages and why he captured them alive. But suddenly, the girl realized that Oscar had become much softer after falling in love with Lynette. Furthermore, the heroine immediately remembered how Robert scolded her, showing his concern for her. And thanks to the memories, Jane realized that she was now no different from the Count. Lynette at that moment, looking at the jars with medicine, hoped that their quantity would be sufficient. Now the main character needs to go to the Western village and test the effectiveness of the medicine. However, the girl feared that the medicine would be ineffective, but it was still too early to think about it. But suddenly Lynette was called, which greatly frightened the heroine. It turned out that it was Duke Jaribo, who should have arrived earlier. Lynette noticed that the young man was late, but explained that he had some business to attend to. Then Max asked if everything was ready for tomorrow's visit to the village. The protagonist confirmed her readiness and suggested that this amount of medicine should be enough. But Max decided to warn that the journey could be dangerous, and moreover, Oscar was sent to the battlefield. Therefore, the Duke asked about the necessity of this visit and if it really couldn't be postponed. And Lynette realized that the young man was right, and this trip had threats, both from her father and from Alan. But the girl also realized that there was no other option, as there was very little time left. And due to the short time, it is better to do everything as soon as possible and not delay. Mark smiled at this and said he understood, despite being worried inside. But if Inet's condition worsens, Max asked the girl to tell him, since he has medicines that can alleviate the symptoms. The girl was grateful to Max, as it was clearly visible in him that he was worried about her. Therefore, the Countess immediately thanked the Duke and said that he was indeed very kind to her. After these words, taking the heroine's hand, Duke Jaribo invited the girl to take care of his affairs, to which she agreed. As a result, Lynette and Max headed towards the exit to carry out their plans related to medicines and the treatment of people. At that moment, the prince looked at the girl lovingly and realized that the Countess was the only one he wanted to take care of, and with whom he wanted to be affectionate. However, these thoughts must be kept secret, as the main character loves Oscar, and this must be hidden for the good of both Lynette and Duke Max. Already at the mansion, the girl suddenly felt unwell, which made her freeze in place, and she couldn't even take a step. Lately, Lynette's heart has been hurting, as if it were being squeezed, and on top of all this, her temperature has been rising. Unknown symptoms began to interfere with the heroine's life, but the girl understood that it was too early to accept her impending death, since she promised Oscar that she would be waiting for him and flowers. Jane, entering the room to report that the bath was finished, saw everything that was happening. And this surprised the maid, because she expected to see something completely different, and she was sure that everything was fine with the Countess. As a result, the main character fainted from intense pain, which immediately caused Jane to panic and run to the rescue. A long time had passed since the moment the maid discovered that Lynette was fainting. The Countess finally began to wake up, but she was all covered in cold sweat. Jane, as soon as she saw that the girl had woken up, carefully took her hand. The maid was so worried that she couldn't bear it and cried, but after the Countess woke up, she still felt calmer. Lynette realized at that moment that she had fainted from pain, which made her a little tense. The heroine immediately sat up and asked if the maid had called the doctor, which confused Jane a little. After all, a doctor cannot be called, as Lynette's symptoms are associated with the Meyers family, and with an examination by a professional, the secret will be revealed. Jane wanted to tell the doctor, but decided not to, and seeing the girl's reaction, she immediately suspected something. Therefore, the maid immediately asked if the main character was hiding something from her. Lynette, looking at Jane's face, tensed up and realized that everything was clearly visible and clear to her, and since Jane is the Countess's obedient servant, she has noticed all along that the heroine's behavior is different from before. Therefore, taking the girl's hand, the girl said that Lynette shouldn't exaggerate, and that she should remain strong and hold on until the Count returns. The main character worried a little and asked if the maid was sure not to tell anyone. To this, Jane replied that the girl was too smart, kind, and cunning, so if she hid something, then there were reasons for it. And although the maid initially took care of INET on order, now she is completely on the girl's side, and she will support her in any situation. Hearing this, the main character was surprised by such devotion and trust without any particular reason. Furthermore, Jane not only is devoted, but also took care of the girl alone without inviting a doctor. Therefore, thanking the maid for everything she had done, the heroine promised to tell her everything. But later, however, Lynette asked that, until that moment, Jane always stay with her. The maid agreed without delay, and said she would be there as long as necessary. Taking the girl's hand, Lynette immediately thanked Jane for her trust, causing her to have a wide smile on her face. This conversation finished, the main character decided, in addition to everything, to ask Jane for something else. The maid immediately agreed, because she really wanted to help Lynette in everything. Already in the morning, when the Countess was getting ready to go to the village, Jane tried to go with her, since it was dangerous and going alone, but still, the heroine managed to dissuade her and stay in the mansion. The village itself, to which the main character is heading, has long been abandoned due to an epidemic, and although the girl has healing abilities and is on the verge of death, she still doesn't want to expose herself to danger. Jane in the mansion said that if the girl couldn't contact her, then she should let her come to her aid. However, Lynette said that if after 3 days she doesn't get in touch, then the maid should inform Duke Jaribo. After all, the Duke is aware of this plan, so if you tell him, he will know what needs to be done. But even though the main character warned everyone, she herself still doesn't want to come to this point. While walking through the forest, the girl suddenly heard a noise coming from the bushes, which caught her attention. Looking in that direction, the Countess incomprehensibly examined the source of the sound. Suddenly, a sword appeared from the bushes, which immediately headed towards Lynette's throat, and scared her in the same way. The stranger holding a weapon at the main character's throat asked who she was. The girl immediately said that she had come to meet the head of the village to discuss the issue of the epidemic. But the young man was only interested in who sent her with them. Hearing this, Lynette looked incomprehensibly, as this question seemed ambiguous to her. The boy began to list all the possible people who might send the girl. But still, the reason for his coming was not important to him, and the young man warned her to leave. Because Lynette looks like a noble girl who grew up in an aristocratic family, and they don't have time for such people. The Countess was convinced that the village was indeed abandoned, and, judging by the boy's caution, he considers her an aristocrat who came with an inspection before sending a punitive detachment. Therefore, pointing to the medicines, the girl said she came to treat people for diseases, which immediately surprised the young man. The heroine also said that she came here of her own free will and not by order of the king, and immediately warned that she did not want the village to burn down due to the epidemic. So it is the epidemic that makes line come. And having explained everything, the main character strictly demanded that the young man take her to the head. Duke Calypso was sitting in his castle at that moment and did not understand why there was no news. After all, quite some time has passed since the man ordered Oscar's death. Therefore, calling the servant, the man asked him if there was any news from the servants. The guy immediately approached and said that from the moment the servants went to Roger's mansion, there was no news from them. The man became tense, because if the servants reached the mansion, they were obliged to send a letter, since they were trained to do so. Therefore, the Duke announced that he was heading to Roger's mansion, which surprised the servant, since he did not consider it right to go anywhere without a warning letter. But the man became very angry at these words and banged the table to show his displeasure, since Roger's mansion is the home of the Duke's daughter, which means, in his opinion, that he is not obliged to send letters before visiting her. After hearing everything, the servant immediately agreed and said he would prepare the carriage. Duke Calypso suspected something was wrong here, because it was very strange that absolutely everyone was silent. Diana and Roden are servants. They are not communicating, and also there is no news from the mercenaries, which is surprising and a little alarming, because if there is no news, something definitely happened, but so far the Duke has no assumption about it. And since Oscar is on the battlefield, that means Lynette is completely alone in the mansion. The man was very happy about this, as the girl became more helpless. So it's time to teach my daughter good manners again. As soon as the Duke arrived at Roger's mansion, he was met by Oscar's servants, who blocked his way. The man was very surprised by the words that he could not enter and did not understand what was happening. The servant, having explained the order, made it clear that no one should be allowed in until the Count returned. But the prince got very angry about this because he wanted to see his daughter. Therefore, the Duke began to be indignant and told the servants to call Lynette, because he was sure she would definitely let him in. But as soon as Robert arrived, he immediately said that the Countess was also absent from the mansion. And after asking about the girl's whereabouts, the man decided that, since she was not with his daughter, he would meet Duke Roger. But Robert replied that Lynette had not informed them of her plans, and moreover, Duke and Duchess Roger were also absent from the estate. Surprised by the total absence of people in the mansion, the man demanded that Diana be brought to him, and Rodden, who are her personal servants. Personal, but Robert said that, as far as he knows, the servants went with the Countess. The Duke got even angrier and warned that if it turned out that all the words were lies, the young man would have to take responsibility for everything. However, the guy stood firm and said he was just a servant of Oscar, and that he was simply following his orders. And continuing, Robert added that he was fulfilling the Count's will and telling everything as it is. He realized that, despite all the aggression and threats, he would not be able to enter the estate, so he would have to give in. Therefore, after apologizing to Robert, the man explained his behavior with a strong desire to see his daughter. And turning towards the carriage, the Duke said that since this had happened, he was leaving. After this, the carriage with the man began to move away, and the servants watched them. The man behind Robert asked about the presence of servants in the mansion with the names Rodden and Diana. However, the young man told him to promise him something. Next, Robert told the boy to forget the entire conversation he had just heard, since it would be better for both the Count and the Duchess. The servant nodded immediately, although he was very surprised by such words. Judging by the Duke who caused the disaster, he seems to be starting to suspect something, which makes Robert tense. Therefore, Oscar must return as soon as possible before Calypso does anything. At that moment, the main character finally arrived at the main person of the village and discussed everything. After the INED meeting with the village head and an urgent request, the head still allowed the Countess to examine the sick. Observing the signs of the illness, the heroine noticed the results after the medicine, which means it is working. Therefore, Lynette decided to tell the girl that her condition had improved significantly, and then asked about the appearance of her fingertips. And the girl said that the pain was no longer the same as before, but had not yet disappeared. Then the heroine decided to admit that, when Lynette arrived in the village, she was not entirely sure about everything, but now she is sincerely grateful. The protagonist replied that helping the sick is her purpose. After finishing the examination, the girl stood up and began to talk about how she would like to do something for Lynette. Despite the terrible situation in the village, and taking the heroine's hands, the resident rejoiced and continued saying that the Countess not only saved her, but her whole family. These words embarrassed the girl a little, and she couldn't answer immediately. But then, very pleased, the protagonist said that she did it not for gratitude or for profit. But still, the girl's words gave Lynette strength. The Countess has been in the village for 3 days, and according to the plan, if she doesn't return, Jane will report this to Duke Jaribo. The heroine left all the medicine recipes and said how to prepare them so that the village can cope with the epidemic. And upon her return, Lynette plans to start working in a medicinal plant. And although the girl is busy, all this brings her satisfaction and joy. And in the same way, the girl feels herself improving as a person. Upon arriving at the palace, Lynette immediately met Jane, who was happy to see her mistress. However, the protagonist was interested in knowing if there was any news from Oscar, because she was worried. But the maid immediately replied that, although there was no response, she had heard that the detachment on the border had retreated. And continuing, Jane said that the main thing is not to get discouraged, and that the Count will definitely return soon. However, the maid's words didn't help much, and the anxiety in her soul never left. But still, Lynette understood that Oscar was a strong and persistent guy, and he didn't say he was going to a dangerous war, which means everything would really be fine. Therefore, heading to the exit, the girl said that Jane was right, and in this case she would go to work in the workshop. The heroine immediately went to the Meyers clan, where she talked to the woman about the children in the orphanage, which is located near the capital. Lynette first of all asked about the symptoms of the infected children. The symptoms included vomiting and diarrhea, and in severe cases, dehydration, which can lead to death. That being said, the woman offered to give the children medicine, to which Lynette immediately said that she would take it all herself. While there was an important discussion about medicine, the front door suddenly opened, and it caught Lynette's attention. It turned out to be Jane, who was in a very good mood. And the main character was a little scared by so much harshness, but still asked what happened. Jane came to say that the Count and the knights had arrived in the capital, which immediately made Lynette burst into a smile. And as soon as the girl imagined her meeting with Oscar, her pupils dilated, and her heart filled with warmth. Therefore, the heroine immediately ran to her husband, and Jane feared for the Countess, since she might fall. But the girl only saw Oscar in front of her, and the fact that he was alive and well. Trying to push through the crowd, Lynette wanted to be even faster than the young man. But it was enough for the girl to look at the Count, and she immediately began to shine. The young man was sitting on a horse and holding the promised bouquet of flowers for his wife. The heroine continued to look at the young man, waiting for his attention, but assumed that she was not visible. And this was not surprising, since the crowd was really large, but Lynette was not upset, because they would meet soon anyway. But Oscar was actively looking around, because he also missed the girl very much, and he was looking forward to meeting her. It didn't take him long to search, and when he got closer, the Count immediately noticed the main character, who had already stepped to the side of the road. Therefore, the young man did not hesitate and began to dismount. Lynette was very excited and simply looked forward to the long-awaited time together. A couple of seconds later, Oscar was already next to the girl and looking at her with a smile, holding a bouquet in his hands. Then the Count broke the silence and told his beloved wife that he had returned home unharmed. The protagonist was very happy to see the young man around again and talked about how she had been waiting for him. At that moment, Oscar immediately handed Lynette a bouquet, with the words that, as he promised, he brought flowers similar to her, and finding flowers as beautiful as her turned out to be harder than he thought. The Countess, with flowers in her hands, admired them with warmth in her soul and a slight smile. Therefore, without delaying what she wanted, the girl pulled the young man closer and told him that she loved him. And after a reminder of her love, the protagonist tenderly kissed her husband. Oscar, after the kiss, began to say that he missed Lynette very much and that he loved her very much too. At that moment, things were not calm in Duke Calypso's mansion. The man banged the table with his fist and could not find a place, because Oscar had returned safe and sound, and those whom the prince hired and paid were found dead on the battlefield, and the survivors are not in contact. Thinking about all this, Caliph realized that it was not worth sending the Count to war, since he had won again, and this would further strengthen his position. But the man's thoughts and anger were interrupted by the servant, who immediately apologized when he entered. The young man said that for the last few days, he had been watching Duke Roger's property and the Countess's retinue, but that the servants sent by Calip's were not visible. Moreover, the last letter sent by the young man had not yet been answered, and hearing this, the man started to get even angrier, and the Duke immediately became tense and wondered what Oscar was really doing. Caliph also realized that this was not the only oddity, as he sent letters to several high-ranking officials of the royal court offering them lobbying, and all the officials, in unison, refused the man, claiming they were busy with preparations for Foundation Day. The Duke was very angry because these people got everything they could from him, and now they dare to turn their backs on him. Therefore, after thinking it all over, Caliph informed the servant that tomorrow morning early he would go to the palace, and ordered the young man to prepare everything. The man himself planned to personally find out everything they were doing. Oscar had just returned to his mansion after the reception and was heading to the room. The young man was dissatisfied and embarrassed by the fact that during this time, he had missed Lynette very much, and she still hadn't shown up. But the protagonist's thoughts were interrupted by Jane, who called him. Approaching, the girl sadly reported that the Countess had recently complained of a fever. And continuing, the maid suggested that after Lynette visited the village where the epidemic was rampant, her condition worsened. And when Oscar asked about his wife's current condition, Jane said that the temperature had risen again, and she fell asleep. The young man got very upset by this, but he did not show it and simply accepted the information. Moreover, on the way to the room, the maid said she heard that Duke Calypso had arrived at the estate. The main character became a little cautious and replied that he understood everything. And before leaving, Oscar ordered that tomorrow at dawn they should start what they were talking about. Jane accepted the instructions and bowed, wishing the young man a good night. After these words, the young man opened the door to the room and looked angrily at his wife. The girl herself was actually asleep at that moment and did not intend to wake up. Oscar, without ceasing to look at Lynette, began to reach out to stroke the heroine's head. The Countess immediately began to toss and worry, making sounds, and the young man realized that he should not wake the patient yet, so he immediately withdrew his hand so that the girl could continue to sleep. But it was already too late, and the main character began to open her eyes and immediately called out Oscar. Seeing her husband, Lynette immediately got up and asked him why he was so late. But without waiting for an answer, the girl pulled the Count closer and hugged him tightly, telling him that she had been waiting for him for a long time. At such a display of his wife's love, the young man immediately blushed, but he was still glad that they were finally together. Moving away, Oscar said that he heard the girl was not feeling well, and the heroine confirmed these words. The Count was a little surprised by these words, and Lynette asked him with a smile the reason for such a reaction, and if the young man thought that she would say that everything was fine for her, to which he replied negatively. The protagonist continued at this point and admitted that she was very afraid of never seeing Oscar again. But the young man immediately asked where the girl got those thoughts from, because now he was standing in front of her. And whatever happens, the young man will never leave Lynette. After these words, the heroine asked her husband to promise her that he would really be there forever, and the young man agreed. Then, having discussed everything, the Count immediately kissed his wife. And moving away, Oscar asked if he could continue with what he started last time. Lynette agreed without hesitation, because she really wanted to and had been waiting. Therefore, the young man did not hesitate, and looking at his wife, immediately began to take off his clothes. And then Oscar told the main character that he had no idea how long he had been waiting for this. That said, the young man immediately began to approach his wife, anticipating everything that would happen next. Reducing the distance more and more, the Count was already caressing Lynette's leg, raising his hand higher. Afterwards, Oscar moved away a little and asked the girl to speak right away if it hurt, or if she wanted to stop. The main character lifted the young man onto her shoulders, telling him to continue and not stop. The young man accepted his wife's wishes and took action. In the morning, as soon as Lynette opened her eyes, she felt like she had gone crazy, and the girl literally screamed inside, because she did something she didn't even want to do before. But suddenly, the heroine's thoughts were interrupted by a young man who asked her if she had finished thinking. Lynette immediately sat up surprised and confusedly asked Oscar what time he woke up, to which the Count said that he had not slept since the moment the girl stared at him with her rabbit-round eyes, and the heroine felt a little embarrassed after these words. Moreover, Lynette felt very awkward spending the whole night with Oscar, but the young man just examined his wife with a smile and warmth in his eyes. And then the young man approached and took the protagonist by the shoulders, looking into her eyes. Lynette immediately tensed up because she thought the Count wanted to repeat everything again after what happened yesterday. But Oscar, examining the girl's hands, noticed with surprise that the wounds on her body had almost disappeared. The Countess was very surprised by this and began to look at all the places on her body where there had previously been severe bruises. And the protagonist noticed that indeed all the problem areas on her hands had become very pale. The young man immediately asked about her health, because yesterday Lynette said she was very sick. At these words, the girl thought about it and realized that the temperature did not rise throughout the night, and she felt no pain. Realizing this, the heroine was surprised, as she assumed it was all because she spent the night with Oscar. And the Count at that moment clarified whether Lynette had saved a knight on the battlefield when he was a boy. But the protagonist thought about it and asked again, why did she cure many people? And doesn't remember this particular case. The young man continued and said that he was one of those knights whom the girl saved with the help of her power. And he found this out while gathering information about the Meyers clan. And after that day when Lynette healed Oscar, something changed in his body. The main character listened attentively and, surprised, asked him to tell her more about these changes. The young man felt awkward, so he decided to tell everything into Lynette's ear. The girl immediately blushed even more and recoiled from her husband in shock. And then the heroine asked if everything was exactly like that, because yesterday, in her opinion, not everything was so bad. But Oscar coughed a little embarrassed and continued sharing his hypothesis. The young man assumed that by healing him, Lynette had made a mistake, but after she used her abilities again, everything returned to being the same. And after spending the night with the Count and using strength, it is possible that the heroine released him. So now the girl's body is slowly beginning to recover. But the Countess herself did not understand how it worked, and when she managed to correct the mistake, Oscar decided to summarize it and said that the most important thing is that both of them feel better. After these words, Lynette suggested that there might be another reason for all this, to which the Count agreed. And then the main character offered to solve it together. And then, kissing his wife, the Count added that in this treatment time does not matter. At that moment, in Calypso's mansion, the young man informed the prince that one of his servants had been found dead near the estate. And then the young man asked if the man had any assumption about this. The Duke immediately became tense, since he was sure that Oscar had done something after visiting Roger's property. But now that Prince Calypso is rejected by high-ranking officials, this argument will be seen as an attempt to defame Oscar. Therefore, the man replied that he had no assumptions, and upon hearing this, the young man said that he needed the Duke to go with him today. Caliph was confused by this and asked where exactly they would take him. The knight explained that the maid who was with the victim made the key statement that the Duke killed him, and now the prince is the main suspect, and that is why he must help in the investigation, which worries him greatly. At that moment, the main character went to the shelter to provide help. The girl immediately greeted Lynette with a smile and welcomed her in. And as soon as the heroine gave the medicine to the worker, she thanked her. And she felt honored that the Countess came personally and delivered everything. The girl also said that Lynette helped the local children a lot, and she doesn't even know how to thank her. But the main character called her help a small thing. And on the contrary, she thanked the employee for the opportunity to help. Then, before leaving, the Countess asked for permission to examine the children who needed help, which immediately received approval. And after these words, the girl told the heroine to follow her down the hall. Lynette walked and realized that the worker really cared about the children, and she was glad that such a wonderful person was here. But suddenly the girl saw David and stopped, and immediately called him with joy. The main character at that moment was stunned by shock and could not say anything. The worker herself already looked happy and was hugging the young man while he returned her smile. Then the girl expressed her surprise that David decided to come to her today, although she hadn't even thought of it. And the young man was so charmed by her sympathy that he just silently looked at her with a smile. But as soon as David looked away for a second, he saw Lynette, which immediately put him in severe shock. And while the main character was standing up and trying to understand what was happening, the young man was already asking her the reason for her being here. The Countess was in her own thoughts and observing everything. She assumed that David was dating this girl.